Mm-hmm.
The Mist of Millbrook, a story by Carl Otto. Maggie Wilson stood at the library's front desk, watching the late October sun cast long shadows across Main Street. The air buzzed with excitement as the small town of Millbrook prepared for its annual Halloween festival. Pumpkins grinned from every porch, and fake cobwebs stretched between lampposts, swaying gently in the crisp autumn breeze. Mom, can I go help set up the haunted house? Mike asked, already. Maggie raised an eyebrow. Weren't you supposed to be finishing your costume first? Mike turned, a mischievous glint in his eye. Well, I figured I'd go as a procrastinating teenager. You know, last minute costume, bedhead, the works. It's called method acting, Mom. Maggie chuckled despite herself. Very funny, mister. Just be back by 6, okay? You got it. Mike called over his shoulder, already darting out the door. As Mike darted out, the library door creaked open. Mrs. Abernathy shuffled in, her silver hair neatly pinned back, her
Still
wet
can't
toilet
remember
towel over her
where
slouch chest. The elderly
that
woman
field
had made
of
bookstores in
green
Millbrook for as
gems
long as
was.
anyone could remember her small antiquarian bookshop, a treasure trove of forgotten lore and dusty tomes. Good afternoon, Mrs. Abernathy. Maggie greeted the elderly lady with genuine affection. Here for your usual Halloween read? The old woman's eyes twinkled with an inscrutable light. Oh, yes, dear. All Hallows' Eve isn't complete without a good spine chiller. She approached the desk, her
I
movement
will.
slow but
How are
purposeful.
you?
Though I dare say, the
Happening.
stories in these books pale in
This game
comparison to the
server
grittier
has
stories that
been
unfold.
running like
Maggie
shit the
leaned
past
in,
couple of days.
intrigued. Mrs. Abernathy had a way of making even the most
And
mundane
I
conversation
noticed
interesting
that
for the
they are
benefit of the
connected
grand
with
village. What do you mean? Mrs.
Epic
Abernathy
Games
glanced around as if checking
now.
for eavesdroppers in the empty library.
And ever
Have you
since I
ever
noticed
noticed how the
that,
veil
it's been
between worlds
running
seems
like
thinnest
shit.
on Halloween? It's not just superstition, you know. This town, it has secrets, old secrets. Before Maggie could probe further, the library door burst open again. Sheriff Frank Tanner strode in, his usually jovial face creased with concern. Sarah,
How
have
you
you heard
doing,
any
Will?
weather report? There's some kind of freak fog
How's
rolling
your
in
day
Millbrook.
going?
Maggie frowned. Fog?
See that?
It's
I
here all
I
day.
can't move
I
my
know, it's the
character.
damnedest
It's
thing.
freezing up.
Started about an hour ago, and it's getting thicker by the minute. I'm
It's
thinking we
just
might have
it's
to wait till
running
the
so
festival if
shitty
it
now.
doesn't clear up.
And I hate
Mrs.
to say it,
Abernathy's
but
gray
I
under
think
lip
it's because
twisted a
they
little, almost
are
turning white. The
connected
fog was
to
thick.
Epic
The forest
Games.
had lost its storyteller's lilt, taking on a sharp,
I
almost
think there's
fuchsia
a
red.
major
On the
conflict
lake?
between
Frank nodded, the
Steam
old woman
and
seriously.
Epic Games,
That's
and
right,
it
Mrs.
just
Maggie. Why,
doesn't
does that
work.
mean something to you?
You have to
For a
choose
moment,
one or the
Mrs.
other,
Abernathy
man.
seemed to age before their eyes,
And
as
Epic
if to feel
Games
something
is
unspoken heavy
horrible.
settling on her shoulders. But then she shook her head.
Stopping in before
No
bed.
thanks.
Oh,
No,
that's
it's just an
nice.
old woman's fancies. Said
Dropping
Mike.
in to say goodnight.
Perhaps.
Oh, and
Perhaps it would be
there
wise
it
to keep
goes.
people indoors,
See that? And
Just
it's just
interesting.
fucking
Mike
crashing
scratched his head. Well,
constantly
I was thinking
now.
of suggesting folks stay home. It's not like a chain
So
reaction.
I'm
It's just a
thinking
small
I'm
activity to
probably
guide people
not
to the
gonna play
windows,
this.
peering out at the steadily darkening sky.
I mean, I want to
People
play
tend
it,
to.
but yeah, this is not gonna work for me. I can't play a game that's just gonna that I need to be able to contact them directly and not through Epic Games. See this right here? Epic Games. If Epic had some morality, they would make their fucking shit work. But their games always, always do this shit to me. They fucking crash out all the time. Anything that I have that's connected to Epic Games crashes constantly. And how the fuck am I supposed to stream games like that? You can't stream anything if it's constantly crashing. Is it crashing because they have it on both platforms? Or is it crashing simply because Epic has fucking just shitty fucking stuff? What the fuck? Because I got it off of, and I play it through Steam. And until I noticed that it was connected with Epic Games, that's when it started crashing. And I saw this right here. I agree to be contacted by Epic Games via email. To a cat game? I don't have a cat game. Uh, I'm gonna send this and close it. I'm gonna go play something else today. Uh, yeah, I don't have a cat game. Do I have a cat game? I can play Placid Plastic Duck Simulator. Do Tiny Glade. Guess I could go play DayZ. Go brush up on my DayZ. Play something else. Change my title now. Yet again. Just nothing on DayZ really excites me anymore, but at least it's a standby that's trustable. At least it's trustable. At least I know Wobbly Life if you had someone to play with. If there were more people that came in. I'm thinking I might do like an open server kind of thing, and play or community night where we all just anybody that wants to play can jump on something with me and we can play Wobbly Life or we can do something like that. It needs to be something that I can just put on and people can just join. I would do like marbles or something, but I can't control the camera view. I don't know how to do any of that shit, and it's kind of a pain in the ass. What was this one? Oh, that's one that I went on. I didn't like it. Yeah, see, and I also want to shift my hours too. I kind of want to do like early morning streams, start around 4 and play till, I don't know, 11 and but I don't know. I don't know. It's just I find shit like Dreamworld and I'm excited to play it. I'm having fun playing it, and then all of a sudden it just they take shits. The devs or whoever's in charge of it makes stupid decisions, and then all of a sudden it just craps out. Holy fucking shit. Good lord. How many fucking servers do you need? Cake Factory Isle. I do a freshy run on fucking Cherno or Deer Isle or something. Haven't been on Deer Isle in a while. Let's go to Deer Isle. We'll do a freshy run on Deer Isle. Yeah, Dreamland is or Dreamworld is taking a shit. It's constantly crashing now. How you doing, Anthony? It's all Will's fault. Nope, got nothing to do with Will. Nothing to do with Will. Oh, and I got a new headset. Not a headset, but I got new earbuds so that I don't have to have this big bulky headset with a fucking mic on it and shit. in my face, and I need to figure out how to hook that up so that everything gets channeled through the headset. Whereas right now, everything seems to be coming out of every set of speakers that are connected to my PCs. So that's why I get the weird echoes and shit like that. Oceanville, Portland, Old Town, Greenville, Gulag. Uh, uh, Oceanville on Freshy Island, I guess. I don't know. Old Town. I don't want to be out there. Portland. Uh, Greenville. Oh, Greenville's way down there. Well, if I did Greenville, I could go past Camp Wolf, some military gear, and then head. I'm I'm just guessing, but it's probably gonna be right there. Where it'll be in one of these spots around here, or here at Groot's Hill. Will be one of the traders. I'm guessing. I don't know. We'll start off over here in Greenville. That sounds like a good spot to start. Oh, we're way out in the field. Uh, oh, this dude really hate this fucking character. Bald headed dick. Cue ball. This guy's a cue ball. Oh, you know what we should do? We should go up there. Just to check. Because I've been up there a few times. And it looks like they've added some shit up there. Fucking audio on this is so low. I'm shivering and I'm cold. Yep. Groot Hill Trader. Yep. How could I guess? Everybody trades at Groot Hill. Need to find some tasty victuals. Cake and pie are equally good. Neither is better, but what is this? That almost looks like they made that. Did they make that? Just like some kind of fucking freaky thing. This fucking fight zone or something. It looks like some kind of fight zone. I don't know. I don't know. Oh yeah, it's got a darn shit. Oh, is this somebody's fucking base? Um, 300 AC. Hmm. Craft some rags. Oh, now I gotta pee. I thought that was a dude, but it's not. Wait, is that a well? Can I drink out of that well? Yeah. Good deal. But can I fill up my bottle from the well? Not all these wells that they have are worthwhile. Can I fill this up here? Oh, I can. Good deal. Something else I noticed on here is you can't drink the entire bottle. You have to leave just a little bit in there and refill it. If you drain it completely, you can't refill it. I don't know if that's on all servers or some servers or just the vanilla plastic fucking bottles. Bolt. Ooh, sharpening stone. We'll take that. That'll be good for sharpening our slapula. Woo, woo. Or slapula. Frying pan here. Holy crashing. I want to say we could try to get that, but oh, there's fucking forgot about that. There's hunting stands around this area too. Just gotta be careful because I think there's bear spawns right here too. Although this is a modded server, so that may be not the case anymore. Oh, you cheap mother. Fucus. Fucus. Bunch of fucus. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Climb, climb. Hello, keyboard, climb. Thank you. Oh, 357 rounds. Oh. Uh, the table. Which I don't think that was there before. That might be, I want to say that's modded in. Hey, yeah. Ooh, vest though. I'll take your vest. Thank you very much. Only has 16 slots, but that'll work for now. It's working for now. How now, brown cow? Okay, it was kind of meh. Or eat our apple. The apple doesn't really do us a whole lot of good. Maybe we'll find a sheep or some chickens or something down here. Down the hill. See how nice Daisy runs? This is how fucking Dreamworld was running. I mean, it was smooth. It ran really great. And now it runs like shit. Bad Granny, get off me. Oh, you fucking bitch. She scratched me. I'll kick your ass, you fucking home. Okay, well, you had a hatchet, so. But now I'm going to skin and quarter you and see if I can get some guts. If I can get some guts, I can make a rope. And if I can make some ropes and some bones and, that's sad. You can't get guts and bones from them. That's kind of sad. That's a little sad. That's a bit on the sad and pathetic side. It's sad and pathetic. Oh, I thought there was a chopper flying towards me, but it's just a glob of something probably coughed out on my screen. Gross. Gross. That's gross. We need to find us some victuals. We need some victuals because we're still hungry and we're burning massive amounts of calories. Ooh, the new earbuds that I got though. Wow. Really good sound in them, by the way. What, can I not? Oh. The organizational skills of the servers are terrible. Just saying. Terrible. I'm not going to take that though. I need the room for other stuff. Oh, look, a peacoat. That's way better than my fucking shitty stuff that I have already. Okay. Turn this into rags. Rags. Rags-a-roni. Oh, 2 rags. Half a stack. No food, huh? Oh, crackers. I need some crackers to go with my apple. This dude's got a fucking backpack. Got a big backpack. Come here, homie. Oh, pristine mountain bag. Ooh, and matches and food. That was mighty generous of you, homie. I appreciate the donation. I'm going to put that in my vest. And I'm going to put that in my vest as well. Much, much better. And break that down. I mean, it's a giant red fucking backpack, but Oh, holy fuck. Orf, orf, orf. Like a fucking dog mask. Best insulation. High insulation. I like the Shimog looking fucking scarf deal better. What's that? Ooh, padded gloves. We will take your padded gloves and we're gonna eat our whatever that is. Liver pate. I'm eating my liver. Well, not my liver, but a goose liver. I already got that. You fucking shit on, dude. Helmets. I need helmets? Nah. I never run with helmets unless I can attach a fucking items to it. Oh, is this so fucking working well? How the fuck did he spot me from way over there? Broke ass motherfuckers got nothing on them. Little shitbirds. Little shitbirds. That's what they are. Just little shitbirds. Oh, laid Karen out pretty hard there. Karen went down pretty hard. Rubber slugs. Ew. Oh, it's a lovely pink raincoat. Oh, no, 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 no. Rags. Rags. We want rags. You see that? It says armband, but shows rags. Bunch of adults. Derp a derp a derp a derp.
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, motherfucker. What's up, yo? Hi, Looney. Oh, I'm out of practice with the keyboard here. I'm out of practice for DayZ with the keyboard. Oh, Karen, you're so loud and annoying. You need to sit down and shut the fuck up. How you doing, Looney? Hopefully I fixed whatever I did that fucked up my VOD recordings. Sunday night's VOD did not get recorded because I was fucking around with it. Tired as hell. That's no bueno. Then again, I would expect no less from Looney, as he's always fucking working all the fucking time. Get some rest. Lay back, relax. I'll put a story on for you. You can chill out, go to sleep. Get some rest. Get some rest. What the? Okay. I guess we'll take the scorpion. This makes me think that was dropped. I need food. I need food. An apple and some crackers is not cutting it. Alright, well, get you some rest. I'll probably still be on when you get back up. See how frustrated DayZ can make me. Fishball cat. Oh, cowboy hat. Yeah. Shotgun. Wow, Mountain Bag's only 56 slots now. Is that what one of the last updates was? They changed the fucking inventory size? If they did, that was fucking moronic. And I have no chill about saying that. That's fucking stupid. If that's something that was changed by the devs on purpose, that's just fucking horrible. Horribly fucking tragic and stupid on their part. And that's something horrible. Horrible and tragic. I'm gonna add in these cool new fucking buildings if they're not gonna put fucking loot spawns in them. Give you a oh, they give you a fucking place to cook though, but no loot spawns. Wow, world's smallest kitchen. Yeah, see, what's the point of putting this fucking shit in here if I'm not gonna give you loot spawns? They give you all this fucking space to have to run around and loot with nothing in it. You devs suck dick. The devs suck each other. That's wrong, but I think they need to spend a little more time working on the game and a little less time blowing blowing uh, each other's fucking cocks, I guess. I don't know. Blowing smoke up each other's asses with saying, oh, that's a good idea. Let's do that. No, that's stupid. Don't do that. Stop sucking each other off at work. Because you're obviously not staying focused on the task at hand. Fucking retards. Fucking artards. Work harder, not fucking less. Cool looking assets are fine as long as you make it lootable instead of just ludicrous. Dimwits, dim bulbs, dumb shits, dim rods. Gotta keep it at a jog. Jog, jog, jog. Um, okay, we got 4 shots with that. Got 100 rounds of 300 AAC and a shotgun with nothing in it. Yeah. Head into the pub lodge. Looking for a can of food. Wow, this place is picked over. Picked over, baby. ski goggles. Oh. From the 80s. The 80s called. They want their fucking goggles back, bitch. And the jogging on down the road. Come here, Terry. Ooh, Terry had some fucking shit on it. Ow. I want to hear wolves. Ah, can of food. Can of food. Terry's brother Terry had nothing for me. I hear a ow. Although that's probably at the boss area. Karen got slapped with my spatula. Yeah, shit. This bag. I need to pee. I need to pee. Open my can of food. Open my can of food. We will eat our sardines. Mmm. I need a Vinny's cheese pizza. I can put my sardines on it. And then I'm gonna lie back. I'm gonna go take a leak real quick. I will be right back, guys. Just chill out, make sure the wolves and bears don't eat me. Okay. I hear whoop bells. Collectibles, no vehicles. Oh, okay. That's why. That's why. These guys restructured all their stuff and they did a bunch of stuff that's weird on it. Just saying. They did some stuff that's weird and it doesn't really work right. Like you're not supposed to be able to, or the wolves and bears and shit aren't supposed to be able to get out of the collectibles areas, the black market areas and shit, and they do. They fucking glitch right out of it. They get ejected right over the fucking fences and shit. And it's funny. And it's also very kind of stupid, but just me. It was the door thing. That was the door thing. Hi, Silky. How are you? How you doing, buddy? Yeah, see that's collectibles over there. And there's bears and shit in there, and they fucking glitch right through the fucking walls and stuff, just like normal. Bears and wolves and shit. Yeah, that's gotta be way better than a baseball bat. Just saying. I mean, it's definitely gonna be worth more. Combat gloves. What combat gloves? Best. Much better than well, not much better, but definitely better. My hunting vest. You RV inside, but just saying. R700. Ow! Got all the guns and I got no ammo. Ooh, tactical vest or field vest? I mean, they're both 20 slots, but that tactical vest looks so much better. just a personal preference, but we go KA-74 or do we go fucking SKS with an internal mag of 10 rounds? Ooh, you know what? Dropping the shotgun. Gonna carry the SKS. Ugh. I hate that they fucking resize everything. That's so annoying. They don't want you to be able to put nothing in their fucking inventory. Because we're fucking dicks. Oh, yeah? Eat a fucking bag of fucking peanuts, motherfuckers. Ooh, yeah, there we go. 76239. Now we can have an SKS to defend ourselves. 3-round mag. Swap out Hunter boots. Hunter boots. Oh yeah. Cobra sight. We'll put the Cobra sight on there. I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid to put a sight on there. Cobra sights. Eh. 20 pants are smaller. Spatula, spatula. Ow. Correct me if I'm wrong, but they did resize the inventories on everything, didn't they? They resized all the inventories in game. The devs did. And they fucked it all up and made everything fucking tiny. If they're gonna do that, why don't they just take away fucking, just remove all the fucking inventories? Your pants don't have pockets. Your shirt doesn't have any fucking storage space. Oh my god. AK 101s. Okay, we're going AK 101. Take the rounds out of there. Rounds out of that. Take that and load. Ow. Okay, we got it. Fucking game, man. This fucking game. Rounds in there. Almost one full mag. I'm keeping the SKS because the chances of finding the ammo for that are probably better. Probably better than most items. It's DMR mag. I want to take that, but it's a battery powered site and it's just gonna fuck shit up. I put that on this. I don't know, man. I don't know. No cans of bacon, though. That's kind of sucking. Oh, much better tactical goggles. Oh, feels so much better now. And I just found a fucking KAM mag. Are you fucking kidding me? Oh, fuck you. Fuck you. Okay, we need to do this. Uh, okay, so we're gonna go grab the AK. It's in here. Yeah, it was in the bathroom, huh? We take the AK or do we take the AK 101? Well, we have an AK 101. We don't need a second one, but we're going to take that AK. Oh. Combat site. Ew. Ew, combat site. Gross. 4.6 by 30? Which gun that is. Hmm. 76254. Oh, yeah. There we go. That's what we was looking for. Hell to the motherfucking yeah. Oh, excuse me. Hate that. Okay. Let's do this. Oh, that out. Out. Powdered lemon lime drink. That out. That. Take our water bottle. We'll mix up a lemon lime fortified with vitamins and minerals lemon lime drink. Ah, that will do good for us. And we're gonna eat, 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 eat. And we're gonna change our yellow apple to white. Get for some hot stuff, baby, this evening. Sorry, I know I'm a terrible singer. Beef shredded in barbecue sauce. Ugh. But in the event of a zombie apocalypse or in the face of looming imminent death, fuck it. Not a big barbecue sauce fan. Never been a big barbecue sauce fan, but if I was starving to death, I would definitely eat it. Um, shit. You know what? I'm throwing that fucking shit out. Tortillas should not take up that much space. Tortillas are not that big. And a chocolate chip cookie better be that fucking big, man. That better be a fucking monster fucking chocolate chunk fucking cookie. Oh, goddamn. We fucking went right through that motherfucker. Oh, I need one fucking rag, dude. One fucking rag. Stuff pristine or broken. Let's make it pristine, shall we? Don't need this shit jamming up on us. Okay, mags are pristine. That's nice. I wish that was. I wish I could fit this into the AK 101. I wish that was 100 rounds of 5.56, but just not gonna happen. The field vest, field vest. Oh shit! That 9x39. It is. That's suppressed. I don't think that's suppressed, but yeah, it's not suppressed. But do have rounds for that. So we're taking it. Guess what's getting thrown out? Oh, you mother. Eating my cookie in the watchtower. Oh, yeah? Blah, 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 all you want. It's my cookie and I'm eating it now, yeah. You can go and fuck yourself. Oh, they fucked this shit right up. Mm. Fucking shit on, bitch. Um, so we're gonna take this. There, that right there. That right there. That right there. There. Ammo. BR 700 mag, just in case. All you guys had was a fucking hat between three dudes? Oh, you guys are pathetic. Oh. Hello? Looking for some more food, yeah. Even though our belly's full. Always gotta have a little bit of extra food, right? Ugh. Except for the unknown can of food. Can't say that I trust the unknown can of food. Still, after all this time, still don't trust it. Gonna make me barf. Guys want me to put the stories back on? I do. I'm gonna put the story back on. H.P. Lovecraft, Mist of Millbrook. Put that back on.
Down her spine as she saw the mist for a tendril-like mass creeping down Main Street with an unnatural yellowish tinge. I don't know, Frank. Something about this doesn't feel right. Maggie, Frank, and Mrs. Abernathy stood by the window, watching as the
Abernathy's. If there's an Abernathy around you,
other
there's
library
always
patrons
gonna
were
be
trying to gather around
problems.
them, their faces a mix of curiosity and growing concern. "I've never seen anything like it," whispered Jenny, Maggie's young assistant. "It's like the fog has a mind of its own." Frank nodded grimly. "It's moving against the wind. That's not natural." As they discussed the approaching fog, Mrs. Abernathy clutched her book tighter, her knuckles whitening. "History has a way of repeating itself," she murmured, more to herself than to Maggie. "And some wounds
I think this is the story that inspired Stephen King's The Mist.
Muffling sounds and distorting familiar shapes.
Except he did something different with his story.
Sound oddly warped and fading quickly.
He
"Look,"
showed how
cried Mr. Bond,
quickly
pointing
the
towards the town
human
center. "What's happening to the statue? The fog had reached the bronze statue of the
Personas
town clock.
change.
As it swirled around the monument, the metal seemed to ripple and warp, the figure's features twisting into an agonized grimace before being swallowed completely by the mist. Mrs. Abernathy's hand tightened on her book. "It's starting," she murmured, her voice barely audible. Suddenly, the library door burst open. Two men stumbled in, supporting a third with a bloody, torn leg. "Something attacked us in the fog," one gasped. Frank helped lower the injured man onto a chair. "What happened?" "We were in the park when the fog rolled in," the second man explained, his eyes wide. "We heard whispers. Ain't no language I ever heard. The paths kept changing, and then this thing appeared." The injured, pale-faced man murmured, "Not human. Too many limbs and eyes. Tentacles. That's when it got his leg," the first man added. "We managed to pull him away in the
Ooh,
end.
cargo
Somehow,
pants.
we ended up here." Mrs. Abernathy stepped forward, her face gray. "It's worse than I feared," she said. "The veil is thinning faster this time. We have to do something." Before anyone could question her, a child's scream pierced the air outside, quickly swallowed by the fog. Maggie's blood ran cold. "Mike," she whispered, panic rising. "He's out there." Maggie bolted for the door. "Mike's out there. I have to find him." Frank caught her arm, his face a mask of concern and professional
Wait,
dignity.
can I not
"Maggie,
fucking...
wait. We can't just rush out there. It's not safe. That's my son, Frank." Maggie's voice cracked
Oh.
with desperation. Frank looked around the room, taking in the frightened faces of the townsfolk who had sought
Well, I
refuge
can't
in the
cut it up
fog.
for one rag to
He was
make a
responsible
belt.
for all of them,
That kind of
but he also
sucks.
knew the anguish of a parent fearing for their child. "Listen," he said, lowering his voice. "I understand, I do. But I can't let you go out there alone. And I can't leave these people unprotected." Mrs. Abernathy stepped forward.
Looking
"Sheriff
for
is
some
on the
hot
way.
stuff,
You're right
baby,
to be
this
cautious, but we can't
evening.
abandon the boy. Perhaps a small group could go while you organize things here?" Frank hesitated, weighing his options. Finally, he nodded. "All right, here's what we'll do. Maggie, you and I will go look for Mike. Mrs. Abernathy, you seem to know something about what's happening. Will you come with us?" The old woman nodded solemnly. Frank turned to address the room. "Jenny, you're in charge here. Lock the doors. Don't let anyone in unless you're absolutely sure it's safe. Mr. Thompson, you've got hunting experience, right? You keep everyone safe. Everyone else, stay calm and stay together." He faced Maggie and Mrs. Abernathy. "We go out, we find Mike, and we come straight back. No heroics, no detours. Understood?" Maggie nodded, relief and determination mingling on her face. "Okay, let's move," Frank said, checking his gun. "And everyone, be careful. We don't know what we're facing." Maggie nodded, relief flooding her face. She turned to Mrs. Abernathy. "Are you sure you'll be okay to come with us?" The old woman hesitated, fear and something else, guilt, flashing across her face. But then she squared her shoulders. "Yes, yes, I'll come. Perhaps this time I can make it right." As they gathered supplies and prepared to venture into the mist, Maggie couldn't shake the feeling that they were stepping into something far beyond their understanding. She thought of Mike, alone and scared in that unnatural fog, and steeled herself for whatever lay ahead. With a last look at the frightened faces of those left behind, Maggie, Frank, and Mrs. Abernathy stepped out into the swirling yellow mist. The fog seemed to reach for them, tendrils curling around their ankles as the library door swung shut behind them with a final sounding click. "Stay close," Frank muttered, his flashlight beam cutting a weak path through the murk. "And keep your eyes open for anything unusual." They moved slowly down Main Street. The familiar storefronts and housing
Okay, this
associations
shit's
took
new.
on a sinister air in the sickly yellow haze. The silence was oppressive, broken only by their footsteps and the occasional
Or
distant,
it's
muffled
modded in.
sound that might have been a voice, or something else entirely. Mike? Maggie called out, her voice sounding flat and lifeless in the dense air. Mike, where are you?
Probably
Mrs.
modded
Abernathy
in.
placed a wrinkled hand on Maggie's arm. Careful, dear, we don't know what Mike answered. As they pressed on, the fog seemed to thicken, obscuring everything beyond a few feet. Shapes moved at the edge of their vision, always disappearing when looked at directly. Mrs. Abernathy, Frank said, his voice low. You said this happened before. What exactly did people see back then? The old woman turned her eyes distant. Over 50 years ago, she began, but then stopped, shaking her head. No, you wouldn't believe me. Nobody does. Frank stepped closer, his voice low and urgent. Mrs. Abernathy, we've got people out here in a fog that's acting like something out of a cheap horror movie. At this point, I'm willing to believe just about anything.
Yeah, like a
Mrs.
cheap horror
Abernathy
movie.
sighed, suddenly looking every one of her years. It came before when I was young. People disappeared. Things happened. Things that don't make sense in the light of day. What kind of things? Maggie pressed. Time bent. People saw things. Other things. Things that should not be. Mrs. Abernathy's voice
The
dropped.
thing that should not
We've
be.
always stopped it. I thought.
Draft rags.
But it's back. And it's stronger. Maggie caught Mrs. Abernathy's arm as the old woman's face looking faint. Are you all right? The old woman was quiet for a moment, her eyes distant. It was 55 years ago. It started much like this, she finally said. The fog rolled in and people got lost. But then the
Craft a
visions
rope,
began.
then craft a
Maggie felt
belt,
a chill
and
run
then
down her
stick
spine.
my spatula
Visions?
in my
Mrs.
belt.
Abernathy nodded. People saw things, impossible things. Loved ones long dead, walking and talking as if they were alive. Glimpses of other times, other places. Some claimed they saw things that shouldn't exist. There was an old woman, too. Mrs.
The thing
Abernathy
that
added,
should
her
not
voice
be.
barely above a whisper. She came out of the fog, raving about things to come. We thought she was mad, but now I wonder. Frank's grip tightened on his flashlight. What happened to those people? Some died, Mrs. Abernathy whispered. Others were found wandering, injured, and babbling about monsters and demons. And some came back changed. They were never quite right after that. Maggie swallowed hard, trying to push away thoughts of what Mike might be experiencing. And the old woman you mentioned, the one who came out of the fog, Mrs. Abernathy's face twisted with an emotion Maggie couldn't quite name. Ah, yes, her. No one knew where she came from. She just appeared that night, in the thick of it all. She was raving about closing it
Into the
and
thick of it.
preventing catastrophes.
Into the thick of it.
Everyone thought she was mad and even dangerous. What happened to her? Frank asked. She disappeared back into the fog. Mrs. Abernathy's
Oh
sighed.
yeah, some
She
more
tried to
9
warn us,
mil.
she said. She said it would all happen again, but we had to be ready. As Mrs. Abernathy spoke, the fog around them seemed to pulse and shift. Shadows deepened, taking on strange, angular shapes that hurt the eyes to look at directly. In the distance, something that might have been a scream echoed, cut off abruptly. Look, Maggie gasped, pointing. In the mist ahead, a figure was taking shape. It was hard to make out at first, but as it solidified, Maggie felt her heart stop. It was Mike, standing still and silent, his back to them. Mike, Maggie cried.
Well, if nothing else, I'm color
But Mrs.
coordinated.
Abernathy's iron grip on her arm held her back. Wait, the old woman warned with her eyes wide. That might not be your son. As if in response to her words, the figure of Mike slowly began to turn. And as it did, Maggie realized with growing horror that
That's
Mrs.
actually kind of
Abernathy was
annoying
right.
when they
Whatever
mod
this
in
thing
shit
was, it
and
wasn't her
then
son.
there's
The
no
face that
loot
turned to her
spawns
son was Mike's, and
on
yet
it.
not Mike's. The eyes were too dark, too deep, like windows into an infinite void. and the smile that spread across its face was far too wide, filled with too many teeth. Mom,
I
it
need
said in a
some
voice that was
teddy
low and yet
bears.
terribly, horribly wrong. I've been waiting for you. Maggie stumbled backward, her heart pounding. Frank raised his gun, so his hand
Well, at
flew
least
to
we're
his
nice
side.
and warm now.
What was that thing? He whispered hoarsely. Mrs. Abernathy stepped forward, her eyes narrowed. It's not your son, Maggie. It's something else. Something from deep in the fog. The thing wearing Mike's face tilted its head, its too wide smile never faltering. Don't you want to come with me, Mom? There's so much to see in the fog. Maggie felt tears welling up in her eyes.
Oh,
Here's my real son,
Karen.
Mrs. Abernathy's voice was low and urgent. Don't talk to me, Maggie. We need to move. Now, as they began to back away,
Ooh,
the creature's
battery.
form started to dip
Hello,
and close,
battery.
its features melting like wax. Maggie had to stifle a scream as it began to elongate, limbs stretching impossibly long, fingers
There
extending
we
into
go.
claws.
Yeah.
Frank shouted, firing a shot that seemed to be swallowed by the fog. They turned and fled, the sound of something large moving through the mist behind them. As they ran, Mrs. Abernathy began to speak, her words coming in breathless gasps. The three of them huddled in the alley, the fog pressing in around them. Mrs.
It's the
Abernathy's
fog
eyes were
pootering
teary,
out of
caught
nowhere
by memories
and
long forgotten.
disappearing just as
The
fast.
fog. It's not just fog, she began, her voice barely above a whisper. It's a gateway, a tear in reality itself. And I saw how it all began. Maggie and Frank leaned in, their faces a mix of fear and curiosity. Mrs. Abernathy took a shaky breath. It was
380.
that night. I was
Ew.
just a girl, out with my boyfriend Tom, out at the lake on Lover's Lane. We saw lights in the woods, heard chanting. We should have run, but we were young and foolish. Her voice trembled as she continued. There was a group performing some kind of ritual. They were trying to open a doorway to somewhere else, somewhere wrong. We watched, hidden, as they chanted around a bonfire. Then something started to appear in the flames. Frank's brow furrowed. What was it? I don't know, Mrs. Abernathy admitted. It was vast and terrible, something that hurt to look at.
Was
He
Cthulhu.
had his hunting rifle. He thought he could stop it, protect us. Maggie gasped. He shot at
Purple
Mrs.
radar
Abernathy nodded
hat.
again. The moment the bullet struck, everything went mad. The fire exploded, and where it had been, a hole appeared, a void of absolute darkness, surrounded by this unnatural fog. Her eyes squeezed shut, reliving the terror. The fog started to grow, to spread, and as it did, the hole got bigger. It was hungry. It swallowed everything it touched. The cultists, they tried to run, but the fog caught them. I saw them disappear into that darkness, their screams cut off in an instant. And Tom? Maggie asked softly. A single tear rolled down Mrs. Abernathy's cheek. He pushed me, told me to run. The last I saw, he was being pulled into that void. I ran as fast as I could, the fog nipping at my heels. Somehow I made it to the church. But when I looked back, half the woods were
Good
gone,
old church.
swallowed by that hungry darkness.
Because
Frank's
Jeebus
face was red,
saves.
but it stopped. The fog, the hope,
Jeebus
it faded
saves.
eventually, Mrs. Abernathy said. But it never truly went away. And now it's growing again, stronger than before. Maggie's eyes widened with realization. And you think Mike might be in danger of being taken like
Oh,
Tom was? Mrs.
24.
Abernathy nodded solemnly. The fog is a gateway
Ugh.
to everywhere and
He-
nowhere. Some things we see are echoes of different times, past, future, might have beens. But the things from deep in the fog, from that void, they're not meant for our world. They feed on fear and suffering, and they'll do anything to break through fully, like pretending to be Mike? Maggie asked as a chill ran down her spine. Exactly, Mrs. Abernathy confirmed. They'll use our deepest desires, our greatest fears against us. We can't trust anything we see or hear in this fog. A distant, discordant music began to filter through the mist, beautiful and terrible all at once. Frank peered around the corner, his hand tightening on his gun. So how do we stop it? Mrs. Abernathy shook her head. I've spent my whole life trying to figure that out. But first, we need to
Well,
find Mike.
either somebody
We have to
ran
find
over
him
a
still
tree
out there,
or
still in the
somebody
snow.
cut it down
Maggie squared
to
her
make
shoulders,
a
trying to push
base.
down her fear. Thank you. I'm not leaving without him. The trio pressed on through the thickening fog, each step more treacherous than the last. Reality seemed to warp around them, buildings stretched and twisted, streets looped back on themselves impossibly. The air was filled with whispers and half-heard melodies that set their teeth on edge. Suddenly, Maggie froze. Did you hear that? A faint, familiar voice called out through the mist. Mom, Mom, where are you? Mike. Maggie cried, her heart leaping. She started forward, but Mrs. Abernathy grabbed her arm. Wait, the old woman cautioned. Remember what we saw before. It could be another trick. Frank nodded grimly. We approached together, slowly, eyes open for anything unusual. They moved cautiously toward the source of the voice. As they drew closer, they saw a huddled figure in the fog. It was Mike, curled up against the base of a lamppost, his eyes wide with fear. Maggie's breath caught in her throat. Mike? Honey, is that really you? The boy looked up, tears streaking his face. Mom? Oh God, Mom, I was so scared. Before Maggie could rush to him, Mrs. Abernathy stepped forward. She studied Mike intently, her eyes narrowed. After a moment, she nodded. It's him. This is the real Mike. Maggie didn't need to hear more. She ran to her son, enveloping him in a fierce hug. Oh, Mike,
Oh,
thank God you're safe. Mike clung to Maggie, trembling.
thank goodness.
Mom, the fog, it whispers. It tells you things, shows you things. She held Mike close, relief washing over her. Mike, honey, what happened? What did you see out there? Mike's eyes were wide, his voice barely above a whisper. Mom, it was.
Parkour.
It was like the whole world went wrong. And then I saw. Dad. Maggie's breath caught in her throat. Mike's father had died years ago. But it wasn't really him, Mike continued, his voice shaking. His eyes were all wrong, and then he smiled. Mom, there were too many teeth. I ran, but the streets kept changing. It was like the town was alive, trying to trap me. As Maggie comforted Mike, a low, ominous rumble filled the air. The fog around them began to churn and darken, taking on shapes that hurt the eyes to look at directly. Mrs. Abernathy's face paled. They're coming. The things from the void. They know we're
They're
about to.
coming.
Frank raised his gun.
They're
He knew it would be
coming.
useless against whatever was approaching. What do we do? The old woman's eyes hardened with resolve.
Oh, see,
We get
these
Mike out of
picnic
here.
tables are moved
Take him
too.
back to the
These,
library.
that's
He'll
different.
be safer there. What about you? Maggie asked, clutching Mike to her side. Mrs. Abernathy smiled sadly. Just go, dear. No, Maggie protested. We can't leave you here. What do you think I do in my bookstore every day, dear? I've been getting ready for this night, Mrs. Abernathy insisted. I'll be okay.
Oh, that's
I've
kind
learned a few
of,
things if it ever returned. Before
something's
anyone
wrong
knew how
with
to
your
stay,
fairy.
the darkness in the fog coalesced into writhing, tentacle-like
Your
shapes.
fairy seems to be
Faces formed in
sinking.
the mist, twisted, agonized visages that seemed to flicker between human and something decidedly not.
That's cool.
Go, Mrs. Abernathy shouted. Run and don't look back. As Maggie, Frank, and Mike turned to flee, Mrs. Abernathy stepped toward the encroaching groups. She began to chant in a language none of them recognized, her voice growing in power and volume. The entities recoiled for a moment, and then surged toward the old woman with renewed fury. Mrs. Abernathy stood her ground, her
This
arms
is cool as
outstretched as
fuck.
if
I
to
like
face the
this.
oncoming storm of darkness. back one last time as they ran. She saw Mrs. Abernathy enveloped by a writhing mass of shadows, her form glowing with an inner light that seemed to hold the darkness at bay. Then the fog closed in, cutting off the view. Maggie turned her attention back to the path ahead, guiding Mike through the...
Well, this would be a cool fucking boat if you could drive it.
Mrs. Abernathy's sacrifice, but she knew they couldn't let it be in vain. As they ran, the fog seemed to thin slightly, as if the old woman's actions had weakened its hold on the town. But Maggie knew the danger was far from over. Whatever Mrs. Abernathy had done, it was only a temporary reprieve. The library loomed ahead, a beacon of safety in the surrounding mist. As they approached, Maggie couldn't shake the feeling that this was only the beginning.
You got a crow's nest,
Abernathy
sorta.
was gone, but the mysteries she had
Look
hinted at
out.
remained. With determination to get them all to
Roxanne!
Frank ushered Maggie and Mike into the library. As the door closed behind her, Maggie cast one last look at the fog-shrouded street. Somewhere out there was Mrs. Abernathy. Was she going to make it? Miles away, yet somehow right beside them, Mrs. Abernathy faced the encroaching horrors. The fog around her pulsed with a level of energy, but she stood her ground. She thought of Maggie and Mike, of all the people in the town. She stood alone, surrounded by writhing shadows and impossible geometries. The entities from the void pressed in, their hunger palpable. But she was not defenseless.
Your vote doesn't
Drawn
matter.
upon
Join the
knowledge
chat
gathered
or
over
join the
decades, she began to weave a spell
server.
of protection and banishment. Ancient words tumbled from her lips, each syllable burning with power. The air crackled with eldritch energy as she fought back against the encroaching darkness.
Ooh, hunter
Memories
pants.
flashed through her mind, years of research, forbidden
Oh,
and the weight of terrible secrets.
medium. Medium insulation. They changed the fucking
that existed beyond human hearing. Mrs.
insulation
Abernathy
on
pressed
shit
her
too.
voice rising to a fevered pitch. The fog around her began to spin, forming a vortex that tore at the fabric of reality
Oh,
itself.
Vega.
With a sound like space,
Vega
a
shotgun.
light opened in the air before
But I
her.
have no
Mrs.
Vega
Abernathy
magazine.
didn't hesitate. She plunged
Nor
forward,
do I have
leaving the howling
any
voice
shotgun
reach her
ammo.
mind. She tumbled through a maelstrom of time and space, catching glimpses of other worlds, other possibilities. Her mind reeled, teetering on the brink of madness.
My
When she
nose
finally
is
emerged, she found
dry.
herself on a familiar street, but
My
somewhere
nose
else.
is dry.
The fog was there, but thinner.
Battery.
The buildings looked different, older, yet somehow less weathered. With a startle, Mrs. Abernathy realized where she was. Her legs moved of their own accord, carrying her through streets she knew by heart.
Jalapeno
The town
cheese
was eerie and
spread.
quiet, save for the distant sound of voices. She followed the noise, her heart pounding with a terrible suspicion. The church loomed before her, its windows glowing with warm light.
These used to have spawn points on top of them, but
Mrs. Abernathy pushed open the heavy wooden doors, and a hush fell over the crowd. Dozens of faces turned to stare at her, faces she recognized, but younger. So much younger. And there, in the front pew, sat a young woman with wide, frightened eyes. Mrs. Abernathy felt her breath catch in her throat as she recognized her younger self. The girl couldn't have been more than 20. Her chestnut hair
some barbecue sauce.
her hands clutching a worn prayer book.
Crunchy
It was
barbecue
like looking
sauce.
into a mirror of the past, seeing the person she once was before the weight of knowledge and years had bent her shoulders and lined her
The
face.
full
The
baked
shock was too
potato.
much for her already fragile psyche. Mrs. Abernathy felt something snap inside her mind, like a rubber band stretched beyond its limit. She began to laugh, a high, wailing sound that held no mirth, only the broken edges of a shattered reality.
Now we're getting some food.
To me, she cried, her voice.
Now that we filled our apple up
You must stop.
all the way.
Close the loop, or it will all happen again. The townsfolk recoiled, murmuring in fear and confusion. The young woman stood, her face a mask of horror and fascination. Who are you? The young woman asked, her voice trembling. What are you talking about? Mrs. Abernathy lurched forward, grabbing her younger self by the shoulders. You, it's you. Don't you see? We did this. We will do this. We have to close it. You have to go back further. Now it will never close. The world seemed to spin around her. Mrs. Abernathy's words devolved into incoherent babbling, a stream of warnings and prophecies that made no sense to anyone but her. She saw flashes of the future, Sarah, Mike, the library full of frightened people. She saw the entities from the void, waiting in the spaces between. And through it all, she saw herself trapped in an endless loop of discovery, terror, and madness. As the last vestiges of her sanity slipped away, Mrs. Abernathy felt hands grabbing her, pulling her away from her younger self. She didn't resist. She knew what came next. They would throw her out into the fog, where she would vanish. The cycle would continue. It had always continued. As the church doors closed behind her, Mrs. Abernathy stumbled into the mist. Her laughter echoed through the empty streets, the sound of pure, broken despair. The fog swirled around her, welcoming her back into its embrace. And somewhere in the depths of time and space, the entities of the void waited patiently. They had all the time in the world. After all, the loop would always bring her back to them. The fog thickened, obscuring Mrs. Abernathy from view. Her laughter faded, replaced by the soft, insidious whisper of the mist. Time turned once more, ready to begin the cycle anew. In the church, the young woman stared at the closed doors, a chill running down her spine. She couldn't shake the feeling that something fundamental had changed, that she had just witnessed the beginning of a nightmare that would haunt her for the rest of her life. Little did she know, the nightmare had already been haunting her for longer than she could imagine.
$357 round. I need something with more cargo space. Oh, black. Always into black. Black is best. Oh, yeah. Get a sight on it. Eating my potato, mighty, mighty tater. It's the mighty, mighty potato. If I have to, I will dump the AK. But what I need is a bigger bag. Oh, you mother fudge nugget. Throw that out. And throw that out. That. Right there. And there. Want that? No. See if I can fill that back up at the well. It probably won't let me, but we'll try it. If it won't let me fill it at the well, then we'll drink all of it and then see if it'll let me fill it at the well. But I doubt that will happen either. Yeah, see, they changed that, and now you can no longer fill your fucking plastic bottles, which is fucking bullshit, dude. That's so irritating. Oh, we're all wet. We need a marshmallow backpack. Got Tetra. Okay, mag. Oh. Yeah. 7 rounds. 7 rounds. Spin that. Ding, fries are done. Ding, fries are done. I want to keep that. Netting, netting. Don't be forgetting your netting. They took all the spawn points off the ship. Ugh. See, this is what's driving me away from AZ. Removing all the fucking spawn points and shit off of everything. Ugh. Fuck it. Take the spawn points off of all the fucking shit aboard the ships and stuff, and moving shit around. It's the zombie apocalypse, man. Nobody's doing that shit. Nobody's fucking moving stuff. Nobody's adding fucking stuff to the maps. If anything, they'd be taking shit out and it would never come back, you know? It's like the old meme is for fucking The Walking Dead. Who the fuck's going around mowing all the lawns? Oh, of course. K-74 mag. Just 545. No streamer loot in here. I can tell you that much. No streamer loot for me. Wrong buttons. Pushing wrong buttons.
Emotional damage.
Oh no, not emotional damage. Hi, y'all. How are you? How's it going? How you doing? How's your day going? Sorry, guys, I gotta doing shit in the middle of stream. Terrible streamer. Bad streamer. Bad streamer. It's alright, though. We're good. All good. Doing well, I hope. It's like they took all the loot spawns off the ship. All except for like a couple of them. Because the ships used to be really, really good for getting loot off of them. But you had to be the first one there, you know? It's all just kind of a race. Whoever got there first got all the loot. Instead, now people just stay the fuck away from it because there's nothing here. Yeah. Okay, so do we save this? Oh, I don't think I should get rid of the light bulb. We'll eat our mighty, mighty potato. Our mighty, mighty uncooked potato. It's the mighty, mighty potato. You like the mighty, mighty potato? Oops, wrong button. Don't do that. Okay, well, if we find an FX45 on here with no mag in it, we can put one round in it and have a fully loadable gun. By the way, this battery can go in there. Just in case it goes nighttime before we get to where we're going. We want a little more Lovecraftian horror. I think we should do more Lovecraft horror. Mm-hmm. Oops. Be like H.P. Lovecraft. Was
had been
quite.
imposing on the veteran scientist. These responses. The sensitive students shudder at the Puritan age in Massachusetts.
Maybe we turn that volume down just a little bit. Oh.
The Unnameable by H.P. Lovecraft.
He was a creepy fucker for
We were sitting
back
on
in
a
the
dilapidated
day.
17th century tomb in the late afternoon of an autumn day at the old burying ground in Arkham, and speculating about the Unnameable. Looking toward the giant willow in the center of the cemetery, whose trunk has nearly engulfed an ancient, illegible slab, I had made a fantastic remark about the spectral and unmentionable nourishment the colossal roots must be sucking in from that hoary, charnel earth, when my friend chided me for such nonsense and told me that since no interments had occurred there for over a century, nothing could possibly exist to nourish the tree in other than an ordinary manner. Besides, he added, my constant talk about unnameable and unmentionable things was a very puerile device, quite in keeping with my lowly standing as an author. I was too fond of ending my stories with sights or sounds which paralyzed my heroes' faculties and left them without courage, words, or associations to tell what they had experienced. We know things, he said, only through our five senses, or our religious intuitions. Wherefore it is quite impossible to refer to any object or spectacle which cannot be clearly depicted by the solid definitions of fact, or the correct doctrines of theology.
What the
Preferably
fuck?
those of the Congressionalists, with whatever modifications tradition and Sir Arthur Conan Doyle may supply. With this friend, Joel Manton, I had often languidly
I doubt that
He was
this
principal of
is
the East High School,
stronger than
born and
my
bred in Boston, and
spatula.
sharing New England's self-satisfied
Oh my god,
deference
it's
to the
fucking
delicate overtones of
six
life.
fucking
It was his view that only
6
our
slots
small,
long?
objective
Holy
experiences
fuck.
possess any aesthetic significance, and that it is the province of the artist not so much to rouse strong emotion by action, ecstasy, and astonishment as to maintain a placid interest and appreciation by accurate, detailed transcripts of everyday affairs. Especially did he object to my preoccupation with the mystical and the unexplained. For although believing in the supernatural much more fully than I, he would not admit that it is sufficiently commonplace for literary treatment. That a mind can find its greatest pleasure in escapes from the daily treadmill and in original and dramatic recombinations of images usually thrown by habit and fatigue into the hackneyed patterns of actual existence was something virtually incredible to his clear, practical, and logical intellect. With him, all things and feelings had fixed dimensions, properties, causes, and effects. And although he vaguely knew that the mind sometimes holds visions and sensations of far less geometrical, classifiable, and workable nature,
Put that in
he
there.
believed himself justified in drawing an arbitrary line and ruling out of court all that cannot be experienced and understood by the average citizen. Besides,
But
he was
I
almost
can
sure
take
the
the
topic
13
of
rounds
being
out of
unnameable.
it.
It didn't sound sensible to him. Though I well realized the futility of imaginative and metaphysical arguments against the complacency of an orthodox sun-dweller, something in the scene of this afternoon colloquy moved me to more than usual contentiousness. The crumbling slate slabs, the patriarchal trees, and the centuried gambrel roofs of the witch-haunted old town that stretched around all combined to rouse my spirit in defense of my work, and I was soon carrying my thrusts into the enemy's own country. It was not, indeed, difficult to begin a counterattack, for I knew that Joel Manton actually half clung to many old wives' superstitions which sophisticated people had long outgrown. Beliefs in the appearance of dying persons at distant places, and in the impressions left by old faces on the windows through which they had gazed all their lives. To credit these whisperings of rural grandmothers, I now insisted, argued a faith in the existence of spectral substances on the earth apart from and subsequent to their material counterparts. It argued a capability of believing in phenomena beyond all normal notions. For if a dead man can transmit
And then
his
they took
visible or
all the
tangible
fucking
image
loot
half across
spawns out of the
or down
hospitals.
the stretch of the centuries, how can it be
What's
absurd
up
to
with
suppose
that?
that deserted houses are full of queer
I don't
sentient
get it.
beings, or that
I
old
really don't.
graveyards teem with the terrible, unbodied intelligence of generations? And since spirit, in order to cause all the manifestations attributed to it, cannot be limited by any of the laws of matter, why is it extravagant to imagine psychically living dead things in shapes, or absences of shapes, which must, for human spectators, be utterly and appallingly unnameable? Common sense, reflecting on these subjects, I assured my friend with some warmth, is merely a stupid absence of imagination and mental flexibility. Twilight had now approached, but neither of us felt any wish to cease speaking. Manton seemed unimpressed by my arguments, and eager to refute them, having that confidence in his own opinions which had doubtless caused his success as a teacher, whilst I was too sure of my ground to fear defeat. The dusk fell, and lights faintly gleamed in some of the distant windows, but we did not move. Our seat on the tomb was very comfortable, and I knew that my prosaic friend would not mind the cavernous rift in the ancient, root-disturbed brickwork close behind us, or the utter blackness of the spot brought by the intervention of a tottering, deserted 17th century house between us and the nearest lighted road. There in the dark, upon that riven tomb by the deserted house, we talked on about the unnameable, and after my friend had finished his scoffing, I told him of the awful evidence behind the story at which he had scoffed the most. My tale had been called The Attic Window, and appeared in the January 1922 issue of Whispers. In a good many places, especially the South and the Pacific coast, they took the magazines off the stands at the complaints of silly milksops. But New England didn't get the thrill and merely shrugged its shoulders at my extravagance. The thing, it was averred, was biologically impossible to start with. Merely another of those crazy country mutterings which Cotton Mather had been gullible enough to dump into his chaotic Magnalia Christi Americana, and so poorly authenticated that even he had not ventured to name the locality where the horror occurred. And as to the way I amplified the bare jotting of the old mystic, that was quite impossible, and characteristic of a flighty and notional scribbler. Mather had indeed told of the thing as being born, but nobody but a cheap sensationalist would think of having it grow up, look into people's windows at night, and be hidden in the attic of a house, in flesh and in spirit, till someone saw it at the window centuries later, and couldn't describe what it was that turned his hair grey. All this was flagrant trashiness, and my friend Manton was not slow to insist on that fact. Then I told him what I had found in an old diary kept between 1706 and 1723, unearthed among family papers, not a mile from where we were sitting. That, and the certain reality of the scars on my ancestor's chest and back, which the diary described. I told him, too, of the fears of others in that region, and how they were whispered down
Oh,
into
Sherpa hat.
chambers, and how no mythical madness came to the boy who in 1793 entered an abandoned house to examine
You wanna
certain
go
traces
play games?
suspected to be there.
I think we should go play games.
It had been an eldritch thing. No wonder
I like the
sensitive
Sherpa
students
hat.
shut
Sherpa
in the
hat was
Puritan
kind of
age in
cool.
Massachusetts. So little is known of what went on beneath the surface. So little, yet such a ghastly festering as it bubbles up putrescently in occasional ghoulish glimpses. The witchcraft terror is a horrible ray of light on what was stewing in men's crushed brains. But even that is a trifle. There was no beauty, no freedom. We can see that from the architectural and household remains, and the poisonous sermons of the cramped divines, and inside that rusted iron straitjacket lurked gibbering hideousness, perversion, and diabolism. Here, truly, was the apotheosis of the unnameable. Cotton Mather, in that demoniac sixth book which no one should read after dark, minced no words as he flung forth his anathema. Stern as a Jewish prophet, and laconically unamazed as nonsense's day could be, he told of the beast that had brought forth what was more than beast but less than man, the thing with the blemished eye, and of the screaming drunken wretch that they hanged for having such an eye. This much he boldly told, yet without a hint of what came after. Perhaps he did not know, or perhaps he knew and did not dare to tell. Others knew, but did not dare to tell. There is no public hint of why they whispered about the lock on the door to the attic stairs in the house of a childless, broken, embittered old man who would put up a blank slate slab by an avoided grave. Although one may trace enough evasive legends.
Hey, turn off my name right there.
It is all in that ancestral diary I found. All the hushed innuendos and furtive tales of things with a blemished eye seen at windows in the night, or in deserted meadows near the woods. Something had caught my ancestor on a dark valley road, leaving him with marks of horns on his chest and of ape-like claws on his back. And when they looked for prints in the trampled dust, they found the mixed marks of split hooves and vaguely anthropoid paws. Once, a post-rider said he saw an old man chasing and calling to a frightful, loping, nameless thing on Meadow Hill in the thinly moonlit hours before dawn. And many believed him. Certainly, there was strange talk one night in 1710, when the childless, broken old man was buried in the crypt behind his own house, in sight of the blank slate slab. They never unlocked that attic door, but left the whole house as it was, dreaded and deserted. When noises came from it, they whispered and shivered, and hoped that the lock on that attic door was strong. Then they stopped hoping when the horror occurred at the parsonage, leaving not a soul alive or in one piece. With the years, the legends take on a spectral character. I suppose the thing, if it was a living thing, must have died. The memory had lingered hideously, all the more hideous because it was so secret. During this narration, my friend Manton had become very silent, and I saw that my words had impressed him. He did not laugh as I paused, but asked quite seriously about the boy who went mad in 1793, and who had presumably been the hero of my fiction. I told him why the boy had gone to that shunned, deserted house, and remarked that he ought to be interested, since he believed that windows retained latent images of those who had sat at them. The boy had gone to look at the windows of that horrible attic because of tales of things seen behind them, and had come back screaming maniacally.
Maniacally?
As I said this, but gradually reverted to his analytical mood.
Maniacal laughter.
Some unnatural monster had really existed, but reminded me that even the most morbid perversion of nature need not be unnameable or scientifically indescribable. I admired his clearness and persistence, and added some further revelations I had collected among the old people. Those later spectral legends, I made plain, related to monstrous apparitions more frightful than anything organic could be. Apparitions of gigantic bestial forms, sometimes visible and sometimes only tangible, which floated about on moonless nights and haunted the old house, the crypt behind it, and the grave where a sapling had sprouted beside an illegible slab. Whether or not such apparitions had ever gored or smothered people to death, as told in uncorroborated traditions, they had produced a strong and consistent impression, and were yet darkly feared by very aged natives, though largely forgotten by the last two generations, perhaps dying for lack of being thought about. Moreover, so far as aesthetic theory was involved, If the psychic emanations of human creatures be grotesque distortions, what coherent representation could express or portray so gibbous and infamous a nebulosity as the spectre of a malign, chaotic perversion, itself a morbid blasphemy against nature?
Fuck it, I'm
Molded
not
by the
taking
dead
that
brain of
fucking
a
key
hybrid
card.
nightmare, would not such a vaporous terror constitute in all loathsome truth the exquisitely, the shrinkingly unnameable? The hour must now have grown very. A singularly noiseless bat brushed by me, and I believe it touched Manton also. For although I could not see him, I felt him raise his arm.
Oh,
Presently, he spoke.
sneezed so hard
"But
it
is
made
that
my
house with
eyeball
the attic
water.
window still standing, deserted?" "Yes," I answered. "I have seen it." "And did you find anything there? In the attic or anywhere else?" "There were some bones up under the eaves. They may have been what that boy saw. If he was sensitive, he wouldn't have needed anything in the window glass to unhinge it. If they all came from the same object, it must have been an hysterical, delirious monstrosity. It would have been blasphemous to leave such bones in the wall. So I went back with a stick and took them to the tomb. There was an opening where I could dump them in. Don't think I was a fool. You ought to have seen that skull. It had 4-inch horns, but a face and jaw something like yours and mine. At last, I could feel a real shiver run through Manton, who had moved very near. But his curiosity was undeterred. And what about the window panes? They were all gone. One window had lost its entire frame, and in the other there was not a trace of glass in the little diamond apertures. They were that kind, the old lattice windows that went out of use before 1700. I don't believe they've had any glass for 100 years or more. Maybe the boy broke them if he got that far. The legend doesn't say. Manton was reflecting again. "I'd like to see that house, Carter. Where is it? Glass or no glass, I must explore it a little. And the tomb where you put those bones, and the other grave without an inscription. The whole thing must be a bit terrible." You did see it, until it got dark. My friend was more wrought upon than I'd suspected, for at this touch of harmless theatricalism, he started neurotically away from me, and actually cried out with a sort of gulping gasp, which released a strain of previous repression. It was an odd cry, all the more terrible because it was constant, because it was still echoing. I heard a creaking sound through the pitchy blackness, and knew that a lattice window was opening in that accursed old house beside us. And because all the other frames were long since fallen, I knew that it was the grisly, glassless frame of that demoniac attic window. Then came a noxious rush of noisome, frigid air from that same dreaded direction, followed by a piercing light just beside me, in that shocking, rifted tomb of man and monster. In another instant, I was knocked from my gruesome bench by the devilish threshing of some unseen entity of titanic size, but undetermined nature, knocked sprawling on the root-clutched mold of that abhorrent graveyard, while from the tomb came such a stifled uproar of gasping and whirring that my fancy peopled the rayless gloom with Miltonic legions of the misshapen damned. There was a vortex of withering, ice-cold wind, and then the rattle of loose bricks and plaster. But I had mercifully fainted before I could learn what it meant. Manton, though smaller than I, is more resilient, so we opened our eyes at almost the same instant, despite his greater injuries. Our couches were side by side, and we knew in a few seconds that we were in St. Mary's Hospital. Attendants were grouped about
St.
intense
Mary's
curiosity,
Hospital.
eager to aid our memory by telling us how we came there. And we soon heard of the farmer who had found us at noon in a lonely field beyond Meadow Hill, a mile from the old burying ground, on a spot where an ancient slaughterhouse is reputed to have stood. Manton had 2 malignant wounds in the chest, and some less severe cuts or gougings in the back. I was not so seriously hurt, but was covered with welts and contusions of the most bewildering character, including the print of a split hoof. It was plain that Manton knew more than I, but he told nothing to the puzzled and interested physicians till he had learned what our injuries were. Then he said we were the victims of a vicious bull, though the animal was a difficult
vicious
thing to place
bull.
and account for. After the doctors and nurses had left, I whispered an awestruck question. Good God, Manton, but what was it? Those scars, was it like that? And I was too dazed to exult when he whispered back a thing I had half expected. No, it wasn't that way at all. It was everywhere. A gelatin, a slime. Yet it had shapes, 1,000 shapes of horror beyond all memory. There were eyes, and a blemish. It was the pit, the maelstrom, the ultimate abomination. Carter, it was the unnameable. If you enjoyed listening today, be sure to subscribe to the channel by hitting the red subscribe button below. After doing so, click the bell icon next to the subscribe button to receive The Statement of Randolph Carter by H.P. Lovecraft. I repeat to you, gentlemen, that your inquisition is fruitless. Detain me here forever if you will. Confine or execute me if you must have a victim to propitiate the illusion you call justice. But I can say no more than I have said already. Everything that I can remember I have told with
Oh,
perfect candor.
somebody made a
or
base.
concealed, and if anything remains vague, it is only because of the dark cloud
And they
which
left
has
it
come over
open,
my mind.
and I think
That
they left it
cloud
open
and the
on
nebulous
purpose
nature of the
as a
horror
trap.
brought it upon me. Again, I say, I do not know what has become of Harley Warren, though I think, almost hope, that he is in peaceful oblivion, if there be anywhere so blessed a thing. It is true that I have for 5 years been his closest friend, and a partial sharer of his terrible researches into the unknown. I will not deny, though my memory is uncertain and indistinct, that this witness of yours may have seen us together, as he says, on the Gainesville Pike, walking toward Big Cypress Swamp at 11:30 on that awful night. That we bore electric lanterns, spades, and a curious coil of wire with attached instruments, I will even affirm. For these things all played a part in the single hideous scene which remains burned into my shaken recollection. But of what followed, and of the reason I was found alone and dazed on the edge of the swamp next morning, I must insist that I know nothing save what I have told you over and over again. You say to me that there is nothing in the swamp or near it which could form the setting of that frightful episode. I reply that I know nothing beyond what I saw. Vision or nightmare it may have been. Vision or nightmare I fervently hope it was. Yet it is all that my mind retains of what took place in those shocking hours after we left the sight of men. And why Harley Warren did not return, he or his shade, or some nameless thing I cannot describe, alone can tell.
6 bullets.
As I've said before, the weird studies of Harley Warren were well known to me, and to some extent shared by me. Of his vast collection of strange, rare books on forbidden subjects, I have read all that are written in the languages of which I am master. But these are few as compared with those languages I cannot understand. Most, I believe, are Arabic. And the fiend-inspired book which brought on the end, the book which he carried in his pocket out of the world, was written in characters whose like I never saw elsewhere. Warren would never tell me just what was in that book. As to the nature of our studies, must I say again that I no longer retain full comprehension? It seems to me rather merciful that I did, for they were terrible, which I pursued more through reluctant fascination than through actual inclination. And sometimes I feared him. I remember how I shuddered at his facial expression on the night before the awful happening, when he talked so incessantly of his theory, why certain corpses never decay, but rest firm and fat in their tombs for 1,000 years. But I do not fear him now, for I suspect that he has known horrors beyond my ken. Now I fear for him. Once more I say that I have no clear idea of our object on that night. Certainly, it had much to do with something in the book which Warren carried with him, that ancient book in undecipherable characters which had come to him from India a month before. But I swear I do not know what it was that we expected to find. Your witness says he saw us at 11:30 on the Gainesville Pike, headed for Big Cypress Swamp. This is probably true, but I have no distinct memory of it. The picture seared into my soul is of one scene only, and the hour must have been long after midnight, for a waning crescent moon was high in the vaporous heavens. The place was an ancient cemetery, so ancient that I trembled at the manifold signs of immemorial years. It was in a deep, damp hollow, overgrown with rank grass, moss,
More duct tape,
leaves,
more duct
filled with a vague
tape.
stench which my idle fancy associated
All
absurdly
the
with rotting
zombies
stone.
carrying
On
duct
every hand were the
tape.
signs of neglect and decrepitude, and I seemed haunted by the notion that Warren and I were the
'Cause
first
they're
living creatures to invade
weirdos
a
in
beautiful
this
silence of
town.
centuries. Over the valley's rim, a wan, waning crescent moon peered through the noisome vapors that seemed to emanate from unheard-of catacombs, and by its feeble, wavering beams I could distinguish a repellent array of antique slabs, urns, cenotaphs, and mausolean facades, all crumbling, moss-grown, and moisture-stained, and partly concealed by the gross luxuriance of the unhealthy vegetation. My first vivid impression of my own presence in this terrible necropolis concerns the act of pausing with Warren before a certain half-obliterated sepulchre, and of throwing down some burdens which we seem to have been carrying. I now observed that I had with me an electric lantern and 2 spades, whilst my companion was supplied with a similar lantern and a portable telephone outfit. No word was uttered, for the spot and the task seemed known to us, and without delay we seized our spades and commenced to clear away the grass, weeds, and drifted earth from the flat, archaic mortuary. After uncovering the entire surface, which consisted of 3 immense granite slabs, we stepped back some distance to survey the charnel scene, and Warren appeared to make some mental calculations. Then he returned to the sepulchre, and using his spade as a lever, sought to pry up the slab lying nearest to a stony ruin, which may have been a monument in its day. He did not succeed, and motioned to me to come to his assistance. Finally, our combined strength loosened the stone, which we raised and tipped to one side. The removal of the slab revealed a black aperture, from which rushed an effluence of miasmal gases so nauseous that we started back in horror. After an interval, however, we approached the pit again, and found the exhalations less unbearable. Our lanterns disclosed the top of a
In other
flight of
words,
stone
it
steps, dripping
stunk.
with some detestable ichor of the inner earth, and bordered by moist walls encrusted with niter. And now, for the first time, my memory records verbal discourse, Warren addressing me at length in his mellow tenor voice, a voice singularly unperturbed by our awesome surroundings. "I'm sorry to have to ask you to stay on the surface," he said, "but it would be a crime to let anyone with your frail nerves go down there. You can't imagine, even from what you have read and from what I've told you, the things I shall have to see and do. It's fiendish work, Carter, and I doubt if any man without ironclad sensibilities could ever see it through and come up alive and sane. I don't wish to offend you, and heaven knows I'd be glad enough to have you with me, but the responsibility is in a certain sense mine, and I couldn't drag a bundle of nerves like you down to probable death or madness. I tell you, you can't imagine what the thing is really like, but I promise to keep you informed over the telephone of every move. You see, I've enough wire here to reach to the center of the earth and back." I can still hear in memory those coolly spoken words, and I can still remember my remonstrances. I seemed desperately anxious to accompany my friend to those sepulchral depths, yet he proved inflexibly obdurate. At one
Mini
time, he threatened
site.
to abandon the expedition if I remained
Yes,
insistent,
we will
a threat
take
which
that.
proved effective, since he alone held the key to the thing. All this I can still remember, though I no longer know what manner of thing we sought. After he had secured my reluctant acquiescence in his design, Warren picked up the reel of wire and adjusted the instruments. At his nod, I took one of the latter and seated myself upon an aged, discolored gravestone close by the newly uncovered aperture. Then he shook my hand, shouldered the coil of wire, and disappeared within that indescribable ossuary. For a moment I kept sight of the glow of his lantern, and heard the rustle of the wire as he laid it down after him. But the glow soon disappeared abruptly, as if a turn in the stone staircase had been encountered, and the sound died away almost as quickly. I was alone, yet bound to the unknown depths by those magic strands whose insulated surface lay green beneath the struggling beams of that waning crescent moon. In the lone silence of that hoary and deserted city of the dead, my mind conceived the most ghastly
City
fantasies
of the
and delusions.
dead.
The grotesque shrines and monoliths seemed to assume a hideous personality, a half-sentience. Amorphous shadows seemed to lurk in the darker recesses of the weed-choked hollow, and to flit as in some blasphemous ceremonial procession past the portals of the mouldering tombs in the hillside. Shadows which could not have been cast by that pallid, peering crescent moon.
Oh,
I
terrible,
constantly
terrible
consulted my watch by the light
posture.
of my electric lantern, and listened with feverish anxiety at the receiver of the telephone. But for more than a quarter of an hour, heard nothing.
Oh,
Then a
fuck
faint
yeah.
came from the instrument, and I called down to my friend in a tense voice. Apprehensive as I was nevertheless unprepared.
Hell yeah.
Words came up from that uncanny vault in accents
We're
more alarmed
definitely
and
keeping
quivering
that one.
than any I had heard before from Harley Warren. He who had so calmly left me a little while previously,
Bye-bye, Mosen.
now called from below in a shaky whisper, more portentous than the loudest shriek. God, if you could see what I'm seeing. I could not answer. Speechless, I could only wait. Then came the frenzied tones again. Carter, it's terrible, monstrous, unbelievable. This time my voice did not fail me, and I poured into the transmitter a flood of excited questions. Terrified, I continued to repeat, Warren, what is it? What is it? Once more came the voice of my friend, still hoarse with fear, and now apparently
Hopefully
tinged
we
with
got
despair.
that.
I
We
can't
better
tell
have
you,
gotten
Carter.
that. I'm gonna
It's
be
too
pissed
utterly beyond
off.
thought. I dare not tell you. No man could know it and live. Great God, I never dreamed of this. Stillness again, save for my now incoherent torrent of shuddering inquiry. Then the voice of Warren in a pitch of wilder consternation. Carter, for the love of God, put back the slab and get out of this if you can. Quick! Leave everything else and make for the outside. It's your only chance. Do as I say and don't ask me to explain. I heard, yet was able only to repeat my frantic questions. Around me were the tombs and the darkness and the shadows. Below me, some peril beyond the
I will
radius
be
of the
right
human
back. I
imagination.
need to
But
adjust
my
the heat
friend was in
in
greater
here.
danger than I, and through my fear, I felt a vague resentment that he should deem me capable of deserting him under such circumstances. More clicking, and after a pause, a piteous cry from Warren. Beat it! For God's sake, put back the slab and beat it, Carter! Something in the boyish slang of my evidently stricken companion unleashed my faculties. I formed and shouted a resolution. Warren, brace up, I'm coming down. But at this offer, the tone of my order to change to a scream of utter despair. Don't! You can't understand. It's too late and my own fault. Put back the slab and run. There's nothing else you or anyone can do now. The tone changed again, this time acquiring a softer quality, as of hopeless resignation, yet it remained tense through anxiety for me. Quick, before it's too late! I tried not to heed him, tried to break through the paralysis which held me, and to fulfill my vow to rush down to his aid. But his next whisper found me still held inert in the chains of stark horror. Carter, hurry! It's no use. You must go. Better one than two. The slab. A pause, more clicking, then the faint voice of Warren. Nearly over now. Don't make it harder. Cover up those damned steps and run for your life. You're losing time. So long, Carter. Won't see you again. Here Warren's whisper swelled into a cry that gradually rose to a shriek fraught with all the horror of the ages. Curse these hellish things! Legions! My God! Beat it! Beat it! Beat it! After that was silence. I know not how many interminable eons I sat stupefied, whispering, muttering, calling, screaming into that telephone. Over and over again through those eons I whispered and muttered, called, shouted and screamed, Warren, Warren, answer me. Are you there? And then there came to me the crowning horror of all, the unbelievable, unthinkable, almost unmentionable thing. I have said that eons seemed to elapse after Warren shrieked forth his last despairing warning, and that only my own cries broke the hideous silence. But after a while there was a further clicking in the receiver, and I strained my ears to listen. Again I called down, Warren, are you there? And in answer heard the thing which has brought this cloud over my mind. I do not try, gentlemen, to account for that thing, that voice, nor can I venture to describe it in detail, since the first words took away my consciousness and created a mental blank which reaches to the time of my awakening in the hospital. Shall I say that the voice was deep, hollow, gelatinous, remote, unearthly, inhuman, disembodied? What shall I say? It was the end of my experience, and is the end of my story. I heard it, and knew no more. Heard it as I sat petrified in that unknown cemetery in the hollow, amidst the crumbling stones and the falling tombs, the rank vegetation and the miasmal vapors. Heard it well up from the innermost depths of that damnable open sepulchre, as I watched amorphous, necrophagous shadows dance beneath an accursed waning moon. And this is what it said. You fool! Warren is dead.
You fool! Warren is dead.
If you enjoyed listening today, be sure to subscribe to the channel by hitting the red subscribe. You fool! Warren is dead. The story first turned up in the publication Strange Tales of Mystery and Terror in its March 1932 edition. We hope you enjoy this one, folks. The Trap by H.P. Lovecraft and Henry S. Whitehead. 1.
Ew, he's named after a pimple.
It was on a certain Thursday morning in December that the whole thing began with that unaccountable motion I thought I saw in my antique Copenhagen mirror. Something, it seemed to me, stirred. Something reflected in the glass. Though I was alone in my quarters, I paused and looked intently. Then, deciding that the effect must be a pure illusion, resumed the interrupted brushing of my hair. I had discovered the old mirror, covered with dust and cobwebs, in an outbuilding of an abandoned estate house in Santa Cruz's sparsely settled North Side territory, and had brought it to the United States from the Virgin Islands. The venerable glass was dim from more than 200 years' exposure to a tropical climate, and the graceful ornamentation along the top of the gilt frame had been badly smashed. I had had the detached pieces set back into the frame before placing it in storage with my other belongings. Now, several years later, I was staying half as a guest and half as a tutor at the private school of my old friend Brown on a windy Connecticut hillside, occupying an unused wing in one of the dormitories where I had 2 rooms and a hallway to myself. The old mirror, stowed securely in mattresses, was the first of my possessions to be unpacked on my arrival, and I had set it up majestically in the living room on top of an old rosewood console which had belonged to my great-grandmother. The door of my bedroom was just opposite that of the living room, with a hallway between, and I had noticed that by looking into my chiffonier glass, I could see the larger mirror through the 2 doorways, which was exactly like glancing down an endless, though diminishing, corridor. On this Thursday morning, I thought I saw a curious suggestion of motion down that normally empty corridor, but, as I have said, soon dismissed the notion. When I reached the dining room, I found everyone complaining of the cold, and learned that the school's heating plant was temporarily out of order. Being especially sensitive to low temperatures, I was myself an acute sufferer, and at once decided not to brave any freezing schoolroom that day. Accordingly, I invited
Freezing
my class to come over to my
schoolrooms?
living room for an infernal session
No.
around my grate fire, a suggestion which the boys received enthusiastically. After the session, one of the boys, Robert Grandison, asked if he might remain, since he had no appointment for the second morning period. I told him to stay and welcome. He sat down to study in front of the fireplace in a comfortable chair. It was not long, however, before Robert moved to another chair somewhat farther away from the freshly replenished blaze, this change bringing him directly opposite the old mirror. From my own chair, in another part of the room, I noticed how fixedly he began to look at the dim, cloudy glass, and, wondering what so greatly interested him, was reminded of my own experience earlier that morning. As time passed, he continued to gaze, a slight frown knitting his brows. At last, I quietly asked him what had attracted his attention. Slowly, and still wearing the puzzled frown, he looked over and replied rather cautiously, "It's the
Ah,
corrugations in the
good.
glass, or whatever they are, Mr. Canavan. I was noticing how they all seem to run from a certain point. Look, I'll show you what I mean." The boy jumped up, went over to the mirror, and placed his finger on a point near its lower left-hand corner. "It's right here, sir," he explained, turning to look toward me and keeping his finger on the chosen spot. His muscular action in turning may have pressed his finger against the glass. Suddenly he withdrew his hand as though with some slight effort, and with a faintly muttered "ouch." Then he looked at the glass in obvious mystification. "What happened?" I asked, rising and approaching. "Why, it—" He seemed embarrassed. I felt, well, as though it were pulling my finger into it. Seems perfectly foolish, sir, but, well, it was a most peculiar sensation." Robert had an unusual vocabulary for his 15 years. I came over and had him show me the exact spot he meant. "You'll think I'm rather a fool, sir," he said shamefacedly, "but, well, from right here I can't be absolutely sure. From the chair it seemed to be clear enough." Now thoroughly interested, I sat down in the chair Robert had occupied and looked at the spot he selected on the mirror. Instantly the thing jumped out at me. Unmistakably, from that particular angle, all the many walls in the ancient glass appeared to converge, like a large number of spread strings held in one hand and radiating out in streams. Getting up and crossing to the mirror, I could no longer see the curious spot. Only from certain angles, apparently, was it visible. Directly viewed, that portion of the mirror did not even give back a normal reflection, for I could not see my face in it. Manifestly, I had a minor puzzle on my hands. Presently, the school gong sounded, and the fascinated Robert Grandison departed hurriedly, leaving me alone with my odd little problem in optics. I raised several window shades, crossed the hallway, and sought for the spot in the chiffonier mirror's reflection. Finding it readily, I looked very intently, and thought I again detected something of the motion. I craned my neck, and at last, at a certain angle of vision, the thing again jumped out at me. The vague motion was now positive and definite, an appearance of torsional movement, or of whirling, much like a minute yet intense whirlwind or waterspout, or a huddle of autumn leaves dancing circularly in an eddy of wind along a level lawn. It was, like the Earth's, a double motion, around and around, and at the same time inward, as if the whirls poured themselves endlessly towards some point inside the glass. Fascinated, yet realizing that the thing must be an illusion, I grasped an impression of quite distinct suction, and thought of Robert's embarrassed explanation. I felt as though it were pulling my finger in me. A kind of slight chill ran suddenly up and down my backbone. There was something here distinctly worth looking into, and as the idea of investigation came to me, I recalled the rather wistful expression of Robert Grandison when the gong called him to class. I remembered how he had looked back over his shoulder as he walked obediently out into the hallway, and resolved that he should be included in whatever analysis I might make of this little mystery. Exciting events connected with that same Robert, however, were soon to chase all thoughts of the mirror from my consciousness for a time. I was away all that afternoon, and did not return to the school until the 5:15 call-over, a general assembly at which the boys' attendance was compulsory. Dropping in at this function with the idea of picking
All
Robert
the
up for a
assault
session
boots
with
are
a mirror,
here.
I was astonished and pained to find him absent, a very unusual and unaccountable thing in his case. That evening, Brown told me that the boy had actually disappeared. A search in his room, in the gymnasium, and in all other accustomed places being unavailing, though all his belongings, including his outdoor clothing, were in their proper places. He had not been encountered on the ice or with any of the hiking groups that afternoon, and telephone calls to all the school catering merchants of the neighborhood were in vain. There was, in short, no record of his having been seen since the end of the lesson periods at 2:15, when he had turned up the stairs toward his room in dormitory number 3. When the disappearance was fully realized, the resulting sensation was tremendous throughout the school. Brown, as headmaster, had to bear the brunt of it, and such an unprecedented occurrence in his well-regulated, highly organized institution left him quite bewildered. It was learned that Robert had not run away to his home in western Pennsylvania, nor did any of the searching parties of boys and masters find any trace of him in the snowy countryside around the school. So far as could be seen, he had simply vanished. Robert's parents arrived on the afternoon of the
Mid-poof.
second day after his disappearance. They took their trouble quietly, though, of course, they were
He
staggered by
poofed
this
out
unexpected
of
disaster. Brown
existence.
looked 10 years older for it, but there was absolutely nothing that could be done. By the 4th day, the case had settled down, in the opinion of the school, as an insoluble mystery. Mr. and Mrs. Grandison went reluctantly back to their home, and on the following morning the 10 days' Christmas vacation began. Boys and masters departed in anything but the usual holiday spirit, and Brown and his wife were left, along with the servants, as my only fellow occupants of the big place. Without the masters and boys, it seemed a very hollow shell indeed. That afternoon I sat in front of my grate fire, thinking about Robert's disappearance, and evolving all sorts of fantastic theories to account for it. By evening, I had acquired a bad headache, and ate a light supper accordingly. Then, after a brisk walk around the massed buildings, I returned to my living room, and took up the burden of thought once more. A little after 10 o'clock, I awakened in my armchair, stiff and chilled, from a doze during which I had let the fire go out. I was physically uncomfortable, yet mentally aroused by a peculiar sensation of expectancy and possible hope. Of course, it had to do with the problem that was harassing me, for I had started from that inadvertent nap with a curious, persistent idea. The odd idea that a tenuous, hardly recognizable Robert Grandison was trying desperately to communicate with me. I finally went to bed with one conviction unreasoningly strong in my mind. Somehow, I was sure that young Robert Grandison was still alive. That I should be receptive of such a notion will not seem strange to those who know my long residence in the West Indies and my close contact with unexplained happenings there. It will not seem strange either that I fell asleep with an urgent desire to establish some sort of mental communication with the missing boy. Even the most prosaic scientists affirm, with Freud, Jung, and Adler, that the subconscious mind is most open to external impressions in sleep, though such impressions are seldom carried over intact into the waking state. Going a step further and granting the existence of telepathic forces, it follows that such forces must act most strongly on a sleeper, so that if I were ever to get a definite message from Robert, it would be during a period of profoundest slumber. Of course, I might lose the message in waking, but my aptitude for retaining such things has been sharpened by types of mental discipline picked up in various obscure corners of the globe. I must have dropped asleep instantaneously, and from the vividness of my dreams and the absence of wakeful intervals, I judged that my sleep was a very deep one. It was 6:45 when I awakened, and there still lingered with me certain impressions which I knew were carried over from the world of somnolent cerebration. Filling my mind was the vision of Robert Grandison,
Craft
strangely transformed to a
firewood.
boy of a dull greenish dark blue color. Robert desperately endeavoring to communicate with me by means of speech, yet finding some almost insuperable difficulty in so doing. A wall of curious spatial separation seemed to stand between him and me, a mysterious, invisible wall which completely baffled us both. I had seen Robert as though at some distance, yet queerly enough he seemed at the same time to be just beside me. He was both larger and smaller than in real life, his apparent size varying directly instead of inversely, with the distance as he advanced and retreated in the course of conversation. That is, he grew larger instead of smaller to my eye when he stepped away or backwards, and vice versa, as if the laws of perspective in his case had been wholly reversed. His aspect was misty and uncertain, as if he lacked sharp or permanent outlines, and the anomalies of his coloring and clothing baffled me utterly at first. At some point in my dream, Robert's vocal efforts had finally crystallized into audible speech, albeit speech of an abnormal thickness and dullness. I could not for a time understand anything he said, and even in the dream racked my brain for a clue to where he was, what he wanted to tell, and why his utterance was so clumsy and unintelligible. Then, little by little, I began to distinguish words and phrases, the very first of which sufficed to throw my dreaming self into the wildest excitement, and to establish a certain mental connection which had previously refused to take conscious form because of the utter incredibility of what it implied. I do not know how long I listened to those halting words amidst my deep slumber, but hours must have passed while the strangely remote speaker struggled on with his tale. There was revealed to me such a circumstance as I cannot hope to make others believe without the strongest corroborative evidence, yet which I was quite ready to accept as truth, both in the dream and after waking, because of my former contacts with uncanny things. The boy was obviously watching my face, mobile in receptive sleep, as he choked along. For about the time I began to comprehend him, his own expression brightened and gave signs of gratitude and hope. Any attempt to hint at Robert's message, as it lingered in my ears after a sudden awakening in the cold, brings this narrative to a point where I must choose my words with the greatest care. Everything involved is so difficult to record that one tends to flounder helplessly. I have said that the revelation established in my mind a certain connection which reason had not allowed me to formulate consciously before. This connection, I need no longer hesitate to hint, had to do with the old Copenhagen mirror, whose suggestions of motion had so impressed me on the morning of the disappearance, and whose wall-like contours and apparent illusions of suction had later exerted such a disquieting fascination on both Robert and me. resolutely, though my outer consciousness had previously rejected what my intuition would have liked to imply. It could reject that stupendous conception no longer. What was fantasy in the tale of Alice now came to me as a grave and immediate reality. That looking-glass had indeed possessed a malign, abnormal suction, and the struggling speaker in my dream made clear the extent to which it violated all the known precedents of human experience and all the age-old laws of our three sane dimensions. It was more than a mirror. It was a gate, a trap, a link with spatial recesses not meant for the denizens of our visible universe, and realizable only in terms of the most intricate non-Euclidean mathematics. And, in some outrageous fashion, Robert Grandison had passed out of our ken into the glass, and was there immured, waiting for release. It is significant that upon awakening I harbored no genuine doubt of the reality of the revelation, that I had actually held conversation with a trans-dimensional Robert, rather than evoke the whole episode from my broodings about his disappearance and about the old illusions of the mirror, was as certain to my utmost instincts as any of the instinctive certainties commonly recognized as valid. The tale thus unfolded to me was of the most incredibly bizarre character. As had been clear on the morning of his disappearance, Robert was intensely fascinated by the ancient mirror. All through the hours of school, he had it in mind to come back to my living room and examine it further. When he did arrive, after the close of the school day, it was somewhat later than 2:20, and I was absent in town. Finding me out, and knowing that I would not mind, he had come into my living room and gone straight to the mirror, standing before it and studying the place where, as we had noted, the walls appeared to converge. Then, quite suddenly, there had come to him an overpowering urge to place his hand upon this wall center. Almost reluctantly, against his better judgment, he had done so, and upon making the contact had felt at once the strange, almost painful suction which had perplexed him that morning. Immediately thereafter, quite without warning, but with a wrench which seemed to twist and tear every bone and muscle in his body and to bulge and press and cut at every nerve, he had been abruptly drawn through and found himself inside. Once through, the excruciatingly painful stress upon his entire system was suddenly released. He felt, he said, as though he had just been born, a feeling that made itself evident every time he tried to do anything: walk, stoop, turn his head, or utter speech. Everything about his body seemed a misfit. These sensations wore off after a long while, Robert's body becoming an organized whole rather than a number of protesting parts. Of all the forms of expression, speech remained the most difficult, doubtless because it is complicated, bringing into play a number of different organs, muscles, and tendons. Robert's feet, on the other hand, were the first members to adjust themselves to the new conditions within the glass. During the morning hours, I rehearsed the whole reason-defying problem, correlating everything I had seen and heard, dismissing the natural skepticism of a man of sense, and scheming to devise possible plans for Robert's release from his incredible prison. As I did so, a number of originally perplexing points became clear, or at least clearer, to me. There was, for example, the matter of Robert's coloring. His face and hands, as I have indicated, were a kind of dull greenish dark blue, and I may add that his familiar blue Norfolk jacket had turned to a pale lemon yellow, while his trousers remained a neutral gray as before. Reflecting on this after waking, I found the circumstance closely allied to the reversal of perspective which made Robert seem to grow larger when receding and smaller when approaching. Here, too, was a physical reversal, for every detail of his coloring in the unknown dimension was the exact reverse or complement of the corresponding color detail in normal life. In physics, the typical complementary colors are blue and yellow, and red and green. These pairs are opposites, and when mixed yield gray. Robert's natural color was a pinkish buff, the opposite of which is the greenish blue I saw. His blue coat had become yellow, while the grey trousers remained grey. This latter point baffled me, until I remembered that grey is itself a mixture of opposites. There is no opposite for grey, or rather, it is its own opposite. Another clarified point was that pertaining to Robert's curiously dulled and thickened speech, as well as to the general awkwardness and sense of misfit bodily parts of which he complained. This, at the outset, was a puzzle indeed, though after long thought the clue occurred to me. Here again was the same reversal which affected perspective and coloration. Anyone in the fourth dimension must necessarily be reversed in just this way, hands and feet, as well as colors and perspectives, being changed about. It would be the same with all the other dual organs, such as nostrils, ears, and eyes. Thus Robert had been talking with a reversed tongue, teeth, vocal cords, and kindred speech apparatus, so that his difficulties in utterance were little to be wondered at. As the morning wore on, my sense of the stark reality and maddening urgency of the dream-disclosed situation increased rather than decreased. More and more, I felt that something must be done, yet realized that I could not seek advice or aid. Such a story as mine, a conviction based upon mere dreaming,
Well,
would
we are
conceivably bring any
definitely
apprehension
color
or
coordinated.
suspicions as to my mental state.
I didn't even try to
What,
do that.
indeed, could I do, aided or unaided, with as little working data as my nocturnal
The only
impressions
thing that's out of
provided?
place
I
is the
must, I finally
fucking
recognized, have
vest.
more information before I could even think of a possible plan for releasing Robert. This could come only through the receptive conditions of sleep, and it heartened me to reflect that, according to every probability, my telepathic contact would be resumed
back.
the moment I fell into deep slumber again. I accomplished sleeping that afternoon, after a midday dinner at which, through rigid self-control, I succeeded in concealing from Brown and his wife the tumultuous thoughts that crashed through my mind. Hardly had my eyes closed when a dim telepathic image began to appear, and I soon realized, to my infinite excitement, that it was identical with what I had seen before. If anything, it was more distinct, and when it began to speak, I seemed able to grasp a greater proportion of the words. During this sleep, I found most of the morning's deductions confirmed, though the interview was mysteriously cut off long prior to my awakening. Robert had seemed apprehensive just before communication ceased, but had already told me that in his strange fourth-dimensional prison, colors and spatial relationships were indeed reversed, black being white, distance increasing apparent size, and so on. He had also intimated that, notwithstanding his possession of full physical form and sensations, most human vital properties seemed curiously suspended. Nutriment, for example, was quite unnecessary, a phenomenon really more singular than the omnipresent reversal of objects and attributes, since the latter was a reasonable and mathematically indicated state of things. Another significant piece of information was that the only exit from the glass to the world was the entranceway, and that this was permanently barred and impenetrably sealed so far as egress was concerned. That night I had another visitation from Robert, nor did such impressions, received at odd intervals while I slept receptively minded, cease during the entire period of his incarceration. His efforts to communicate were desperate and often pitiful, for at times the telepathic bond would weaken, while at other times fatigue, excitement, or fear of interruption would hamper and thicken his speech. I may as well narrate as a continuous whole all that Robert told me throughout the whole series of transient mental contacts, perhaps supplementing it at certain points with facts directly related after his release. The telepathic information was fragmentary and often nearly inarticulate, but I studied it over and over during the waking intervals of 3 intense days, classifying and cogitating with feverish diligence, since it was all that I had to go upon if the boy were to be brought back into our world. 2. The fourth dimensional region in which Robert found himself was not, as in scientific romance, an unknown and infinite realm of strange sights and fantastic denizens, but was rather a projection of certain limited parts of our own terrestrial sphere within an alien and normally inaccessible aspect or direction of space. It was a curiously fragmentary, intangible, and heterogeneous world, a series of apparently disassociated scenes merging indistinctly one into the other, their constituent details having an obviously different status from that of an object drawn into the ancient mirror, as Robert had been drawn. These scenes were like dream vistas or magic lantern images, elusive visual impressions of which the boy was not really a part, but which formed a sort of panoramic background or ethereal environment against which or amidst which he moved. He could not touch any of the parts of these scenes, walls, trees, furniture, and the like, but whether this was because they were truly non-material or because they always receded at his approach, he was singularly unable to determine.
There we
Everything
go.
seemed fluid,
Go
mutable,
back and clip
unreal.
this out.
When he walked, it appeared to be on whatever lower
We'll
surface
have
the visible
another
scene might have, floor, path,
intermission
greensward, or such. But upon analysis, he always found that the
movie.
contact was an illusion.
Dub some
There was
music
never
in
any
over it.
difference in the resisting force met by his feet and by his hands.
Be
when he would
right
stoop
back, chap.
experimentally,
I need to
no matter
grab
what
a fresh
changes of apparent
drink.
surface might be involved.
Enjoy
He could
the
not
fire
describe this foundation or
and the story.
limiting plane on which he walked as anything more definite than a virtually abstract pressure balancing his gravity. Of definite tactile distinctiveness, it had none, and supplementing it there seemed to be a kind of restricted levitational force which accomplished transfers of altitude. He could never actually climb stairs, yet would gradually walk up from a lower level to a higher. Passage from one definite scene to another involved a sort of gliding through a region of shadow or blurred focus where the details of each scene mingled curiously. All the vistas were distinguished by the absence of transient objects, and the indefinite or ambiguous appearance of such semi-transient objects as furniture or details of vegetation. The lighting of every scene was diffuse and perplexing, and of course the scheme of reversed colors, bright red grass, yellow sky with confused black and gray cloud forms, white tree trunks and green brick walls, gave to everything an air of unbelievable grotesquerie. There was an alteration of day and night, which turned out to be a reversal of the normal hours of light and darkness at whatever point on the earth the mirror might be hanging. This seemingly irrelevant diversity of the scenes puzzled Robert until he realized that they comprised merely such places as had been reflected for long continuous periods in the ancient glass. This also explained the odd absence of transient objects, the generally arbitrary boundaries of vision, and the fact that all exteriors were framed by the outlines of doorways or windows. The glass, it appeared, had power to store up these intangible scenes through long exposure, though it could never absorb anything corporeally, as Robert had been absorbed, except by a very different and particular process. But, to me at least, the most incredible aspect of the mad phenomenon was the monstrous subversion of our known laws of space involved in the relation of various illusory scenes to the actual terrestrial regions represented. I have spoken of the glass as storing up the images of these regions, but this is really an inexact definition. In truth, each of the mirror scenes formed a true and quasi-permanent fourth-dimensional projection of the corresponding mundane region, so that whenever Robert moved to a certain part of a certain scene, as he moved into the image of my room when sending his telepathic messages, he was actually in that place itself on Earth, though under spatial conditions which cut off all sensory communication in either direction between him and the present tridimensional aspect of the place. Theoretically speaking, A prisoner in the glass could in a few moments go anywhere on our planet, into any place, that is, which had ever been reflected in the mirror's surface. This probably applied even to places where the mirror had not hung long enough to produce a clear, illusory scene, the terrestrial region being then represented by a zone of more or less formless shadow. Outside the definite scenes was a seemingly limitless waste of neutral grey shadow, about which Robert could never be certain, and into which he never dared stray far, lest he become hopelessly lost to the real and mirror worlds alike. Among the earliest particulars which Robert gave was the fact that he was not alone in his confinement. Various others, all in antique garb, were in there with him. A corpulent, middle-aged gentleman with tied queue and velvet knee breeches who spoke English fluently, though with a marked Scandinavian accent. A rather beautiful small girl with very blonde hair which appeared a glossy dark blue. Two apparently mute black men whose features contrasted with the pallor of their reversed-colored skins. Three young men, one young woman, a very small child, almost an infant, and a lean elderly Dane of extremely distinctive aspect, and a kind of half-malign intellectuality of countenance. This last-named individual, Axel Home, who wore the satin small clothes, flared-skirted coat, and the voluminous full-bottomed periwig of an age more than 2 centuries in the past, was notable among the little band as being the one responsible for the presence of them all. He it was who, skilled equally in the arts of magic and glassworking, had long ago fashioned this strange dimensional prison in which himself, his slaves, and those whom he chose to invite or allure thither were immured unchangingly for as long as the mirror might endure. Home was born early in the 17th century, and had followed with tremendous competence and success the trade of a glass-blower, a mouldering Copenhagen. His glass, especially in the form of large drawing-room mirrors, was always at a premium, but the same bold mind which had made him the first glazier of Europe also served to carry his interests and ambitions far beyond the sphere of mere material craftsmanship. He had studied the world around him, and chafed at the limitations of human knowledge and capability. Eventually, he sought for dark ways to overcome those limitations, and gained more success than is good for any mortal. He had aspired to enjoy something like eternity, the mirror being his provision to secure this end. Serious study of the fourth dimension was far from beginning with Einstein in our own era, and Home, more than erudite in all the methods of his day, knew that a bodily entrance into that hidden phase of space would prevent him from dying in the ordinary physical sense. Research showed him that the principle of reflection undoubtedly forms the chief gate to all dimensions beyond our familiar three, and chance placed in his hands a small and very ancient glass whose cryptic properties he believed he could turn to advantage. Once inside this mirror, according to the method he had envisaged, he felt that life, in the sense of form and consciousness, would go on virtually forever, provided the mirror could be preserved indefinitely from breakage or deterioration. Home made a magnificent mirror, such as would be prized and carefully preserved, and in it deftly fused the strange whorl-configured relic he had acquired. Having thus prepared his refuge and his trap, he began to plan his mode of entrance and conditions of tenancy. He would have with him both servitors and companions, and as an experimental beginning he sent before him into the glass 2 dependable slaves brought from the West Indies. What his sensations must have been upon beholding this first concrete demonstration of his theories, only imagination can conceive. Undoubtedly, a man of his knowledge realized that absence from the outside world, if deferred beyond the natural span of life of those within, must mean instant dissolution of the first attempt to return to that world. But, barring that misfortune or accidental breakage, those within would remain forever as they were at the time of entrance. They would never grow old, and would need neither food nor drink. To make his prison tolerable, he sent ahead of him certain books and writing materials, a chair and table of stoutest workmanship, and a few other accessories. He knew that the images which the glass would reflect
Basically, he
would
imprisoned
not be added,
himself.
but would merely extend around him like a background of dream. His own transition in 1687 was a momentous experience, and must have been attended by mixed sensations of triumph and terror. Had anything gone wrong, there were frightful possibilities of being lost in dark and inconceivable multiple dimensions. For over 50 years, he had been unable to secure any additions to the little company of himself and slaves, but later on he had perfected his telepathic method of visualizing small sections of the outside world close to the glass, and attracting certain individuals in those areas through the mirror's strange entrance. Thus Robert, influenced into a desire to press upon the door, had been lured within. Such visualizations depended wholly on telepathy, since no one inside the mirror could see out into the world of men. It was, in truth, a strange life that Holmes and his company had lived inside the glass, since the mirror had stood for fully a century, with its face to the dusty stone wall of the shed where I found it. Robert was the first being to enter this limbo after all that interval. His arrival was a gala event, for he brought news of the outside world, which must have been of the most startling impressiveness to the more thoughtful of those within. He, in his turn, young though he was, felt overwhelmingly the weirdness of meeting and talking with persons who had been alive in the 17th and 18th centuries. The deadly monotony of life for the prisoners can only be vaguely conjectured. As mentioned, its extensive spatial variety was limited to localities which had been reflected in the mirror for long periods, and many of these had become dim and strange as tropical climates had made inroads on the surface. Certain localities were bright and beautiful, and in these the company usually gathered, but no scene could be fully satisfying, since the visible objects were all unreal and intangible, and often of perplexingly indefinite outline. When the tedious periods of darkness came, the general custom was to indulge in memories, reflections, or conversations. Each one of that strange, pathetic group had retained his or her personality unchanged and unchangeable, since becoming immune to the time effects of outside space. The number of inanimate objects within the glass, aside from the clothing of the prisoners, was very small, being largely limited to the accessories Holmes had provided for himself. The rest did without even furniture, since sleep and fatigue had vanished along with most other vital attributes. Such inorganic things as were present seemed as exempt from decay as the living beings. The lower forms of animal life were wholly absent. Robert derived most of his information from Herr Thiele, the gentleman who spoke English with a Scandinavian accent. This portly Dane had taken a fancy to him, and talked at considerable length. The others, too, had received him with courtesy and goodwill. Holmes himself, seeming well disposed, had told him about various matters, including the door of the trap. The boy, as he told me later, was sensible enough never to attempt communication with me when Holmes was nearby. Twice, while thus engaged, he had seen Holmes appear, and had accordingly ceased at once. At no time could I see the world behind the mirror's surface. Robert's visual image, which included his bodily form and the clothing connected with it, was, like the oral image of his halting voice and like his own visualization of myself, a case of purely telepathic transmission, and did not involve true interdimensional sight. However, had Robert been as trained a telepathist as Holmes, he might have transmitted a few strong images apart from his immediate person. Throughout this period of revelation, I had, of course, been desperately trying to devise a method for Robert's release. On the 4th day, the 9th after the disappearance, I hit on a solution. Everything considered, my laboriously formulated process was not a very complicated one, though I could not tell beforehand how it would work. while the possibility of ruinous consequences in case of a slip was appalling. This process depended, basically, on the fact that there was no possible exit from inside the glass. If Holmes and his prisoners were permanently sealed in, then release must come wholly from outside. Other considerations included the disposal of the other prisoners, if any survived, and especially of Axel Holmes. What Robert had told me of him was anything but reassuring, and I certainly
Chocolate
did not wish him loose in
bar.
my apartment, free once more to work his evil will upon the world. The telepathic messages had not made fully clear the effect of liberation on those who had entered the glass so long ago. There was, too, a final, though minor problem in case of success, that of getting Robert back into the routine of school life without having to explain the incredible. In case of failure, it was highly inadvisable to have witnesses present at the release operations, and, lacking these, I simply could not attempt to relate the actual facts if I should succeed. Even to me, the reality seemed a mad one whenever I let my mind turn from the data so compellingly presented in that tense series of dreams. When I had thought these problems through as far as possible, I procured a large magnifying glass from the school laboratory and studied minutely every square millimeter of that whorl center which presumably marked the extent of the original ancient mirror used by Holmes. Even with this aid, I could not quite trace the exact boundary between the old area and the surface added by the Danish wizard. But after a long study, decided on a conjectural oval boundary, which I outlined very precisely with a soft blue pencil. I then made a trip to Stamford, where I procured a heavy glass cutting tool, for my primary idea was to remove the ancient and magically potent mirror from its later setting. My next step was to figure out the best time of day to make the crucial experiment. I finally settled on 2:30 a.m., both because it was a good season for uninterrupted work, and because it was the opposite of 2:30 p.m., the probable moment at which Robert had entered the mirror. This form of oppositeness may or may not have been relevant, but I knew at least that the chosen hour was as good as any, and perhaps better than most. I finally set to work in the early morning of the 11th day after the disappearance, having drawn all the shades of my living room and closed and locked the door into the hallway. Following with breathless care the elliptical line I had traced, I worked around the whorl section with my steel-wheeled cutting tool. The ancient glass, half an inch thick, crackled crisply under the firm, uniform pressure, and upon completing the circuit, I cut around it a second time, crunching the roller more deeply into the glass. Then, very carefully indeed, I lifted the heavy mirror down from its console and leaned it face inward against the wall, prying off two of the thin, narrow boards nailed to the back. With equal caution, I smartly tapped the cut-around space with the heavy wooden handle of the glass cutter. But the very first tap, the whorl-containing section of glass dropped out on the Bokhara rug beneath. I did not know what might happen, but was keyed up for anything, and took a deep involuntary breath. I was on my knees for convenience at the moment, with my face quite near the newly made aperture, and as I breathed, there poured into my nostrils a powerful, dusty odor, a smell not comparable to any other I have ever encountered. Then, everything within my range of vision suddenly
That
turned
smell
to a
must
dull
have
gray
did
before my
bullshit.
failing eyesight, as I felt myself overpowered by an invisible force which robbed my muscles of their power to function. I remember grasping weakly and futilely at the edge of the nearest window drapery and feeling it rip loose from its fastening. Then I sank slowly to the floor as the darkness of oblivion passed over me. When I regained consciousness, I was lying on the Bokhara rug with my legs held unaccountably up in the air. The room was full of that hideous and inexplicable dust smell, and as my eyes began
Bad
to
Karen.
take in definite images, I saw that Robert Grandison stood in front of me. It was he, fully in the flesh and with his coloring normal, who was holding my legs aloft to bring the blood back to my head, as the school's first aid course had taught him to do with persons who had fainted. For a moment, I was struck mute by the stifling odor and by a bewilderment which quickly merged into a sense of triumph. Then I found myself able to move and speak collectedly. I raised a tentative hand and waved feebly at Robert. "All right, old man," I murmured. "You can let my legs down now. Many thanks. I'm all right again, I think. It was the smell, I imagine, that got me. Open that farthest window, please. Wide, from the bottom. That's it, thanks. No, leave the shade down the way it was." I struggled to my feet, my disturbed circulation adjusting itself in waves, and stood upright, hanging to the back of a big chair. I was still groggy, but a blast of fresh, bitterly cold air from the window revived me rapidly. I sat down in the big chair and looked at Robert, now walking toward me. "First," I said hurriedly, "tell me, Robert, those others, home, what happened to them when I opened the exit?" Robert paused halfway across the room and looked at me very gravely. "I saw them fade away into nothingness," he said with solemnity, "and with them everything. There isn't any more inside, sir. Thank God and you, sir." And young Robert, at last yielding to the sustained strain which he had borne through all those terrible 11 days, suddenly broke
Yes!
and began to weep hysterically.
We know each other. He's a friend from work.
I picked him up and placed him gently
Gibster
on the
Games.
rug over him, sat down by his
Thank you
side,
for the raid.
put a calming hand on his
Welcome
forehead.
in.
"Take it easy, old fellow,"
We're
I said soothingly.
shooting zombies.
The boy's sudden and very natural history passed as quickly as it
Wow,
had come,
9 mil
as I
sucks
hoped it
on
would
this server.
reassure me about my plans for his quiet restoration to the school.
Hang on just a second
Interest
while
in the
we're
situation
up
and the
on
need
this
of
wall. I
concealing
can get
the
you a
incredible
shout out
proof
going.
beneath a rational explanation took hold of his imagination as I had expected, and at last he sat up eagerly, telling the details of his release and listening to the
Thank you for the
instructions I
raid.
put out.
Thanks for bringing
He
your
had,
peeps
it
over.
seems, been in the
We're
protected area
doing a
of my
little
bedroom,
HP Lovecraft
back
while we're
that emerged that actual room. Hardly
playing on
he was out.
this server.
Upon hearing a fall in the living room, he had hastened thither, finding me on the rug.
We
with a
are
faint
looking
spell.
for a
I need to
case,
mention
I
only briefly
think.
my method of restoring Robert in
I
a
found a
seemingly
key.
normal way. How I smuggled him out of
I
the
found a
window in an old
key,
hat and sweater of mine, took him down the road in my
and I
quiet
don't know what it
style,
goes
I
to.
have come here to
carefully
chew
in the tale I'd
bubblegum
devised,
and kick
and
ass.
break
Oh,
the window
hydrate.
out of
Okay, I can do that.
his discovery. He had,
I
as
got your
explained,
hydrate
been walking
right
alone
here.
the afternoon of his disappearance, and had been offered a motor ride by 2 young men who, as a joke and over his protests that he could go no farther than Stamford and back, had begun to carry him past that town.
Normally I would
Jumping
keep
from
it
the car
just
during the
to
traffic
October
stop with the
for
intention
scary
of taking
stories,
him back
but you
before
know
it was
what?
over, he
I
had been hit by
really
another
enjoyed
car just as the
October,
traffic
so
was released, awakening 10 days
we carried it
later
over
to any
through
suspicion of the
November.
people who had hit him. On learning the date, I added he had immediately telephoned the school, and I, being the only one awake,
HP
had
Lovecraft,
answered the
Stephen
call and
King,
hurried after him in my car without stopping to notify
all
anyone.
the masters.
Brown, who at once telephoned to Robert's parents, accepted my story without question, and forbore to interrogate the boy because of the latter's manifest exhaustion. It was arranged that he should remain at the school for a rest, under the expert care of Mrs. Brown, a former trained nurse. I naturally saw a good deal of him during the remainder of the Christmas vacation, and was thus enabled to fill in certain gaps in his fragmentary dream story. Now and then, we would almost doubt the actuality of what had
Oh,
occurred,
Glock.
wondering whether we had not both shared some monstrous delusion born of the mirror's glittering hypnotism, and whether the tale of the
Oh,
ride
do we
and
take the
accident
Glock
were not,
and
after all,
ditch
the
the
real.
hatchet?
But whenever we did so, we would be brought back to believe
No.
monstrous and haunting memory. With me of Robert's
Or
dream
do we
figure and
ditch
its
the
faint
DMR,
voice and
the empty
inverted colours.
DMR
With
mag?
him of the whole fantastic pageantry of ancient people and dead scenes that he had witnessed. And then
You know what?
there
We're
was
not.
that
We're
dream
not going to take the
recollection of
Glock.
that damnable
We're not going to
Dustio,
take the Glock
knowing
because
what
the
it meant.
9
The
mil
instant
doesn't seem
dissolution
to
of those
be
who had
all
entered
that
an alien
potent.
dimension a century and more ago.
Ugh.
There are, in
I
addition,
have come
at
here
least
to
two
chew
lines of rather
bubblegum
more
and
positive
kick ass.
evidence,
And
one
I'm
of
all
which comes
out
from
of
my
it.
researches in Danish annals concerning the sorcerer Axel Holm. Such a person, indeed, left many traces
Opsy,
in
you
tokens
can
and
play
records,
Daisy
and
anytime
diligent
you
library
want.
sessions, plus conferences with various learned Danes, have
Daisy
shed much more
caters
light
to
on this evil fate.
everyone.
At present, I need say only that the Copenhagen glassblower, born in 1612,
Technique? Is
was a
technique in
notorious
here?
Luciferian, whose pursuits and final vanishing formed a matter of awed debate over 2 centuries ago. He had burned with a desire to know all
Following
things
you
and to
on
conquer
my new
every
account.
limitation of mankind, to which end he had delved deeply into
Nice.
forbidden fields ever since he was a
Thank
child.
you. Thank you
He
for the
was commonly held
follows.
to have joined a coven
Thank
of
you
the
for the
Draken
follows. I
the vast
appreciate it
lore of ancient Scandinavian myth, with its Loki the sly one,
very,
the
very
accursed
much.
Fenris wolf, was soon an open book.
I can use
He
all
had
of the
strange
follows I
and
can get.
objectives, few of which were definitely known, but some of which were
I
recognized
think we're
as
getting
intolerably
really
evil.
close to
It
our
is recorded that
our
his 2
goal,
helpers, originally
our
slaves
follower
from the
goal,
Danish West Indies, had become mute
and then I'll
since
have
their
to
acquisition by him,
update it.
and that they had disappeared not long before his own disappearance.
If I start
Again,
sneezing again,
mankind.
just bear with me,
Near the
but
close of an already long life,
it's a
the
bit
idea of a
dusty in
glass
here,
of
so
immortality appears to have entered his mind. That he had acquired an enchanted mirror of inconceivable antiquity was a matter of common whisper, it being alleged that he had purloined it from a fellow sorcerer who had entrusted it to him for polishing. This mirror, according to popular tales, a trophy as potent in its way as the better-known Aegis of Minerva or Hammer of Thor, was a small oval object called Loki's glass, made of some polished fusible mineral, and having magical properties which included the divination of the immediate future and the power to show the possessor his enemies. That it had deeper potential properties, realizable in the hands of an erudite magician, none of the common people doubted, and even educated persons attached much fearful importance to Holmes' rumored attempts to incorporate it in a large
our
glass.
inventory is very, very full.
Then had come the wizard's disappearance in 1687, and the final sale and dispersal of his goods amidst a growing cloud of fantastic legendary. It was, altogether, just such a story as one would
In
love
fact, I think
if
my
possessed
inventory is
by the
completely full.
Yet to me,
Yep.
remembering those dream messages and having
We need to
Robert
find a
Davison's
big marshmallow
corroboration for me,
backpack or something,
it formed a
because
positive confirmation of all the
we
bewilderment
got no room
that had
left.
unfolded. But as I have said,
Or
there
a
is still
car.
another line of rather positive evidence of a very
We'll
different
see a link.
at my disposal. 2 days after his release, as Robert, greatly improved in strength, was placing
What
the
were you
bulb
trying to
of my living room
post,
fire,
Popsy?
I noticed a certain awkwardness in his motions, and was struck by a persistent idea. Summoning him to my desk, I suddenly asked him to pick up an inkstand, and was scarcely surprised to note that, despite lifelong right-handedness, he obeyed unconsciously with his left hand.
Did you try posting
Without
something that
alarming him,
looked like a
I
link?
then asked that he unbutton his coat and let me listen to his cardiac action. What I found, upon placing my ear to his chest, and what I did not tell him for some time afterward,
Because the
that
bot may
his
think
heart
that
was
you're trying to
beating on
post
his
a
right
link.
side. He had gone into the glass right-handed and with all organs in their normal positions. Now he was left-handed and
Played
with organs
Daisy for
reversed,
a long
and
time.
would doubtless continue so for the rest of his
It's
life.
been a while for me as well.
Clearly, the dimensional transition had been no illusion, for this physical change was tangible and unmistakable. Had there been a natural exit
Yep,
from the
that'll
glass,
do it.
Robert would probably have undergone a thorough
The
reversal
bots
and
don't
emerged in
understand.
perfect normality, as indeed the color scheme of his body and clothing did emerge. The forcible
Bushville.
nature of his release, however,
That
undoubtedly
away.
set something awry.
Yeah.
The dimensions no longer had a chance to right themselves as chromatic wave frequencies still did. I had not merely opened Holmes' trap, I had destroyed it. And at the particular stage of the
I
marked
do
by
too.
Robert's escape,
I get in
the
trouble in
reversing of the
in
piece of
certain
error.
chats
It is significant that
for
in escaping,
saying
Robert
stuff
achieved
that's
pain
not
comparable to that experienced in entering.
banned
Had the
stuff,
distraction
but
been
the
still
bot
more
doesn't
sudden,
know any
I
different.
shiver to think of the monstrosities
So
of color the boy would always
it's
have
like,
been
hey,
forced
no,
to bear.
no, you can't
I
send
may add
that.
that after discovering Robert's reversal, I examined the rumpled and discarded clothing he had worn in the glass, and found, as I'd expected, a complete reversal.
It's all
of
good.
pockets,
It's all good.
buttons, and all other corresponding details. At this moment, Loki's glass
It's all
just fell on
good.
my Bokhara rug from the now patched and harmless mirror, weighs down a sheaf of papers on my writing table here in St. Thomas, venerable capital of
Yeah,
the English
or
West
do
Coast,
like 2 or
American
3
Virgin
periods,
Islands.
because
Various
that
constructions
confuses
of
it
those
as
sandwich
well.
bars have mistaken it for an odd bit of that early American product. But I privately realized that my paperweight is an antique of far subtler and more Paleogean craftsmanship. Still, I do not disillusion such enthusiasts. If you enjoyed listening today, be sure to subscribe to the channel by hitting the red subscribe button below. After doing so, click the bell icon next to the subscribe button to receive new content notifications. If you'd like to support our work and receive exclusive perks, consider becoming a channel member by clicking the join button below. To support us in other ways, see the video
Oh, be
description for
quiet.
links to our Bandcamp. You fool! Warren is dead.
The Green Meadow.
The Green Meadow by H.P. Lovecraft and Winifred V. Jackson. Introductory note.
Yeah, you
The following
You
very
gotta
singular
push
narrative
pretty hard
record of impressions was discovered
to
under
upset me.
circumstances so extraordinary that they deserve careful description.
I got a
On the
pretty
evening
thick
of Wednesday,
skin.
August 27, 1913, at about 8:30 o'clock,
There are no banned words in my chat, by the way.
Wonkett, Maine, USA,
Now, if
was
you use
aroused
certain
by a
words
thunderous rain,
that
accompanied by a
are
blinding
socially
crash, and
unacceptable,
persons near the shore beheld a
it
massive
doesn't
ball of
upset
fire
me,
dart from the
but
heavens into the sea
I
at a
don't
short
want
distance out,
certain words going
sending
into
out
my
a prodigious
VODs
column of water.
or upsetting other
The
people
following
that are
Sunday,
in the
a
chat.
fishing party
So,
composed of John
just
Richmond,
so you
Peter
know.
B. Carr, and Simon Canfield caught in their trawl and dragged ashore a mass of
Yeah.
metallic rock weighing 360 pounds and looking, Mr. Canfield said,
I'm in my
like a
mid
piece of
50s,
slag.
so there's
Most
not
of the
many
inhabitants
words I
agreed
haven't
that this
heard
heavy
in
body was none other
life,
than the fireball which had fallen from the
and none
sky
of
4
which
days before.
offend
And
me,
Dr. Richard M.
because
Jones, the local scientific
they're just
authority,
words.
allowed that it must
I
be
don't
an
take
element
anything
or
to heart.
meteoric stone. In chipping off specimens to send to an expert
Oh,
Boston
carnine.
analyst, Dr. Jones discovered embedded in the semi-metallic mass the strange book
But I
containing
do
the
have an
ensuing tale, which is
R700,
still in
so
his possession. In
with
form,
2
the
mags.
discovery resembles an ordinary
So
notebook,
I'm not
about
gonna
5
give
by
up
3
my
inches in size,
R700.
and containing 30 leaves. In material, however, it presents marked peculiarities. The covers are apparently of
SVT
some
mag.
dark, stony substance unknown to geologists and unbreakable by any
Yeah, just don't
mechanical
come in
means.
here and be a
No
dick,
chemical reagent seems
and
to act upon them.
you're good.
The leaves are much the same, save that they are lighter in color and so infinitely thin as to be quite flexible. The hole is bound by some...
Yeah, don't come in and be a
clear
douche,
for those
you
who have
know.
observed it. A process involving the adhesion
And
of the
you're
leaf
good.
substance to the cover substance. These substances cannot now be
Yeah.
separated, nor can the leaves be torn by any amount of
Most people
force.
that find their way in
The
here
writing is
are
deep
usually
and of purest
alright.
classical quality, and several students
Very,
of paleography
very rarely
declared that
does
the
someone come
characters
in
are in a
here
cursive hand
and
used
get
about
out
the
of
2nd
hand.
century BC. There is little in the text to determine the date. The mechanical mode of writing cannot be deduced, beyond the fact that it must have resembled that of the modern slate and
They've
slate.
only had to kick a
During the
couple
course
of people
analytical
out
efforts
over
made by the
time.
late Professor Chambers of Harvard, several
One
pages,
guy
mostly the
was
conclusion
because
of
he
the
was a
narrative,
very,
were blurred with a
very
point of
drunk
utterly
and
faceless
being
red,
very,
a
very
circumstance
belligerent.
forming a well-nigh irreparable loss. What remains of the contents was done into modern Greek letters by the paleographer Rutherford.
Get off
In this
me, I'll
form submitted to the
spatula you.
translators. Professor Mayfield of the Massachusetts
Oh, you
Institute
too.
of Technology, who examined samples of the strange stone, declares it a true meteorite, an opinion in which Dr. von
Whack,
Winterfeld
whack
of
with my
Heidelberg,
spatula.
interned in 1918 as a dangerous enemy alien, does not concur. Professor Bradley of Columbia College adopts a less dogmatic ground, pointing out that certain utterly unknown ingredients are present in large quantities, and warning that no classification is as yet possible. The presence, nature, and message of the strange book form so momentous a problem that no explanation can even be attempted.
Oh,
The text,
somebody
as
stopped here
tourists
for a
observe,
little
is here
bit.
rendered as literally as our
There's
language
little
permits,
exhaust
in
plumes
the
just
hope that
kind of
some reader
floating
may eventually
around.
hit upon an interpretation and solve one of the greatest scientific mysteries of recent years.
Why can't the
Translated
devs
by
fix that
Elizabeth
shit
Melville
right there?
and Louis
Why can't they
Theobald.
fix that? That seems like it might be important to fix.
The story. It was a narrow place, and I was alone. On one side, beyond a margin of vivid, waving green, was the sea, blue, bright, and billowy, and sending up vaporous exhalations which intoxicated me. So profuse indeed were these exhalations that they gave me an odd impression of a coalescence of sea and sky, for the heavens were likewise bright and blue. On the other side was the forest, ancient almost as the sea itself, and stretching infinitely inland. It was very dark, for the
Rail
trees were grotesquely
guard.
huge and luxuriant, and incredibly numerous. Their giant trunks were of a horrible green.
Wonder if I'll get
blended
killed by a
weirdly
bear
with the
running
narrow
down
green
this road
track whereon
again.
I stood. At some distance away, on either side of me, the strange forest extended down to the water's edge, obliterating the shoreline and completely hemming in the narrow tract. Some of the trees, I observed, stood in the water itself, as though impatient of any barrier to their progress. I saw no living thing, nor sign that any living thing save myself had ever existed. The sea, the sky, the wood encircled me.
Techno
We know each
Mage.
other.
Thank you for the raid.
Nor was
Hang
there
on
any
just one
sound,
second.
save of the wind-tossed
Let's
wood
do this.
and of the sea. As I stood in this silent
Oh,
place,
no. Oops.
I suddenly
Wrong
commenced
keyboard.
to tremble, for though I knew not how I came there, and could scarce remember what my name and rank had been, I felt that I should go mad if I could understand what lurked about me. I recalled things I had learned, things I had dreamed, things I had imagined and yearned for in some other distant realm. I thought of long nights when I gazed up at the stars of heaven and cursed the gods that my free soul
Techno Mage
traversed
4040.
the vast abysses which
Thank
were
you for the
inaccessible
rage.
to my body.
Ooh, War Thunder.
I conjured up ancient blasphemies
How was that?
and terrible delvings
And what were you
into the
playing,
papyri
Gipster?
of Democritus. But as memories appeared, I shuddered in deeper
Didn't see what
fear,
you were playing.
for I knew that I was alone, horribly alone. Alone,
Oh,
yet close to sentient impulses of vast, vague kind, which I prayed never to comprehend nor encounter. In the voice of the swaying green branches, I fancied I could detect a kind of malignant hatred and demoniac triumph. Sometimes they struck me as being in horrible colloquy with ghastly and unthinkable things which the scaly green bodies of the trees half hid from sight, not from consciousness. The most oppressive of my sensations was a sinister feeling of alienage.
Oh, I crippled
Though I
him.
saw about me objects which I could name, trees, grass, sea, and sky, I felt that their relation to me was not the same as that of the trees, grass, sea, and sky I knew in another and dimly remembered life. The nature of the difference I could not tell, yet I shook in stark fright as it impressed itself upon me. And then, in a spot where I had before discerned nothing but the misty
Oh, I
sea,
ruined his chest
I
holster.
beheld the green meadow,
Oh, well.
separated from me by a vast expanse of blue rippling water, with sun-tipped wavelets yet strangely
Off
near.
because I have
Often
class tomorrow.
I would peep
Alrighty.
briefly over my right
You're
shoulder
good.
at the trees, but I preferred
I
to look
remembered
at the
you
meadow,
as
which affected me
a
oddly. It was while my
calm
eyes were fixed upon this singular track
motherfucker,
that
so I
first
figured
felt the
I'd drop
ground
the
in motion
bots
beneath me.
off. Oh,
A
okay.
kind of throbbing agitation which held a fiendish suggestion
I'm
of
guessing
conscious
a
action.
cool
The bit of
motherfucker
bank on
is
which
what
I
you were
stood
trying to say.
detached itself from the grassy shore and commenced to float away, borne slowly onward, as if by
Such
some
a good
current
game,
of
though.
resistless force.
It's all good,
I
man.
did
It's
not
all
move,
good.
astonished and startled as I was by the
Get some sleep
unprecedented
so you
phenomenon,
can do well in
but
your
stood rigidly still
in
until
your
a wide
classes.
lane of water yawned betwixt me and the land of trees.
Fill your
Then I
brain
sat
with
down in a
knowledge,
sort of daze,
because as
and
we all
again
know,
looked at the sun-tipped
knowledge is
water
power.
and the green meadow. Behind me, the trees and the things they may have been hiding seemed to radiate infinite menace. This I knew without turning to view them, for as I grew more
It's
used
alright,
to
it
the
doesn't
scene,
have to be your
I became
favorite.
less and less dependent
Does
on
not
the five
have to
senses
be your
that once had
favorite.
been my sole reliance.
As long as you're
I
having
knew the grim,
fun,
scaly
it
forest hated
does
me,
not matter.
yet now I was safe from it, for my bit of bank had drifted far from the shore.
You too.
But though one peril
Have
was
yourself
past,
a
another
wonderful
knelt before
evening,
me.
pleasant
Pieces of earth
dreams,
were constantly
all that
crumbling
kind
from the
of
floating isle
stuff.
which held me, so that death could not be far distant in any event. Yet
Or
now and
have
then I seemed to
nightmares.
sense that
It's
death would be
okay.
death to me no more, for I turned again to watch the
Nightmares
green meadow,
can be fun
imbued
too.
with a curious feeling of security, in strange contrast to my general horror. Then it was that I heard, at a distance immeasurable, the sound of falling water. Not that of any trivial cascade such as I had known, but that which might be heard in the far Scythian lands if all the Mediterranean were poured down an unfathomable abyss. It was toward this sound that my shrinking island was drifting, yet I was content. Far in the rear were happening weird and terrible things, things which I turned to view, yet shivered to fear. For in the sky, dark vaporous forms hovered fantastically, brooding over trees and seeming to answer the challenge of the waving green branches. Then a thick mist arose from the sea to join the sky forms, and the shore was erased from my sight. Though the sun, what sun I knew not, shone brightly on the water around me, the land I had left seemed involved in a demoniac tempest, where clashed the will of the hellish trees, and what they hid with that of the sky and the sea. And when the mist vanished, I saw only the blue sky and the blue sea, for the land and the trees were no more. It was at this point that my attention was arrested by the singing in the green meadow.
Ooh,
Hitherto,
yeah, we like
I had
that.
encountered no sign of human life, but now there arose to my ears a dull chant, whose origin and nature were apparently unmistakable. While the words were utterly undistinguishable, the chant awaked in me a peculiar train of associations, and I was reminded of some vaguely disquieting lines
Yeah,
that
we'll
I
have
was
canned
translated
tuna.
out of an Egyptian book,
Doing the
in
whole
turn taken from a
series from the
papyrus
original
of ancient
1993
Through my
to
brain
Eternal.
ran lines that I fear
Nice.
to repeat, lines telling of very antique things and forms of life in the days when our Earth was exceeding young. of things which thought and moved and were alive, yet which gods and men would not consider alive. It was a strange book. As I listened, I became gradually conscious of a circumstance which had before puzzled me only subconsciously. At no time had my sight distinguished any definite objects in the green meadow.
Oh, I
An
hate that.
impression of vivid
Oh.
homogeneous verdure being the sum total of my perception. Now, however, I saw that the current would cause my island to pass the shore at but a little distance, so that I might learn more of the land.
I
of the sea
survived
thereof.
your
My
fucking
curiosity to behold the
decent
singers
bitch.
mounted high, though it was mingled with apprehension. Bits of sod continued to break away from the tiny track which carried me, but I heeded not their loss, for I felt that I was not to die with the body, or appearance of a body, which I seemed to
And for
possess.
being there.
That
Have
everything
a
about,
great night,
even
or
life
morning,
and death,
or
was
day.
illusory, that I had overleaped the bounds of mortality and corporeal entity, becoming a free, detached thing, impressed me as almost certain. Of my location I knew
Yeah.
nothing, save that I felt I could not be on the Earth planet once so familiar to me. My sensations, apart from a kind
That
of
was an incorrect
haunting
jump.
terror, were those of a traveler just embarked upon an unending voyage of discovery. For a moment, I thought of the lands and persons I had left behind, and of strange ways whereby I might
A
someday tell
knockoff
my
Kmart
adventures,
Glock.
even though I might never return. I had now floated very near the green meadow,
Or
so that the
Walmart.
voices were clear and
Walmart
distinct.
brand.
But though I knew many languages, I could not quite interpret
Punch
the
card.
chanting.
Uh,
Familiar they indeed were,
I
as I
don't
had
know what that
suddenly
goes
felt
to.
when at a greater distance. But
I
beyond
don't
a
know. There's so
sensation of
many,
vague and awesome remembrance, I could make nothing of them.
so many
A most extraordinary
places
quality of
to
the voices,
go
quality which
and
I cannot describe.
shit to
At
do.
once frightened and
Now I
fascinated.
find a head torch.
My eyes could
Yeah.
now discern several things amidst the omnipresent verdure. Rocks covered with bright green moss, shrubs of considerable height, and less definable shapes of great magnitude, which seemed to move or vibrate amidst the shrubbery in a peculiar way. The chanting, whose authors I was so anxious to glimpse, seemed loudest at points where these shapes were most numerous and most vigorously in motion. And then, as
We'll
my
throw the
island
matches
drifted
out. I
closer,
don't.
and the
I don't
sound
need
of
'em.
the distant waterfall grew louder, I saw clearly the source of the chanting.
Matches
And in
I
one
can do
horrible
without.
instant remembered everything.
Maybe a lighter. A
Of
lighter
such
would be
things I
okay.
cannot, dare
But
not tell.
I
For
don't waste
therein
my
was
time with
revealed the hideous
matches.
solution of all which had puzzled me. And that
Ooh,
solution would drive you mad. Even as it
that's
almost
kind of a
drove
cool
me.
looking backpack.
I knew now the change through which I had passed,
Oh, I forgot I
and
had a
through
glow
which certain
stick.
others who once were men had passed. And I knew the endless cycle of the future which none like me may escape. I shall live forever, be conscious forever, though my soul cries out to the gods for the boon of death and oblivion. All is before me. Beyond the deafening torrent lies the land of Stethalos, where young men are infinitely old. The green meadow. I will send a message across the horrible, immeasurable abyss. At this point, the text becomes illegible.
Oh, that bag's kind of washed out looking, but
If you enjoyed listening today,
I
be
gotta
sure to
say that
subscribe to the
actually
channel by
looks
hitting the
pretty
red
good.
subscribe button below. After doing so, click the bell. You Imprisoned with the Pharaohs by H.P. Lovecraft and Harry Houdini.
Harry Houdini.
1. Mystery attracts mystery. Ever since the wide appearance of my name as a performer of unexplained feats, I have encountered strange narratives and events which my calling has led people to link with my interests and activities. Some of these have been trivial and irrelevant, some deeply dramatic and absorbing, some productive of weird and perilous experiences, and some involving me in
Oh, we
extensive
can try to
scientific
fill
and
this
historical
backpack
research.
up.
Many of these matters I have told and shall
Fill this
continue to tell
backpack
freely,
up,
but
and
there is one of which I
we'll
speak
sell
with
it
great
all at
reluctance,
the trader.
and which I am now relating only after a session of grilling persuasion from the publishers of this magazine, who had heard vague rumors of it from other members of my family. The hitherto guarded subject pertains to my non-professional visit to Egypt 14 years ago, and has been avoided by me for several reasons. For one thing, I am averse to exploiting certain unmistakably actual facts and conditions, obviously unknown to the myriad tourists who throng about the pyramids and apparently secreted with much diligence by the authorities at Cairo, who cannot be wholly ignorant of them. For another thing, I dislike to recount an incident in which my own fantastic imagination must have played so great a part. What I saw, or thought I saw, certainly did not take place, but is rather to be viewed as a result of my then recent readings in Egyptology, and of the speculations anent this theme which my environment naturally prompted. These imaginative stimuli, magnified by the excitement of an actual event terrible enough in itself, undoubtedly gave rise to the culminating horror of that grotesque night so long past. In January 1910, I had finished a professional engagement in England and signed a contract for a tour of Australian theatres. A liberal time being allowed for the trip, I determined to make the most of it in the sort of travel which chiefly interests me. So, accompanied by my wife, I drifted pleasantly down the continent and embarked at Marseille on the P&O steamer Malouin, bound for Port Said. From that point, I proposed to visit the principal historical localities of Lower Egypt before leaving finally for Australia.
I hear
The
wolf.
voyage was an agreeable one, and
I
enlivened
hear
by
the
many
wolf.
of the amusing incidents which befall a magical performer, apart from his work. I had intended, for the sake of quiet travel, to keep my name a secret, but was goaded into betraying myself by a fellow magician whose anxiety to astound the passengers with ordinary tricks tempted me to duplicate and exceed his feats in a manner quite destructive of my incognito. I mention this because of its ultimate effect, an effect I should have foreseen before unmasking to a shipload of tourists about to scatter throughout the Nile Valley. What it did was to herald my identity wherever I subsequently went, and deprive my wife and me of all the placid inconspicuousness we had sought. Traveling to seek curiosities, I was often forced to stand inspection as a sort of curiosity myself. We had come to Egypt in search of the picturesque and the mystically impressive, but found little enough when the ship edged up to Port Said and discharged its passengers in small boats. Low dunes of sand, bobbing buoys in shallow water, and a drearily European small town with nothing of interest save the great de Lesseps statue made us anxious to get on to something more worth our while. After some discussion, we decided to proceed at once to Cairo and the pyramids, later going to Alexandria for the Australian boat and for whatever Greco-Roman sites that ancient metropolis might present. The railway journey was tolerable enough and consumed only 4 hours and a half. We saw much of the Suez Canal, whose route we followed as far as Ismailia, and later had a taste of old Egypt in our glimpse of the restored freshwater canal of the Middle Empire. Then at last we saw Cairo, glimmering through the growing dusk, a twinkling constellation which became a blaze as we halted at the great Gar Central. But once more disappointment awaited us, for all that we beheld was European, save the costumes and the crowds. A prosaic subway led to a square teeming with carriages, taxicabs and trolley cars, and gorgeous with electric light shining on tall buildings, whilst the very theatre where I was vainly requested to play, and which I later attended as a spectator, had recently been renamed the American Cosmograph. We stopped at Shepherd's Hotel, reached in a taxi that sped along broad, smartly built-up streets, and amidst the perfect service of its restaurant, elevators, and generally Anglo-American luxuries, the mysterious East and immemorial past seemed very far away. The next day, however, precipitated us delightfully into the heart of the Arabian Nights atmosphere, and in the winding ways and exotic skyline of Cairo, the Baghdad of Harun al-Rashid
Americans.
seemed to live again. Guided by our Baedeker, we had struck east past the Ezbeki Gardens along the Muski in quest of the native quarter, and were soon in the hands of a clamorous cicerone who, notwithstanding later developments, was assuredly a master at his trade. Not until afterward did I see that I should have applied at the hotel for a licensed guide. This man, a shaven, peculiarly hollow-voiced and relatively cleanly fellow who looked like a pharaoh and called himself Abdul Raisel Drogman, appeared to have much power over others of his kind, though subsequently the police professed not to know him, and to suggest that Rice is merely a name for any person in authority, whilst Drogman is obviously no more than a clumsy modification of the word for a leader of tourist parties, dragoman. Abdul led us among such wonders as we had before only read and dreamed of. Old Cairo is itself a storybook and a dream. Labyrinths of narrow alleys redolent of aromatic secrets. Arabesque balconies and oriels nearly meeting above the cobbled streets. Maelstroms of oriental traffic with strange
They're gonna
cries,
fucking gas
cracking
this
whips,
fucking
rattling
city.
carts, jingling money, and braying donkeys. Kaleidoscopes of polychrome robes, veils, turbans, and tarbooshes. Water carriers and dervishes, dogs and cats, soothsayers and barbers, and over all, the whining of blind beggars crouched in alcoves, and the sonorous chanting of muezzins from minarets limned delicately against
Hi,
the sky
Amari.
of deep, unchanging blue.
Where we
Quiet
at?
bazaars
We
were
are
everywhere
on Deer
galore.
Isle.
Spice, perfume,
Cake
incense,
Factory's
beads,
Deer Isle.
rugs, silks,
One of
and
them.
brass. Old Mahmud Suleiman
And I
squatted
just heard a
cross-legged
boom
amidst its
like
gown tables, while
a
chattering
rocket
youths
being
pulverized
launched.
mustard in the hollowed-out
So I'm
cabins of
waiting
an
to
ancient
see
classic
if
font,
this city
a Roman
gets
Corinthian,
gassed.
perhaps from neighboring Heliopolis,
I
or
shouldn't
at
have
least
to
the
wait
station of one
long.
of his 3 Egyptian legions. Antiquity begins to mingle with
I don't know if
exoticism.
they've taken the
In the
gas
mosques and the
out of
museums,
this,
we saw
out
them
of
all,
Cushville,
and tried not
but
to let our Arabian revel succumb to the
I
darker charm of
really don't
pharaonic
want to
Egypt, which the
get
museum's priceless
poisoned.
treasures offered. That was to be our climax, and for the present we concentrated on the medieval Saracenic glories of the caliphs, whose
I
magnificent
don't think
tombs
this
formed
place will get
glittering
gassed
fairy
because they have
metropolis on the
a
edge of the Arabian desert.
parking
At length, Abdul took us along
parking
as
thing
we
here.
Muhammad Ali to the ancient mosque of Sultan Hassan and the tower-flanked Bab el-Azab, beyond which climbs the steep-walled pass to the mighty citadel that Saladin himself
I
built
forgot
with the
about
stones
that.
of
They
his
have
own pyramids. It was
the
sunset when we scaled that cliff, circled the northern
garage
mosque of Muhammad
things
Ali, and looked down from the
at the gas
glittering parapet
stations,
over mystical
so they
Cairo.
may have
Mystic
removed the
Cairo,
gas
old
from
gold,
this
with its carven domes, its
city.
ethereal minarets, its flaming gardens. Far over the
Oh
city
shit!
towered the
They
great
put a
Roman
fucking
dome of the
PD in
New
here.
Vizier. Beyond it, across the crowded yellow Nile that is the mother of eons and dynasties, lurked the menacing sands of the Libyan
Get
desert,
fucked, Terry.
undulate and iridescent, evil with older arcana. The red sun sank low,
Get
bringing
shit
the
on,
relentless
Terry.
chill of the dawn dusk. And as it stood poised on the world's
Eat a
rim
bag
above
of
that ancient god of
dicks.
Heliopolis, grey Herakti, the horizon sun, we saw silhouetted against its vermeil holocaust the black outlines of the pyramids of Giza. The Paleogean tombs there were hoary with 1,000 years, and Tutankhamun mounted his golden throne in distant Thebes. Then we knew that we were done
Now I
with
find a
Samson Cairo,
shotgun.
and that we must taste the deeper mysteries of primal Egypt, the black Chem of Re, and Amun, Isis, and Osiris. The next morning we visited the pyramids, riding out in a Victoria across the great Nile Bridge with its bronze lions, the island of Gezira with its massive labic trees,
Welcome
and the
in,
smaller
MRE,
English
by the
coast
way.
of the western shore.
How you doing?
Down the shore road we
Good to
drove,
see you, homie.
between great rows of lebbeks and past the vast zoological gardens to the suburb of Giza, where a new bridge to Cairo proper has since been built.
Oh,
Then,
you know
turning
what?
inland along the Sharir el
Boop.
Haram, we crossed a region of glassy canals and shabby native villages, till before us loomed the objects of our quest.
Yeah, there we go.
Heaving the mists of dawn and forming inverted replicas.
We'll sell
in the
the 2
roadside pools.
shotguns.
40 centuries, as Napoleon had told his campaigners there, indeed looked down upon us. The road now rose abruptly, till we finally reached our place of transfer between the trolley station and the Mina House Hotel. Abdul Rice, who capably purchased our pyramid tickets, seemed to have an
Covering
understanding
from
of the
your knee
crowding,
replacement.
yelling,
Ooh,
and
how did
offensive
that go?
Bedouins who inhabited a squalid mud
How's
village
your
some
rehab
distance
going?
away, and pestiferously assailed every traveler. So he kept
Everybody's
a very
getting body
decent
parts
bill of fare and
replaced.
secured an excellent pair of camels for us, himself mounting a donkey and assigning the leadership of our animals to a group of men and boys more expensive than useful. The area to be traversed was so small that camels were hardly needed, but we did not regret adding to our experience this troublesome form of desert navigation. The pyramids stand on a high rock plateau, this group forming next to the northernmost of the series of regal and aristocratic cemeteries built in the neighborhood of the extinct capital.
Oh, you haven't
Memphis,
even started
which lay on
rehab
the
yet?
same side of the Nile, somewhat south of Giza, and which
So I'm
flourished
guessing
between
you're
400
still laid
and
up.
2000 BC. The greatest pyramid, which lies nearest the modern road, was built by King
Still
Keo
laid up,
of Khufu about 2800 BC,
bedbound.
and stands more than 450 feet in perpendicular height. In a line southwest from this are
Oh, you're up
successively
and
the
walking
second
around.
pyramid,
Okay.
built a generation later by King
They got
Khufu,
you using
and
the
slightly
forearm
smaller,
crutches
even
and that
larger,
kind of shit.
set on higher ground, and the radically smaller third pyramid of King Mycerinus, built about 2700 BC. Near the edge of the plateau and due east of the second pyramid, with a face probably altered to form a colossal portrait of
They were
Khephren,
just
its royal
booked.
restorer, stands the monstrous Sphinx, mute,
Your
sardonic,
rehab was
and
just
wise
booked,
beyond
or
mankind and memory. Minor pyramids and the traces of ruined
what?
minor
You
pyramids
gotta
are
explain
found in
that.
several places, and the whole plateau is pitted with the tombs of dignitaries of less than royal rank. These latter were originally marked by mastabas, or stone bench-like structures about the deep burial shafts, as found in other Memphian cemeteries and exemplified by Perneb's tomb in the Metropolitan Museum of New York. At Giza, however, all such visible things have been swept away
Just a
by
cane?
time and
Yeah.
pillage, and only the rock-hewn shafts, either sand-filled or cleared out by archaeologists, remain to attest their former existence. Connected with each tomb was a chapel, in which priests and relatives offered
I
food
broke
and
in.
prayer to the hovering Ka, or vital
How you
principle
doing,
of
buddy?
the deceased. The small
Nice to
tombs
see
had
ya.
their chapels contained in their stone mastabas or superstructures, but the mortuary chapels of the pyramids, where regal pharaohs lay,
Everybody
were
just
separate
rolling
temples,
through here
each to
tonight.
the east of the
Dang.
corresponding pyramid, and connected by a causeway to a massive gate chapel or propylon at the edge of the rock plateau.
Wait, what is
The
that?
gate chapel leading to the second pyramid, nearly buried in the drifting sands,
Rehab place
yawns
didn't have any
subterraneously
openings
southeast
for
of the
about
Sphinx.
2 weeks
Persistent
after
tradition
surgery.
dubs it the Temple of the
Yeah.
Sphinx, and it may
Uh,
perhaps be rightly
rehabs
called
are
such, if the
usually
Sphinx indeed
pretty
represents the
full.
second pyramid's builder.
Especially at this time of year,
There are
everybody's trying to get
unpleasant
their
tales of
rehab
the Sphinx
work
before Khephren,
in and done,
but whatever its elder
so that they
force
can
were,
go
the
spend the
monarch
holidays
replaced
with
them with his
their,
own that men
with
might
their
look at the
families and
Colossus
shit.
without fear.
Especially if they
It
have
was
to
in the
go
great
anywhere where they
gateway
might
chapel
have to
that
move
the
around.
life-size diorite statue of Khephren, now in the Cairo Museum, was
I
found.
Delta
A statue
Force,
before which
so
I
I've
stood in
been
awe
not lurking
when I
as
beheld
much.
it. Whether the whole edifice is now
This is a
excavated is
medical.
uncertain,
Oh,
but in 1910
fuck.
most of it was below ground,
Well,
and the
that's kind
entrance
of
heavily
cool.
barred at night. Germans were in charge of the work, and the war or other things may have stopped them. I would give much, in view of my experience and of
Battle
such
axe?
whispering,
What?
discredited or unknown in Cairo, to know what has developed in connection with a certain well, a transverse gallery where
Oh, I
statues
want
of
to
the
keep
pharaoh were
this.
found in
How big
curious
is? Oh, it's like
juxtaposition
a
to the
regular
statues
axe.
of baboons. The road, as we traversed
You know what? We're gonna go like this, move that, and we're gonna drop that on the ground.
And plunged south
And we're
and
gonna
east
keep
in
the
a
battle
complete
axe.
bend that
Because the
scaled
battle
rock
axe
plateau and
looks
brought us
dope
face to
as
face with the
fuck.
desert under the lee of the Great Pyramid. Past Cyclopean masonry we rode, rounding the eastern face and looking down ahead into a valley of minor pyramids beyond
I
which
mean,
the
my
eternal
inventory's
Nile glistened
pretty
in the
much
sun.
full
The
now,
eternal
so.
desert shimmered to the west. Very
Holy
close loomed the three
fucking
major pyramids,
six-wheeler.
the greatest devoid of outer casing, and
Six-wheeler
showing the top
truck.
of great stones, but the others retaining here and there the neatly fitted covering
Might as
which
well
had
get
made
our
them
run
smooth
on.
and finished
Fuck it.
in their day. Presently, we descended toward the Sphinx and sat silent beneath the spell of those terrible unseeing eyes. On the vast stone breast, we faintly discerned the emblem of Re Heracles, for whose image the Sphinx was mistaken in a late dynasty. And though sand covered the tablet between the great paws, we recalled what Thutmosis IV inscribed thereon, and the dream he had when a prince. It was then that the smile of the Sphinx vaguely displeased us.
Yeah, this is
As
one of their
legends of
PvE
subterranean
servers.
passages beneath the monstrous creature.
It's
leading down,
it was
and
well
yet none were
populated,
dead.
so I figured, you know what?
Depths connected
Let's
with mysteries
go on that
older
one.
than the dynastic Egypt we excavate. And having a
I
secret
would be
relation with the
playing
persistence of
Dreamworld,
Norman,
but
animal-headed
their
gods from the
shit's
ancient Nilotic
getting a little
pantheon.
fucked up now,
Then,
so
too, it was, I asked myself, an idle question whose hideous significance was
I've
not fulfilled
decided
for many an hour.
not to play it.
Other tourists now began to overtake us, and we moved on to the sand-choked Temple of the Sphinx, 50 yards to the southeast, which I have previously mentioned as the Great Gate of the Causeway.
They are
the
connected
second
with
pyramid's
Epic
mortuary
Games,
back.
and Epic
Most of it was still
Games,
underground.
their
And although
shit
we
runs
dismounted and
like
descended
ass,
to a modern
so
passageway to its alabaster corridor and pillared hall, I felt that Abdul and the local German attendant
I may have to
shown us
give
all
up
must
playing
see.
that game. I really
After
like
this, we
playing
made the
it.
conventional
I have
circuit of the
fun.
pyramid
It's
plateau,
a game that's geared
examining the
towards
second
people
pyramid and
with
the
my
peculiar
mindset.
ruins of its mortuary chapel to the east.
I
The
haven't
fourth
given
pyramid
up
and
on
its miniature
Honeypot.
southern
I
satellite,
wanted to do
ruined
something that I could do a fresh
the
run
rock
on.
tombs and the honeycombings of the 4th
So-
and 5th dynasties, and the famous Campbell's tomb, whose shadowy shaft sinks
I saw this and I went,
53 feet
okay,
to a sinister
we'll run
sarcophagus,
around on that one.
which one of our camel drivers
works.
divested of the cumbering sand after a vertiginous descent by rope.
Plus, I haven't been on
Eyes now assailed
Deer
us from the
Isle in a
Great
while.
Pyramid, where Bedouins were besieging a
So-
party of tourists with offers of guidance to the top, or of displays of speed in the performance of solitary
Oh,
trips up and
ice.
down.
Ice,
7
ice,
minutes is said to be
baby.
the record
Dun,
for
dun,
such
dun,
an
dun,
ascent
dun,
and
dun,
descent,
dun.
but many lusty sheikhs and sons of sheikhs assured us they could cut it to 5 if given the
Consumables.
requisite impetus of liberal backsheesh.
Yeah.
They did not get this impetus, though we did let Abdul take us up, thus
They
obtaining a view of
wiped and
unprecedented magnificence.
the
which
honeypot
included
switched
not
to
only glittering
winter
tower
turnus.
crowned citadel and background of gold-violet hills,
May have to hop back on there just to play on it.
From Abu
At least a
Ghraib to the
little
north,
bit.
to the Dasher
As
to
you
the
know,
south.
I'm not a
The
huge
Saqqara
lover of
Step
snow,
Pyramid, which marks the
so
evolution of the low mastaba into the true pyramid, showed clearly and
I
alluringly
may
the
have
same distance.
to
It is close to this
be a
transition
bit
monument that
wary
the famed
when
tomb
it
of
comes
Deneb was
to
found, more than 400 miles
playing
north of
that.
the Theban rock valley, where Tutankhamun sleeps. Again, I was forced to silence through sheer awe. The prospect of such antiquity, and the secrets each hoary monument seemed to hold and brood over,
Yeah.
filled me with
Well,
a
maybe
reverence
I
and
might
sense
do
of
that
immensity
tomorrow. See, I might
nothing else
do
ever gave me.
honeypot tomorrow as
Fatigued by the climb,
another
we
freshie
escaped
runs.
with the importunate
Oh, okay, I'll
Bedouins,
talk to you
whose actions seemed to defy
when you
every
get
rule
back.
of taste. We omitted the arduous detail of entering the cramped interior passages of any of the pyramids.
Oh,
Though we
building.
saw
Do I
several
have
of the
building
hardiest
stuff?
tourists preparing for the suffocating crawl through Cheops's mightiest memorial.
Nope.
As we dismissed and
Don't have
overpaid our
any
local
building
bodyguard
items.
and drove back to Cairo with Abdul Rice under the afternoon sun, we half regretted the omission we had made. Such fascinating things were whispered about the lower pyramid passages,
One.
not in the guidebooks. Passages whose entrances had been hastily blocked up and
Get
concealed by
$1
some
for
non-communicative archaeologists who had found
Foxy.
and begun to explore them. Of course, this whispering was largely baseless on the face of it, but it was
1.25
curious to reflect how persistently
for duct
visitors
tape.
were forbidden to enter the pyramids at night or to visit
Wow.
the lowest burrows and crypt of the Great Pyramid. Perhaps in the latter case, it was the psychological effect which was feared. The effect on the visitor of feeling himself huddled down beneath a gigantic world of solid masonry, joined to the life he is known by the merest tube in which he may only crawl, and which any accident or evil design might block. The whole subject seemed so weird and alluring that we resolved to pay the Pyramid Plateau another visit at the earliest possible opportunity. For me,
Okay.
this opportunity came much earlier than I expected.
Yeah.
That evening, the members of our party
Shotguns.
feeling somewhat tired after the strenuous program of the day, I went alone with Abdul Rice for a walk through the picturesque Arab quarter. Though I had seen it by day, I wished to study the alleys and bazaars in the dusk, where rich shadows and mellow gleams of light would add to their glamour. Fantastic illusion. The native crowds were thinning, but were still very noisy and joyous. At any rate, the exchange of ancestrally appropriate language became very brisk, and before long, Halizes, as I heard the stranger called when called by no worse name, began to pull violently at Abdul's robe, an action quickly reciprocated, and leading to a spirited scuffle, in which both combatants lost their sacredly cherished headgear, and would have reached an even direr condition had I not intervened and separated them by main force. My interference, at first seemingly unwelcome on both sides, succeeded at last in effecting a truce. Sullenly, each belligerent composed his wrath and his attire, and with an assumption of dignity as profound as it was sudden, the two formed a curious pact of honor, which I soon learned is a custom of great antiquity in Cairo, a pact for the settlement of their difference by means of a nocturnal fistfight atop the Great Pyramid, long after the departure of the last moonlight sightseer. Each duelist was to assemble a party of seconds, and the affair was to begin at midnight, proceeding by rounds in the most civilized possible fashion. In all this planning, there was much which excited my interest. The fight itself promised to be unique and spectacular, while the thought of the scene on that hoary pile overlooking the antediluvian plateau of Giza under the wan moon of the pallid small hours.
Catch you later, losing the fight. Stay awake. It's
Request
all
vowed Abdul
good, my
exceedingly
friend.
willing to
It's
admit me to
all
his party of
good.
seconds, so that
You
all
go
the
right
rest of
ahead
the early evening
and
I
fall
accompanied
asleep.
him to various dens in the
I
most
will not
important
fault
regions
you
of the
for
town,
falling asleep.
mostly northeast of the Esbeki, where he gathered one by one a select and formidable band of congenial cutthroats as his pugilistic background. Shortly after 9, our party, mounted on donkeys bearing such royal or tourist reminiscent names as Ramesses, Mark Twain, J.P. Morgan, and Minnehaha, edged through street labyrinths both oriental and occidental, crossed the muddy and mast-forested Nile by the bridge of the Bronze Lions, and cantered philosophically between the lebbeks on the road to Giza. Slightly over 2 hours were consumed by the trip, toward the end of which we passed the last of the returning tourists, saluted the last inbound trolley car, and were alone with
You
the
know
night.
what? I'm going to get rid of this too.
Moon. Then we saw the vast pyramids at the end of the avenue, ghoulish with a dim atavistical menace which I had not seemed to notice in the daytime. Even the smallest of them held a hint of the ghastly. Was it not in this that they had buried Queen Nitocris alive in the 6th dynasty? Subtle Queen Nitocris, who once invited all her enemies to a feast in a temple below the Nile and drowned them by opening the water gates. I recalled that the Arabs whisper things about Nitocris and shun the 3rd pyramid at certain phases of the moon. It must have been over her that Thomas More was brooding when he wrote a thing muttered about by Memphian boatmen. The subterranean nymph that dwells mid sunless gems and glories hid, the lady of the pyramid. Early as we were, Elises and his party were ahead of us, for we saw their donkeys outlined against the desert plateau at Kafr el-Haram, toward which squalid Arab settlement close to the Sphinx we diverged instead of following
Do
the
I
regular
save
road
that
to
one?
Amina House, where some of the sleepy, inefficient police might
Nah.
have observed and halted us.
Sell it.
Here, where filthy Bedouins stabled camels and donkeys in the rock tombs of Kefren's courtiers,
Are you selling
we
those
were
games?
led up the rocks and over the sand to the Great Pyramid, up whose
many do you
time-worn
have?
sides the Arabs swarmed eagerly, Abdul Rice offering me the assistance
okay.
I did
How
not
much do you
need. As most travelers know, the actual apex of this structure has long been worn away,
25?
leaving a reasonably
25 or
flat
24?
platform 12 yards square. On this eerie pinnacle, a
see
squared
one
circle was formed, and in a few moments, the sardonic desert moon leered down upon a battle
Be
which,
better off with
but
the
for
pistol.
quality of
Takes
the
up
ringside
less
prize,
space.
might well have occurred at some minor athletic club in America. As I watched it, I felt that some of our less desirable institutions were not lacking. For every
How
blow,
many was it, sorry?
feint, and defense
I have 11
bespoke
of them right
stalling to my not inexperienced eye. It was quickly over, and despite my misgivings as to methods, I felt a sort of proprietary
All
pride
good.
when
You
Abdul
can stack
Rice
them
was
also, by the way.
adjudged the winner. Reconciliation was phenomenally rapid,
Oh, gotcha.
and amidst the singing, fraternizing, and drinking which followed, I found it difficult to realize that a quarrel had ever occurred. Oddly enough, I myself seemed to be more of a center of notice than the antagonists, and from my smattering of Arabic, I judged that they were discussing my professional performances and escapes from every sort of manacle and confinement, in a manner which indicated not only a surprising knowledge of me, but a distinct hostility and skepticism concerning my feats of escape. It gradually dawned on me that the elder magic of Egypt did not depart without leaving traces, and that fragments of a strange, secret lore and priestly cult practices have survived surreptitiously amongst the Falahin to such an extent that the prowess of a strange Hawi or magician is resented and disputed. I thought of how much my hollow-voiced guide Abdul Rice looked like an old Egyptian priest or pharaoh or smiling sphinx, and wondered.
Is it on you?
Suddenly, something happened which in a flash proved the correctness of my reflections,
Oh,
and
okay.
made me curse the denseness whereby I had accepted
Oh,
this
did you
night's
try to
events as other than the empty and malicious
USB to a different
frame-up
server?
they now showed themselves to be. Without warning, and doubtless in
That
answer to
didn't
some
leave the
subtle
server?
sign from Abdul, the entire band of Bedouins precipitated itself upon
You
me,
might have lost it.
and
I'm not
having
gonna lie to
produced
you.
heavy ropes, soon had me bound as securely as I
Yeah,
was
you can't
ever
take
bound
USB
in the
across
course of
servers.
my life. Either
I
on the
could be wrong,
stage
but I'm
or
pretty
off.
sure you can't take USB.
I struggled at first,
Swear.
but soon saw that one man could make no headway against a band of over 20 sinewy barbarians. My hands were tied behind my back, my knees bent to their fullest extent, and my wrists and ankles stoutly
take your time,
linked
take your
together
time.
with
All right.
unyielding cords. A stifling
like your
gag was
cherry
forced
blossom.
into my mouth, and a blindfold fastened tightly over my eyes. Then, as the Arabs bore me aloft on their shoulders and began a jouncing descent of the pyramid, I heard the taunts of my late guide Abdul, who mocked and jeered delightedly in his hollow voice, and assured me that I was soon to have my magic powers put to a supreme test, which would quickly remove any egotism I might have gained through triumphing over all the tests offered by America and Europe. Egypt, he reminded me, is very old and full of inner mysteries and antique powers not even conceivable to the experts of today, whose devices had so uniformly failed to entrap me. How far or in what direction I was carried, I cannot tell, for the circumstances were all against the formation of any accurate judgment. I know, however, that it could not have been a great distance, since my bearers at no point hastened beyond a walk, yet kept me aloft a surprisingly short time. It is this perplexing brevity which makes me feel almost like shuddering whenever I think of Giza and its plateau, for one is oppressed by hints of the closeness to everyday tourist routes of what existed then and must exist still. The evil abnormality I speak of did not become manifest at first, setting me down on a surface which I recognized as sand rather than rock. My captors passed a rope around my chest and dragged me a few feet to a ragged opening in the ground, into which they presently lowered me with much rough handling. For apparent eons, I bumped against the stony, irregular sides of a narrow-hewn well, which I took to be one of the numerous burial shafts of the plateau, until the prodigious, almost incredible depth of it robbed me of all basis of conjecture. The horror of the experience deepened with every dragging second. That any descent through the sheer solid rock could be so vast without reaching the core of the planet itself, or that any rope made by man could be so long as to dangle me in these unholy and seemingly fathomless profundities of nether earth, were beliefs of such grotesqueness that it was easier to doubt my agitated senses than to accept them. Even now I am uncertain, for I know how deceitful the sense of time becomes when one or more of the usual perceptions or conditions of life is removed or distorted. But I am quite sure that I preserved a logical consciousness that far, that at least I did not add any full-grown phantoms of imagination to a picture hideous enough in its reality, and explicable by a type of cerebral illusion vastly short of actual hallucination. All this was not the cause
backpacks.
of my first bit of fainting. The shocking ordeal was
That's
cumulative.
120.
The beginning of the later terrors was a very perceptible
80,
increase in my rate of
90,
descent. They were paying out that
80,
infinitely long rope very swiftly now,
150.
and I scraped cruelly against the rough and constricted sides of the shaft as I shot madly downward. My clothing was in tatters, and I felt the trickle of blood all over, even
Combat
above the
bag
mounting and
developed for
excruciating
the
pain.
hardest
My nostrils, too,
situations.
were assailed by a
Holds most
scourge
of
of
your
final
gear,
bitterness,
and you
a
can
treacle of
attach
odor,
a spare
damp,
weapon to it.
sweet, curiously
It
unlike the
can
warmth
also
I was
be
speaking of.
repaired with common items gear made by Mighty Whitspur. Oh my god, that's so
Then
loud.
the mental cataclysm came. It was horrible, hideous beyond all articulate description, because it was all of the soul, with nothing of detail to describe. It was the ecstasy of nightmare, and the summation of the fiendish. The suddenness of it was apocalyptic and demoniac. One moment I was plunging agonizingly down that narrow well of million-toothed torture, yet the next moment I was soaring on bat wings in the gulfs of hell, swinging free
8200.
and swoopingly through illimitable miles of
8200.
boundless,
Okay,
musty space,
we're gonna go
rising
that.
dizzily to measureless pinnacles of chilling ether, then diving gaspingly to sucking nadirs of ravenous, nauseous lower vacua. Thank God for the mercy that shut out in oblivion those clawing furies of consciousness which half unhinged my faculties and tore harpy-like at my spirit. That one respite, short as it was, gave me the strength and sanity to endure those still greater sublimations of cosmic panic that lurked and gibbered on the road ahead.
Gibber, gibber, gibber.
2. It was very gradually that I regained my senses after that eldritch flight through Stygian space. The process was infinitely painful and colored by fantastic dreams in which my bound and gagged condition found singular embodiment. The precise nature of these dreams was very clear while I was experiencing them, but became blurred in my recollection almost immediately afterward, and was soon reduced to the merest outline by the terrible events, real or imaginary, which followed. I dreamed that I was in the grasp of a great and horrible paw, a yellow, hairy, five-clawed paw, which had reached out of the earth to crush and engulf me. And when I stopped to
Okay, now
reflect
can
what the
I
paw
sell
was,
this
it seemed to me
backpack?
that it was Egypt. In the dream, I looked back at the events of the preceding weeks, and saw myself lured and enmeshed little by little, subtly and insidiously, by some hellish ghoul spirit of the elder Nile sorcery, some spirit that was in Egypt before ever man was, and that will be when man is no more. I saw the horror and unwholesome antiquity of Egypt, and the grisly alliance it has always had with the tombs and temples of the dead. I saw phantom processions of priests with the heads of bulls, falcons, cats, and ibises. Phantom processions marching interminably through subterraneous labyrinths and avenues of titanic propylaea beside which a man is as a fly, and offering unnameable sacrifices to indescribable gods. Stone colossi marched in endless night and drove herds of grinning androsphinxes down to the shores of illimitable stagnant rivers of pitch. And behind it all, I saw the ineffable malignity of primordial necromancy, black and amorphous, and fumbling greedily after me in the darkness to choke out the spirit that had dared to mock it by emulation. In my sleeping brain there took shape a melodrama of sinister hatred and pursuit, and I saw the black soul of Egypt singling me out and calling me in inaudible whispers, calling and luring me, leading me on with the glitter and glamour of a Saracenic surface, but ever pulling me down to the age-mad catacombs and horrors of its dead and abysmal pharaonic heart. Then the dream faces took on human resemblances, and I saw my guide Abdul Rice in the robes of a king, with the sneer of the Sphinx on his features, and I knew that those features were the features of Khephren the Great, who raised the second pyramid, carved over the Sphinx's face in the likeness of his own, and built that titanic gateway temple, whose myriad corridors the archaeologists think they have dug out of the cryptical sand, the uninformative rock. And I looked at the long, lean, rigid hand of Khephren, the long, lean, rigid hand as I had seen it on the diorite statue in the Cairo Museum, the statue they had found in the infallible Gateway Temple,
Miracles.
and wondered that I had not shrieked when I saw it on
Bye.
Abdul Rice. That hand. It was hideously cold, and it was crushing me. It was the cold and cramping of the sarcophagus, the chill and constriction of unrememberable Egypt. It was knighted, necropolitan Egypt itself, that yellow paw, and they whisper such things of Khephren. But at this juncture I began to awake, or at least to assume a condition less completely that of sleep than the one just preceding. I recalled the fight atop the pyramid,
Oh,
the treacherous
positive.
Bedouins and their attack, my frightful descent by rope through endless rock depths, and my mad swinging and plunging in a chill void redolent of aromatic putrescence. I perceived that I now lay on a damp rock floor, and that my bonds were still biting into me with unloosened force. It was very cold, and I seemed to detect a faint current of noisome air sweeping across me. The cuts and bruises I had received from the jagged sides of the rock shaft were paining me woefully, their soreness enhanced to a stinging or burning acuteness by some pungent quality in the faint draught, and the mere act of rolling over was enough to set my whole frame throbbing with untold agony. As I turned, I felt a tug from above, and concluded that the rope whereby I was lowered still reached to the surface. Whether or not the Arabs still held it, I had no idea, nor had I any idea how far within the earth I was. I knew that the darkness around me was wholly or nearly total, since no ray of moonlight penetrated my blindfold. But I did not trust my senses enough to accept as evidence of extreme depth the sensation of vast duration which had characterized my descent. Knowing at least that I was in a space of considerable extent reached from the surface directly above by an opening in the rock, I doubtfully conjectured that my prison was perhaps the buried gateway chapel of old Kefren, the temple of the Sphinx, perhaps some inner corridor which the guides had not shown me during my morning visit, and from which I might easily escape if I could find my way to the barred entrance. It would be a labyrinthine wandering, but no worse than others out of which I had in the past found my way. The first step was to get free of my bonds, gag, and blindfold, and this I knew would be no great task, since subtler experts than these Arabs had tried every known species of fetter upon me during my long and varied career as an exponent of escape, yet had never succeeded in defeating my methods. Then it occurred to me that the Arabs might be ready to meet and attack me at the entrance upon any evidence of my probable escape from the binding cords, as would be furnished by any decided agitation of the rope which they probably held. This, of course, was taking for granted that my place of confinement was indeed Kefren's Temple of the Sphinx. The direct opening in the roof, wherever it might lurk, could not be beyond easy reach of the ordinary modern entrance near the Sphinx, if in truth it were any great distance at all on the surface, since the total area known to visitors is not at all enormous. I had not noticed any such opening during my daytime pilgrimage, but knew that these things are easily overlooked amidst the drifting sands. Thinking these matters over as I lay bent and bound on the rock floor, I nearly forgot the horrors of the abysmal descent and cavernous swinging which had so lately reduced me to a coma. My present thought was only to outwit the Arabs, and I accordingly determined to work myself free as quickly as possible, avoiding any tug on the descending line which might betray an effective or even problematical attempt at freedom. This, however, was more easily determined than effected.
AK
A few preliminary
101.
trials made it clear that little could be accomplished without considerable motion, and it did not surprise me when, after one especially energetic struggle, I began to feel the coils of falling rope as they piled up about me and upon me. Obviously, I thought, the Bedouins had felt my movements and released their end of the rope, hastening, no doubt, to the temple's true entrance to lie murderously in wait for me. The prospect was not pleasing, but I had faced worse in my time without flinching, and would not flinch now. At present, I must first of all free myself of bonds, then trust to ingenuity to escape from the temple unharmed. It is curious how implicitly I had come to believe myself in the old temple of Kefren beside the Sphinx, only a short distance below the ground. That belief was shattered, and every pristine apprehension of preternatural depth and demoniac mystery revived, a circumstance which grew in horror and significance even as I formulated my philosophical plan. I have said that the falling rope was piling up about and upon me. Now I saw that it was continuing to pile, as no rope of normal length could possibly do. It gained in momentum and became an avalanche of hemp, accumulating mountainously on the floor and half burying me beneath its swiftly multiplying coils. Soon, I was completely engulfed and gasping for breath as the increasing convulsions submerged and stifled me. My senses tottered again, and I vainly tried to fight off a menace
I need a
desperate
proper
and
belt
uneluctable.
and a holster.
It was not merely that I was tortured beyond human endurance, not merely that life and breath seemed to be crushed slowly out of me. It was the knowledge of what those unnatural lengths of rope implied, and the consciousness of what unknown and incalculable gulfs of inner earth must at this moment be surrounding me. My endless descent and swinging flight through goblin space then must have been real, and even now I must be lying helpless in some nameless cavern world toward the core of the planet. Such a sudden confirmation of ultimate horror was insupportable, and a second time I lapsed into merciful oblivion. When I say oblivion, I do not imply that I was free from dreams. On the contrary, my absence from the conscious world was marked by visions of the most unutterable hideousness. God, if only I had not read so much Egyptology before coming to this land which is the fountain of all darkness and terror. This second spell of fainting filled my sleeping mind anew with shivering realization of the country and its archaic secrets. And through some damnable chance, my dreams turned to the ancient notions of the dead and their sojournings in soul and body beyond those mysterious tombs, which were more houses than graves. I recalled, in dream shapes which it is as well that I do not remember, the peculiar and elaborate construction of Egyptian sepulchres, and the exceedingly singular and terrific doctrines which determined this construction. All these people thought of was death and the dead. They conceived of a literal resurrection of the body, which made them mummified with desperate care, and preserve all the vital organs in canopic jars near the corpse, whilst, besides the body, they believed in two other elements: the soul, which after its weighing and approval by Osiris dwelt in the land of the blessed, and the obscure and portentous Ka, or life principle, which wandered about the upper and lower worlds in a horrible way, demanding occasional access to the preserved body, consuming the food offerings brought by priests and pious relatives to the mortuary chapel, and sometimes, as men whispered, taking its body or the wooden double always buried beside it, and stalking noxiously abroad on errands peculiarly repellent. For thousands of years those bodies rested gorgeously encased and staring glassily upward when not visited by the Ka, awaiting the day when Osiris should restore both Ka and soul, and lead forth the stiff legions of the dead from the sunken houses of sleep. It was to have been a glorious rebirth, but not all souls were approved, nor were all tombs inviolate, so that certain grotesque mistakes and fiendish abnormalities were to be looked for. Even today the Arabs murmur of unsanctified convocations and unwholesome worship in forgotten nether abysses, which only winged invisible cars and soulless mummies may visit and return unscathed. Perhaps the most leeringly blood-congealing legends are those which relate to certain perverse products of decadent priestcraft, composite mummies made by the artificial union of human trunks and limbs with the heads of animals in imitation of the elder gods. At all stages of history, the sacred animals were mummified, so that consecrated bulls, cats, ibises, crocodiles, and the like might return some day to greater glory. But only in the decadence did they mix the human and animal in the same mummy. Only in the
Only
decadence.
16 slots.
Not
I don't
understand the
like
rights and
that.
prerogatives of the Ka and the soul. What happened to those composite mummies is not told of, at least publicly, and it is certain no Egyptologist ever found one. The whispers of Arabs are very wild, and cannot be relied upon. They even hint that old Khephren, he of the
I
Sphinx,
want
the
to
second pyramid,
go
and the yawning
this
gateway to
route.
lives far underground.
Where did you get a
wedded to
gold
the
cake
Ghoul Queen
AS50? Did you
Nitocris,
build that
and
all
ruling
yourself?
over the mummies that are neither of man
Someone gave it to me.
nor of beast. It was of these,
Why did they
of
give you a
Khephren,
gold
his
cake
consort, and his
AS50?
strange armies of the hybrid dead, that I dreamed.
Because
And that is why I am glad the
From
exact dream
four?
shows have faded from my memory.
they gave
My
it to
most
me
horrible
and said
vision
it was
was
worth
connected with
10
an
mil.
idle
I'm like,
question I'd asked myself
No,
the day
it's
before
not.
when,
People will
looking
buy
at
it
the
for
great
that, but
carven riddle of
to
the
be honest,
desert,
all it is a damn
wondering
scam that you're
with
paying
what
money
unknown
for
depths the
when you
temple
can go
so
buy a
close to
regular
it
cake
might be
AS50
secretly
for,
connected.
well,
like
with these.
That question, so innocent and
I
whimsical,
have
then,
that one,
assumed
and
in
I
my
have a
dream
cake, gold
mean,
cake.
frenetic and
But to get the cake,
hysterical
I know what it's
madness.
worth. It's worth
What
87
huge,
USD.
loathsome abnormality
That's what it's
was
worth
the
to me.
Sphinx
And that right there
originally
is 1 mil
carved to represent?
750,000.
My second awakening,
okay.
if awakening it was,
Oh.
I'm trying to get a
is a memory
helicopter.
of stark
Yeah,
hideousness,
so
which nothing
that's why
else
I
of
was
my
saying
life,
2 mil. I mean,
save
I'm
one
giving you a
thing,
little extra on
came
top of
after.
it.
In parallel.
Okay.
And that
Yeah,
life
because
has
I
been
joined
full
recently.
and adventurous, beyond most men's.
I mean, I'm just
Right.
being
I
logical
remember
with
that
it.
I
I'm
had
not
lost
trying to
consciousness
rip you
whilst
off, but
buried
that's
beneath a
I'm really just
cascade of
paying
falling
extra
rope
for a
whose
damn skin.
immensity revealed the cataclysmic
Are you willing
depth
to
of
pay
my
the
present position.
$2 million for it?
Now,
Yep, I'll
as
send it to you
perception
right now.
returned, I felt the
Thank you so
entire
much.
weight gone, and realized upon rolling over that although I was still tied, gagged, and blindfolded, some agency had removed completely the suffocating hempen landslide which had overwhelmed me. The
you go, now
significance
check your
of this
bank.
condition, of course, came to me only
Not
gradually.
the richest I've ever been.
But even so, I think it would
Yep,
have brought on
you're good, man.
consciousness again, had I not by this time reached such a state of emotional exhaustion that no new horror could make.
Wait, I have a question real quick.
I was alone.
What's up?
Do you know where,
With what?
where the helicopter trader is?
Before I could torture myself
across
with
the
any
other side
new
of the map.
reflection or make any
Top left
fresh
of the
effort
map.
to escape from my bonds, an additional
Damn, that's
circumstance became manifest.
You want a ride? I'll
Pains
give you a
not
ride.
formerly felt were
Okay.
racking my arms and legs, and I seemed coated with a profusion of dried blood beyond anything my former cuts and abrasions could furnish. My chest, too, seemed pierced by 100 wounds, as though some malign, titanic ibis had been pecking at it. Assuredly, the agency which had removed the rope was a hostile one, and it began to wreak terrible injuries upon me when somehow impelled to desist. Yet at the time my sensations were distinctly the reverse of what one might expect. Instead of sinking into a bottomless pit of despair, I was stirred to a new courage and action. For now I felt that the evil forces were physical things which a fearless man might encounter on an even basis. On the strength of this thought, I tugged again at my bonds and used all the art of a lifetime to free myself, as I had so often done amidst the glare of lights and the applause of vast crowds. The familiar details of my escaping process commenced to engross me. Now that the long rope was gone, I half regained my belief that the supreme horrors were hallucinations after all, and that there had never been any terrible shaft, measureless abyss, or interminable rope. Was I, after all, in the gateway temple of Kephren beside the Sphinx, and had the sneaking Arabs stolen in to torture me as I lay helpless there? At any rate, I must be free. Let me stand up unbound, ungagged, and with eyes open to catch any glimmer of light which might come trickling from any source, and I could actually delight in the combat against evil and treacherous foes. How long I took in shaking off my encumbrances, I cannot tell. It must have been longer than in my exhibition performances, because I was wounded, exhausted, and enervated by the experiences I passed through. When I was finally free, and taking deep breaths of a chill, damp, evilly spiced air all the more horrible when encountered without the screen of gag and blindfold edges, I found that I was too cramped and fatigued to move at once. There I lay, trying to stretch a frame bent and mangled for an indefinite period, and straining my eyes to catch a glimpse of some ray of light which would give a hint as to my position. By degrees my strength and flexibility returned, but my eyes beheld nothing. As I staggered to my feet, I peered diligently in every direction,
And
yet met only an ebony blackness, as great as that I had known when blindfolded. I tried my legs, blood-encrusted beneath my shredded trousers, and found that I could walk, yet could not decide in what direction to go. Obviously, I ought not to walk at random, and perhaps retreat directly from the entrance I sought. So I paused
use
to
the
note
rope.
the direction of the cold, fetid, natron-scented air current, which I had never ceased to feel. Accepting the point of its source as the possible entrance to the abyss, I strove to keep track of this landmark and to walk consistently toward it. I had had a matchbox with me, and even a small electric flashlight, but of course the pockets of my tossed and tattered clothing were long since emptied of all heavy articles. As I walked cautiously in the blackness, the draught grew stronger, more
Now,
offensive, till at length I could regard it as nothing less than a tangible stream of detestable vapor pouring out of some aperture like the smoke of the genie from the fisherman's jar in the Eastern tale. The East, Egypt, truly, this dark cradle of civilization was ever the wellspring of horrors and marvels unspeakable. The more I reflected on the nature of this cavern wind, the greater my sense of disquiet became. For although despite its odor I had sought its source as at least an indirect clue to the outer world,
Good old
I
Atog.
now saw plainly that this foul emanation could have no admixture or connection whatsoever with the clean air of the Libyan desert, but must be essentially a thing vomited from sinister gulfs still lower down. I had, then, been walking in the wrong direction. After a moment's reflection, I decided not to retrace my steps. Away from the draft, I would have no landmarks, for the roughly level rock floor was devoid of distinctive configurations. If, however, I followed up the strange current, I would undoubtedly arrive at an aperture of some sort, from whose gate I could perhaps work round the walls to the opposite side of this cyclopean and otherwise unnavigable hall. That I might fail, I well realized. I saw that this was no part of Kefren's gateway temple, which tourists know, and it struck me that this particular hall might be unknown even to archaeologists, and merely stumbled upon by the inquisitive and malignant Arabs who had imprisoned me. If so, was there any present gate of escape to the known parts, or to the outer air? What evidence, indeed, did I now possess that this was the gateway temple at all? For a moment, all my wildest speculations rushed back upon me, and I thought of that vivid melange of impressions: descent, suspension in space,
Melange.
the rope, my wounds, and the dreams that were frankly dreams. Was this the end of life for me? Or indeed, would it be merciful if this moment were the end? I could answer none of my own questions,
Belt.
but merely kept on till fate, for a third time, reduced
Bye.
me to oblivion. This time there were no dreams, for the suddenness of the incident
Holsters.
shocked me out of all thought, either conscious or subconscious. Tripping on an unexpected descending step at a point where the offensive draft became strong enough to offer an actual physical resistance, I was precipitated headlong down a black flight of huge stone stairs into a gulf of hideousness unrelieved. That I ever breathed again is a tribute to the inherent vitality of the healthy human organism. Often, I look back to that night and feel a touch of actual humor in those repeated lapses of consciousness. Lapses whose succession reminded me at the time of nothing more than the crude cinema melodramas of that period. Of course, it is possible that the repeated lapses never occurred, and that all the features of that underground nightmare were merely the dreams of one long coma, which began with the shock of my descent into that abyss, and ended with the healing balm of the outer air and of the rising sun, which found me stretched on the sands of Giza, before the sardonic and dawn-flushed face of the great Sphinx. I prefer to believe this latter explanation as much as I can. Hence was glad when the police told me that the barrier to Kefren's gateway temple had been found unfastened, and that a sizable rift to the surface did actually exist in one corner of the still buried part. I was glad, too, when the doctors pronounced my wounds only those to be
700.
expected from my seizure, blindfolding, lowering, struggling with bonds, falling some distance, perhaps into a depression in the temple's inner gallery, dragging myself to the outer barrier and escaping from it, and experiences like that. A very soothing diagnosis. And yet I know that there must be more than appears on the surface. That extreme descent is too vivid a memory to be dismissed, and it is odd that no one has ever been able to find a man answering the description of my guide, Abdul Raisel Drogman, the tomb-throated guide who looked and smiled like King Kefren. I have digressed from my connected narrative, perhaps in the vain hope of evading the telling of that final incident, that incident which of all is most certainly an hallucination. But I promise to relate it, and do not break promises. When I recovered, or seemed to recover, my senses after that fall down the black stone stairs, I was quite as alone and in darkness as before. The windy stench, bad enough before, was now fiendish, yet I had acquired enough familiarity by this time to bear it stoically. Dazedly, I began to crawl away from the place whence the putrid wind
That's
came,
not what I was looking
and
for.
with my bleeding hands felt the colossal blocks of a mighty pavement. Once my head struck against a hard object, and when I felt of it, I learned that it was the base of a column of unbelievable immensity, whose surface was covered with
$1,000
gigantic chiseled
for
hieroglyphics that were
that.
imperceptible to my touch. Crawling on, I encountered other Titan columns at incomprehensible distances apart, when suddenly my attention was captured by the realization of something which must have been impinging on my subconscious hearing long before the conscious sense was aware of it. From some still lower chasm in Earth's bowels were proceeding certain sounds, measured and definite, and like nothing I had ever heard before. That they were very ancient and distinctly ceremonial, I felt almost intuitively, and much reading in Egyptology led me to associate them with the flute, the sambian, the sistrum, and the tympanum. In their rhythmic piping, droning, rattling, and beating, I felt an element of terror beyond all the known terrors of Earth, a terror peculiarly disassociated from personal fear, and taking the form of a sort of objective pity for our planet, that it should hold within its depths such horrors as must lie beyond these age-panic cacophonies. The sounds increased in volume, and I felt that they were approaching. Then, and may all the gods of all pantheons unite to keep the like from my ears again, I began to hear, faintly and afar off, the morbid and millennial tramping of the marching things. It was hideous that footfalls so dissimilar should move in such perfect rhythm. The training of unhallowed thousands of years must lie behind that march of Earth's inmost monstrosities, padding, clicking, walking, stalking, rumbling, lumbering, crawling, and all to the abhorrent discords of those mocking instruments. And then, God keep the memory of those Arab legends out of my head, the mummies without souls, the meeting place of the wandering cars, the hordes of the devil-cursed pharaonic dead of 40 centuries, the composite mummies led through the uttermost onyx voids by King Kephren and his ghoul queen, Nitocris. The tramping drew nearer. Heaven save me from the sound of those feet and paws and hooves and pads and talons as it commenced to acquire detail. Down limitless reaches of sunless pavement a spark of light flickered in the malodorous wind, and I drew behind the enormous circumference of a cyclopic column that I might escape for a while the horror that was stalking million-footed toward me through gigantic hyperstyles of inhuman dread and phobic antiquity. The flickers increased, and the tramping and dissonant rhythm grew sickeningly loud. In the quivering orange light there stood faintly forth a scene of such stony awe that I gasped from a sheer wonder that conquered even fear and repulsion. Bases of columns
So
whose
we're up
middles
here
were
at Groot's
higher than
Hill.
human sight. Mere bases of things that must each dwarf the Eiffel Tower to insignificance. Hieroglyphics carved by unthinkable
Much a
hands
car
in caverns where
cost.
daylight can be only a remote legend. I would not look at the marching things. That I desperately resolved as I heard their creaking joints and nitrous wheezing above the dead music and the dead tramping. It was merciful that they did not speak, but God, crazy
Or
to
we
see
could
the
do
anti-harsh shadows
another
on the surface of those stupendous columns.
freshie run
Heaven take it
on the
away.
honeypot.
Hippopotami should not have human hands and carry torches. Men should not have the heads of crocodiles. I tried to turn away. The shadows and the
140,000?
sounds
Oh
and the
my
stench
god.
were everywhere. Then I remembered something I used to do in half-conscious nightmares as a boy, and began to repeat to myself, "This is a dream. This is a dream." But it was of no use, and I could only shut my eyes and pray.
Robus?
At least that is what I think I did, for one is
Unquote.
never sure in visions. and I know this could have been
Silverado.
nothing more. I wondered whether I should ever reach the world again, and at times would furtively
It's
open
just
my
all
eyes to see if I
parts.
could discern any feature of the place.
It's not
The wind
even
of
the
spiced putrefaction, the topless columns,
car
and the
seller.
thaumatrope, the grotesque shadows of abnormal horror. The sputtering glare of multiplying torches now shone, and unless this hellish place were wholly without walls, I could not fail to see some boundary or fixed landmarks soon. But I had to shut
That's
my
a
eyes
six-legged
again. I
rat,
realized how
or
many of the things were
five-legged rat. It's got an
when I
extra
glimpsed a
arm.
certain object walking solemnly
The
and
fuck's up
steadily
with
without
that
any
shit?
body above the waist.
Gross.
A fiendish and ululent corpse gurgle or death rattle now split the very atmosphere. The charnel atmosphere poisonous with naphtha and bitumen blasts in one concerted chorus from the ghoulish legion of hybrid blasphemies. My eyes, perversely shaken open, gazed for an instant upon a sight which no human creature could even imagine without panic fear.
So,
Physical
do we
exhaustion.
do a second
The things
freshie
had
run
fired
tonight,
ceremonially
or
in the direction of the noisome wind, where the light of their torches showed their bended heads,
do
the bended
we
heads of such as had heads? They were worshipping before a
do,
black, feta-belching aperture,
or do we
which
just
reached
run
them
around
almost
on
out of
here
sight, and which I
trying
could
to
see was
build money?
flanked at right
I
angles
kind of
by
want to
two
do
giant
another freshie
staircases,
run.
whose ends were far away in shadow. One of these was indubitably the staircase I had fallen down. The dimensions of the whole were fully in proportion with those of the columns. An ordinary house would have been lost in it, and any average public building could easily have been moved in and out. It was so vast a surface that only by moving the eye could one trace its boundaries. So vast, so hideously black, and so aromatically stinking. Directly in front of this yawning Polyphemus door, the things were throwing objects, evidently sacrifices or religious offerings, to judge by their gestures. Kefren was their leader, sneering King Kefren, or the guide Abdul Rice, crowned with a golden skent and intoning endless formulae with the hollow voice of the dead. By his side, the beautiful Queen Netocris, whom I saw in profile for a moment, noting that the right half of her face was eaten away by rats or other ghouls.
I kind of want to do that
shut my
second
eyes again when I saw
freshie
what
run.
objects were being thrown as offerings to the fetid aperture or its possible local deity. It occurred to me that, judging from the elaborateness of this worship, the concealed deity must be one of considerable importance. Was it Osiris or Isis, Horus or Anubis, or some vast unknown god of the dead, still more central and supreme? There is a legend that terrible altars and colossi were reared to an unknown one before ever the known gods were worshipped. And now, as I steeled myself to watch the rapt and sepulchral adorations of those nameless things, a thought of escape flashed upon me. The hall was dim, and the columns heavy with shadow. With every creature of that nightmare throng absorbed in shocking raptures, it might be barely possible for me to creep past to the faraway end of one of the staircases and ascend unseen, trusting to fate and skill to deliver me from the upper reaches. Where I was, I neither knew nor seriously reflected upon, and for a moment it struck me as amusing to plan a serious escape from that which I knew to be a dream. Was I in some hidden and unsuspected lower realm of Kefren's gateway temple, that temple which generations have persistently called the Temple of the Sphinx? I could not conjecture, but I resolved to ascend to life and consciousness, if wit and muscle could carry me. Wriggling
Jackmore
flat on my
Adams,
stomach,
Winter
I began the
Chinaris,
anxious
Mary
journey toward the foot
Zemus,
of the left-hand staircase,
Rags,
which seemed
Evil
more accessible
Snowman.
of the two. I cannot describe the
Yes,
incidents and
let's fix
sensations
that
of
problem.
but they may be guessed when one reflects on.
There's only
I had to
4
watch
mods
steadily
that
in
need to
that
be
malign, wind-blown
dealt
torchlight
with.
in order to avoid detection. The bottom of the staircase was,
I
as
don't
said,
really want to run
far
around
away in
on
shadow,
winter,
as it had
but
to be to rise without a bend to the dizzy parapeted landing above the Titanic aperture.
It might
This
push us a
placed the
little
last
bit.
stages of my crawl at
doubt
some
it,
distance
but-
from the noisome herd, though the spectacle chilled me even when quite remote at my right.
The
At
honey
length
pot.
I succeeded in reaching the steps and began to climb, keeping close to the wall, on which I observed decorations of the most hideous sort, and relying for safety on the absorbed, ecstatic interest with which the monstrosities watched the foul-breezed aperture and the impious objects
Ugh, I
who
need to
nourished their fun on
shave.
the pavement before it. Though the staircase was huge and steep,
Well,
fashioned of
Beard's
vast porphyry
getting
blocks as if
a
for the
little-
feet of a giant,
little
the
ragged.
descent seemed virtually interminable.
Getting a bit
Dread
ragged. Oh,
discovery,
they changed their
the pain
splash
which renewed
page.
exercise had brought to my wounds, combined to make
That's
that
cool
upward
looking.
crawl a thing of agonizing memory. I had
Except they
intended,
look
on
tiny,
reaching the
like they're
landing,
little
to
brownies or
immediately onward
something.
along whatever upper staircase might mount from there, stopping for no last look at the carrion abominations that poured and genuflected some 70 or 80 feet below. Yet a sudden repetition of that thunderous corpse gurgle and death rattle chorus, coming as I had nearly gained the top of the flight, and showing by its ceremonial rhythm that it was not an alarm of my discovery, caused me to pause and peer cautiously over the parapet. The monstrosities were hailing something which had poked itself out of the nauseous aperture to seize the hellish fare proffered. It was something quite ponderous, even as seen from my height.
Okay, we're gonna pause that for just a second. I think it may be causing some lag there. Is this gonna freak out now? Nope. Wait, what? Hello? No way, I still have all my fucking shit from before? Okay. Um, okay, well, that's not a freshy run then. Yeah. This is not a freshie run. This is weird. All they did was change it to winter. Oh. Now I'm sad. Because I'll bet I already have a car too. I can almost guarantee you I still have a car. Yeah, this is, yeah, I still have my Dodge Challenger. I thought I was going to do a freshie run, but obviously not. I've obviously been on here since it did the wipe. I mean, and I'm all decked out in my black gear, so hell, I even have the bunny ears. Ugh. Okay, well. I kind of wanted to do a freshie run, but Actually, it's not even that I kind of wanted to do a freshie run. I actually wanted to do a freshie run. Yeah, we're gonna go do a second freshie run. Um, uh, look for something with and we were just on Deer Isle, so we'll do like Cherno or something. Mm-hmm. It's offline. Neo Farmers. New friendly self spawn. Cars PvE, no KOS. Yeah, exiled. We're not allowed to play on. Daisy Reloaded. What is that? Oh, is that? Oh, that's the one with too many AI on it. I tried that once, and the AI is just all over the place. Ugh, a ping. Woo! That's up there. That is up there. Oh, it's Brazil. That's why.
Something yellowish and hairy, and endowed with a sort of nervous motion.
Bear
It was as
Mountain.
large, perhaps, as a good-sized hippopotamus, but very curiously shaped. It seemed to have no neck, but 5 separate shaggy heads springing in a row
Dinos
from a
and
rough cylindrical
aliens
trunk.
in
The
winter.
first very small, the second good-sized, the third and fourth equal and largest of all, and the fifth rather small, though not so small as the first. Out of these heads darted curious rigid tentacles which seized ravenously on the excessively great quantities of unmentionable food placed before the aperture. Once in a while, the thing would leap
A
up, and
factory
occasionally
bitter
it would
root.
retreat into its den in a very odd manner. Its locomotion was so
Just wiped.
inexplicable that I stared in fascination, wishing it would emerge further from the cavernous lair beneath me. Then it did emerge. It did emerge, and at the sight I turned and fled into the darkness up the higher staircase that rose behind me. Fled unknowingly up incredible steps and ladders and inclined planes to which no human sight or logic guided me, and which I must ever relegate to the world of dreams for want of any confirmation. It must have been a dream, or the dawn
Well, we
would
can
never have found
play
me
on a
breathing
bitter
on the
root.
sands of Giza before the sardonic, dawn-flushed face of the Great Sphinx. The Great Sphinx? God, that idle question I asked myself on that sun-blessed morning before. What huge and loathsome abnormality was the Sphinx originally carven to represent? Accursed is the sight, be it in dream or not, that revealed to me the supreme horror, the unknown god of the dead, which licks its colossal chops in the unsuspected abyss, fed hideous morsels by soulless absurdities that should not exist. The 5-headed monster that emerged, that 5-headed monster as
Mollusk.
large as a hippopotamus, the 5-headed monster,
Blech.
and that of which it is the merest forepaw. But I survived, and I know it was only a dream. If you enjoyed listening today, be sure to subscribe to the channel by hitting the red subscribe button below. After doing so, click the bell icon next to the subscribe button to receive. When a traveler in north-central Massachusetts takes the wrong fork at the junction of the Aylesbury Pike,
Dunwich Horror. The Night Ocean. Okay. Don't listen to that one.
The Hound Special Edition, written by H.P. Lovecraft, sound design by Jennifer Gill, narration and ambient music by Ian Gordon. In my tortured ears there sounds unceasingly a nightmare whirring and flapping, and a faint, distant baying as of some gigantic hound. It is not dream. It is not, I fear, even madness, for too much has already happened to give me these merciful doubts. St. John is a mangled corpse. I alone know why, and such is my knowledge that I am about to blow out my brains, for fear I shall be mangled in the same way. Down unlit and illimitable corridors of eldritch fantasy sweeps the black, shapeless nemesis that drives me to self-annihilation. May heaven forgive the folly and morbidity which led us both to so monstrous a fate. Wearied with the commonplaces
So
of a
monstrous a
prosaic world where
fate.
even the joys of romance and adventure soon grow stale, St. John and I had followed enthusiastically every aesthetic and intellectual movement which promised respite from our devastating ennui. The enigmas of the symbolists and the ecstasies of the pre-Raphaelites all were ours in their time, but each new mood was drained too soon of its diverting novelty and appeal. Only the somber philosophy of the decadence could hold us, and this we found potent only by increasing gradually the depth and diabolism of our penetrations. Baudelaire and Huysmans were soon exhausted of thrills, till finally there remained for us only the more direct stimuli of unnatural personal experiences and adventures. It was this frightful emotional need which led us eventually to that detestable course, which even in my present fear I
Cold
mentioned with shame and
ankles.
timidity, that hideous extremity of human outrage, the abhorred practice of grave robbing.
Hoghorn Camp? What is that?
I cannot reveal the details of our shocking expeditions, or catalogue even partly the worst of the trophies adorning the nameless museum we prepared in the great stone house where we jointly dwelt, alone and servantless. Our museum was a
Tyler,
blasphemous, unthinkable
Jasper,
place, where
and
with the satanic taste of neurotic
Hoghorn
virtuosi, we
Camp.
had assembled a universe of terror and decay to excite our jaded sensibilities. It was a secret room, far, far underground, where huge winged demons carven of basalt and onyx vomited from wide grinning mouths, weird green and
We'll
orange
go
light,
to
and hidden pneumatic
Jasper.
pipes ruffled into kaleidoscopic dances of death, the lines of red charnel things, hand in hand woven in voluminous black hangings. Through these pipes came at will the odors our moods most craved, sometimes the scent of pale funeral lilies,
Quarry
sometimes
Trader.
the
Okay.
narcotic incense of imagined Eastern shrines of
Hunting
the
Trader.
kingly dead, and
Oh, okay. I
sometimes,
remember how they
I
have
shudder
this
to
laid
recall
out.
it, the frightful, soul-upheaving stenches of the uncovered grave. Around the walls of this repellent chamber
Oh.
were cases of antique mummies, alternating with comely, lifelike bodies perfectly stuffed and cured by the taxidermist's art, and with headstones snatched from the oldest churchyards of the world. Niches here and there contained skulls of all shapes and heads preserved in various stages of dissolution. There one might find the rotting, bald pates of famous noblemen, and the fresh and radiantly golden heads of new buried children. Statues and paintings there were, all of fiendish subjects and some executed by St. John and myself. A locked portfolio, bound in tanned human skin, held certain unknown and unnameable drawings which it was rumored Goya had
I hate
perpetrated,
boonie
but
hats,
dared not
but
acknowledge.
I
There were
definitely
nauseous
don't want
musical
that.
instruments, strings, brass,
Fucking
and woodwind, on which St. John and I sometimes produced dissonances of exquisite morbidity and cacodemoniacal ghastliness, whilst in a multitude of inlaid ebony cabinets reposed the most incredible and
chop it up.
unimaginable variety of tomb loot
You'd be able to
ever
chop
assembled
that
by
up,
human
get a
madness
couple of
and
rags out of it.
perversity. It is of this
You know what I
little
mean?
particular that I must not speak. Thank God I had the courage to destroy it long before I thought of destroying myself. The predatory excursions on which we collected our unmentionable treasures were always artistically memorable events. We were no vulgar ghouls, but worked only under
I
certain
got the
conditions of
exact
mood,
same jacket as
landscape,
before.
environment, weather, season, and moonlight. These pastimes were to us the most exquisite form of aesthetic expression, and we gave their details a fastidious technical care. An inappropriate
Rags.
jarring lighting of
Making
or occasional manipulation
rags.
of the damp sod would almost totally destroy for us that ecstatic titillation which followed the exhumation of some ominous, grinning secret of the earth. Our quest for novel scenes and piquant conditions was feverish and insatiate. St. John was always the leader, and he it was who led the way at last to that mocking, that accursed spot which brought us our hideous and inevitable doom. By what malign fatality were we lured to that terrible Holland churchyard? I think it
Make
was the
some
dark
hand
rumor
wraps
and
real quick.
legendary, the tales of one buried for 5 centuries, who had himself been a ghoul in his time and had stolen a potent thing from a mighty sepulchre. I can recall the scene in these final moments, the pale autumnal moon over the graves, casting long, horrible shadows, the grotesque trees drooping sullenly to meet the neglected grass and the crumbling slabs, the vast legions of strangely colossal bats that flew against the moon, the antique ivy church
got a bed,
pointing a
it's some
huge
free
spectral
candy.
finger at the livid skull,
Oh my
the
god.
phosphorescent insects that danced like
Popsicles
death
on
fires
there.
under the yews
I
in
got
a
free
distant
candy,
corner,
children.
the odors of
You
mold,
want a free
vegetation,
popsicle?
and less explicable things that mingled feebly with the night wind
You
from
with
over
me,
far
you
swamps
creepy
and seas,
bastard.
and worst of all, the faint, deep-toned baying of some gigantic hound, which we could neither see nor definitely place. As we heard this suggestion of baying, we shuddered, remembering the tales of the peasantry, for he whom we sought had centuries before been found in this selfsame spot, torn and mangled by the claws and teeth of some unspeakable beast. I remembered how we delved in this ghoul's grave with our spades, and how we thrilled at the picture of ourselves, the grave, the pale watching moon, the horrible shadows, the grotesque trees, the titanic bats, the antique church, the dancing death fires, the sickening odors, the gently moaning night wind, and the strange, half-heard directionless baying, of whose objective existence we could scarcely be sure. Then we struck a substance harder than the damp mold, and beheld a rotting oblong box crusted with mineral deposits along
you go upstairs?
undisturbed ground. It was incredibly tough and thick, but so old that we finally pried it open and feasted our eyes on what it held. Much, amazingly much, was left of the object, despite the lapse of 500 years. The skeleton, though crushed in places by the jaws of the thing that had killed it, held together with surprising firmness, and we gloated over the clean white skull and its long, firm teeth and its eyeless sockets that once had glowed with a charnel fever like our own. In the coffin lay an amulet of curious and exotic design, which had apparently been worn around the sleeper's neck. It was
Jerky. I could go for some
of
jerky.
a crouching winged hound,
Jerky would
or
be
sphinx with
nice.
a semi-canine face, and was exquisitely carved in antique oriental fashion from a small piece of green jade. The expression in its features was repellent in the extreme, savoring at once of death, bestiality, and malevolence. Around the base was an
Malevolence.
inscription in characters which neither St. John nor I could identify, and on the bottom, like a maker's seal, was graven a grotesque and formidable skull. Immediately upon beholding this amulet, we knew that we must possess it, that this treasure alone was our logical pelf from the centuried grave. Even had its outlines been unfamiliar, we would have desired it, but as we looked more closely, we saw that it was not wholly unfamiliar. Alien it indeed was to all art and literature which sane and balanced readers know, but we recognized it as the thing hinted of in the forbidden Necronomicon of the mad Arab Abdul al-Hazred, the ghastly soul symbol of the corpse-eating cult of inaccessible Leng in Central Asia. All too well did we trace the sinister lineaments described by the old Arab demonologist. Lineaments, he wrote, drawn from some obscure supernatural manifestation of the souls of those who vexed and gnawed at the dead. Seizing the green jade object, we
Eaters
gave a last
of the
glance at the
dead.
bleached and cavern-eyed face of its owner, and closed up the grave as we found it. As we hastened
Ooh,
from that
ice
abhorrent
axe.
spot, the stolen amulet in St. John's pocket, we thought we saw the bats descend and a body to the earth we had so lately rifled, as if seeking for some cursed and unholy nourishment. But the autumn moon shone weak and pale, and we could not be sure. So, too, as we sailed the next day away from Holland to our home, we thought we heard the faint, distant baying of some gigantic hound in the background. But the autumn wind moaned sad and wan, and we could not be sure. Less than a week after our return to England,
10
things
minutes.
began to happen.
Oh,
We lived as recluses, devoid of friends, alone and without servants, in a few rooms of an ancient manor house on a bleak and unfrequented moor, so that our doors were seldom disturbed by the knock of the visitor. Now, however, we were troubled by what seemed to be frequent fumblings in the night, not only around the doors, but around the windows also, upper as well as lower. Once we fancied that a large, opaque body darkened the library window, and the moon was shining against it, and another time we thought we heard a whirring or clapping sound not far off. On each occasion,
fapping sound?
investigation revealed nothing, and we began to ascribe
You guys
the
know what
occurrences to
fapping is
imagination alone.
nowadays, right?
That same curiously disturbed imagination, which still prolonged in our ears the faint far baying we thought we had heard in the Holland churchyard. The jade amulet now reposed in a niche in our museum, and sometimes we burned strangely scented candles before it. We read much in Al-Hazred's Necronomicon about its properties, and about the relation of ghouls' souls to the objects it symbolized, and were disturbed by what we read.
Ooh,
Then
Bushmaster.
terror came. On the night of September 24th, I heard a knock at my chamber door. Fancying
Oh,
it
that's
St.
a
John's,
300
I bade the knocker
BLK.
enter, but was answered only by a shrill laugh. There was no one in the corridor. When I aroused St. John from his sleep, he professed entire ignorance of the event, and became as worried as I. It was that night that the faint, distant baying over the moor became to us a certain and dreaded reality. 4 days later, whilst we were both in the hidden museum, there came a low, cautious scratching at the single door which led to the secret library staircase. Our alarm was now divided, for besides our fear of the unknown, we had always entertained a dread that our grisly collection might be discovered. Extinguishing all lights, we proceeded to the door and threw it suddenly open, whereupon we felt an unaccountable rush of air, and heard, as if receding far away, a queer combination of rustling, tittering, and articulate chatter. Whether we were mad, dreaming,
Buffers.
in our senses, We did not try to deter
Ooh,
them.
cheese
We only
puffs. Cheesy
realized,
puffs.
with the blackest of apprehensions, that the apparently
some cheesy
disembodied
puffs.
chatter was beyond a
Cheesy
doubt
puffs and
in
beef
the Dutch
jerky.
language. After that, we lived in growing horror and fascination. Mostly, we held to the theory that we were jointly going mad from our life of unnatural excitements, but sometimes it pleased us more to dramatize ourselves as the victims of some creeping and appalling doom. Bizarre manifestations were now too frequent to count. Our lonely house was seemingly alive with the presence of some malign being, whose nature we could not guess, and every night that demoniac baying rolled over the windswept moor, always louder and louder. On October 29th, we found in the soft earth underneath the library window a series of footprints utterly impossible to describe. They were as baffling as the hordes of great bats which haunted the old manor house in unprecedented and increasing numbers. The horror reached a culmination on November 18th, when St. John, dark from the distant railway station, was seized by some frightful carnivorous thing and torn to ribbons.
Oh, that's not good.
His screams had reached the house, and I had hastened to the terrible scene in time to hear a whir of wings and see a vague black, cloudy thing silhouetted against the rising moon. My friend was dying when I spoke to him, and he could not answer coherently. All he could do was to whisper, "The amulet! That damned thing!" Then he collapsed, an inert mass of mangled flesh. I buried him the next midnight in one of our neglected gardens, and mumbled over his body one of the devilish rituals he had loved in life. And as I pronounced the last demoniac sentence, I heard afar on the moor the faint baying of some gigantic hound. The moon was up, but I dared not look at it, and when I saw on the dim-lit moor a wide, nebulous shadow sweeping from mound to mound, I shut my eyes and threw myself face down upon the ground. When I arose, trembling, I know not how much later, I staggered into the house and made shocking obeisances before the enshrined amulet of green jade. Being now afraid to live alone in the ancient house on the moor, I departed on the following day for London, taking with me the amulet, after destroying by fire and burial the rest of the impious collection in the museum. But after 3 nights,
Yet he keeps
I
the
heard
one
baying
thing that he
again,
knows
and before
is
a
the
week was over,
problem.
felt strange eyes upon me whenever it was dark. One evening, as I strolled on Victoria Embankment for some needed air, I saw a black shape obscure one of the reflections of the lamps in the water. A wind stronger than the night wind rushed by, and I knew that what had befallen St. John must soon befall me. The next day, I carefully wrapped the green jade amulet and sailed for Holland. What mercy I might gain by returning the thing to its silent, sleeping owner, I knew not, but I felt that I must at least try any step conceivably logical. What the hound was, and why it pursued me, were questions still vague, but I had first heard the baying in that ancient churchyard, and every subsequent event, including St. John's dying whisper, had served to connect the curse with the stealing of the amulet. Accordingly, I sank into the nethermost abysses of despair, when, at an inn in Rotterdam, I
I'll be
discovered
right
that
back,
thieves
chat.
had
Gonna go
despoiled
use
me
the
of the
restroom.
sole means of salvation. The baying was loud that evening, and in the morning I read of a nameless deed in the vilest quarter of the city. The rabble were in terror, for upon an evil tenement had befallen a red death beyond the foulest previous crime of the neighborhood. In a squalid thieves' den, an entire family had been torn to shreds by an unknown thing which left no trace, and those around had heard all night above the usual clamor of drunken voices a faint, deep, insistent note as of a gigantic hound. So at last I stood again in that unwholesome churchyard, where a pale winter moon cast hideous shadows, and leafless trees drooped sullenly to meet the withered, frosty grass and cracking slabs, and the ivied church pointed a jeering finger at the unfriendly sky, and the night wind howled maniacally from over frozen swamps and frigid seas. The baying was very faint now, and it ceased altogether as I approached the ancient grave I had once violated and frightened away an abnormally large horde of bats which had been hovering curiously around it. I know not why I went thither unless to pray or gibber out insane pleas and apologies for the calm white thing that lay within, but whatever my reason, I attacked the half-frozen sword with a desperation partly mine and partly that of a dominating will outside myself. Excavation was much easier than I expected, though at one point I encountered a queer interruption when a lean vulture darted down out of the cold sky and pecked frantically at the grave earth until I killed him with a blow of my spade. Finally, I reached the rotting oblong box and removed the damp, nitrous cover. This is the last rational act I ever performed. For crouched within that centuried coffin, embraced by a close-packed nightmare retinue of huge, sinewy sleeping bats, the bony thing my friend and I had robbed, not clean and placid as we had seen it then, but covered with caked blood and shreds of alien flesh and hair, and leering sentiently at me with phosphorescent sockets and sharp and sanguine fangs, yawning twistedly in mockery of my inevitable doom. And when it gave from those grinning jaws a deep, sardonic bay as of some gigantic hound, and I saw that it held in its gory, filthy claw the lost and fateful amulet of green jade, I merely screamed and ran away idiotically, my screams soon dissolving into peals of hysterical laughter. Madness rides the star wind, claws and teeth sharpened on centuries of corpses, dripping death astride a bacchanal of bats from night-black ruins of buried temples of Belial. Now, as the baying of that dead, fleshless monstrosity grows louder and louder, and the stealthy whirring and flapping of those accursed web-wing circles closer and closer, I shall seek with my revolver the oblivion which is my only refuge from the unnamed and unnameable. If you enjoyed listening today, be sure to subscribe to the channel by hitting the red subscribe button below.
The Night Ocean. There we go.
The Night Ocean by H.P. Lovecraft and R.H. Barlow. 1. I went to Wellston Beach, not only for the pleasures of sun and ocean, but to rest a weary mind. Since I knew no person in the little town, which thrives on summer vacationists and presents only blank windows during most of the year, there seemed no likelihood that I might be disturbed. This pleased me, for I did not wish to see anything but the expanse of pounding surf and the beach lying before my temporary home. My long work of the summer was completed when I left the city, and the large mural design produced by it had been entered in the contest. It had taken me the bulk of the year to finish the painting, and when the last brush was cleaned I was no longer reluctant to yield to the claims of health and find rest and seclusion for a time. Indeed, when I had been a week on the beach, I recalled only now and then the work whose success had so recently seemed all-important. There was no longer the old concern with 100 complexities of colour and ornament, no longer the fear and mistrust of my ability to render a mental image actual and turn by my own skill alone the dim-conceived idea into the careful draught of a design. And yet that which later befell me by the lonely shore may have grown solely from the mental constitution behind such concern and fear and mistrust. For I've always been a seeker, a dreamer, and a ponderer on seeking and dreaming, and who can say that such a nature does not open latent eyes sensitive to unsuspected worlds and orders of being? Now that I am trying to tell what I saw, I am conscious of 1,000 maddening limitations. Things seen by the inward sight, like those flashing visions which come as we drift into the blankness of sleep, are more vivid and meaningful to us in that form than when we have sought to weld them with reality. Set a pen to a dream, and the color drains from it. The ink with which we write seems diluted with something holding too much of reality, and we find that after all we cannot delineate the incredible memory. It is as if our inward selves, released from the bonds of daytime and objectivity, reveled in imprisoned emotions which are hastily stifled when we would translate them. In dreams and visions lie the greatest creations of man, for on them rests no yoke of line or hue. Forgotten scenes and lands more obscure than the golden world of childhood spring into the sleeping mind to reign until awakening puts them to rout. Amid these may be attained something of the glory and contentment for which we yearn, some adumbration of sharp beauty suspected but not before revealed, which are to us as the grail to holy spirits of the medieval world. To shape these things on the wheel of art, to
Three,
seek to
two,
bring some
one.
faded trophy from that intangible
Ow,
realm of
launch.
shadow and gossamer, requires equal skill and memory. For although dreams are in all of us, few hands may grasp their moth wings without tearing them. Such skill this narrative does not have. If I might, I would reveal to you the hinted events which I perceive dimly, like one who peers into an unlit realm and glimpses forms whose motion is concealed. In my mural design, which then lay with a
Oh, I
multitude
can't
of others
put
in the
that
building for
on
which they were planned, I had striven equally to catch a trace
my
of this
back.
elusive shadow world, and had perhaps
Kinda
succeeded
weird.
better than I shall now succeed. My stay in Elston was to
Kinda
await the judgment
weird,
of that design,
I have to
and when
say.
days of unfamiliar leisure had given me perspective,
Hiking
I
boots.
discovered that, in spite of those weaknesses which a
Hiking
creator always
boots.
detects most clearly, I had
Something,
indeed
something,
managed to retain in
something. Blah,
line and
blah,
colour
blah, blah,
some
blah, blah,
fragments
blah,
snatched from
blah,
the endless wars of
blah.
imagining. The difficulties of the process, and the resulting strain on all my powers, had undermined my health, and brought me to the beach during this period of waiting. Since I wished to be wholly alone, I rented, to the delight of the incredulous owner, a small house some distance from the village of Elston, which, because of the waning season, was alive with a moribund bustle of tourists, uniformly uninteresting to me. The house, dark from the sea wind, though it had not been painted, was not even a satellite of the village, but swung below it on the coast like a pendulum beneath a still clock, quite alone upon a hill of weed-grown sand. Like a solitary
Windproof and
dwarf animal,
water
it crouched facing the
resistant.
sea, and its inscrutable dirty windows stared upon a lonely realm of earth and sky, and enormous sea. It will not do to use too much imagining in a narrative whose facts, could they be augmented and fitted into a mosaic, would be strange enough in themselves. But I thought the little house was lonely when I saw it, and that, like myself, it was conscious of its meaningless nature before the great sea. I took the place in late August, arriving a day before I was expected, and encountering a van and 2 workingmen unloading the furniture provided by the owner. I did not know then how long I would stay, and when the truck that brought the goods had left, I settled my small luggage and locked the door, feeling very proprietary about having a house after months of a rented room, to go down the weedy hill and on the beach. Since it was quite square, and had but 1 room, the house required little exploration. 2 windows on each side provided a great quantity of light, and somehow a door had been squeezed in as an afterthought on the oceanward wall. The place had been built about 10 years previously, but on account of its distance from Elston village, it was difficult to rent even during the active summer season. There being no fireplace, it stood empty and alone from October until far into spring. Though actually less than a mile below Elston, it seemed more remote, since a bend in the coast caused one to see only grassy dunes in the direction of the village. The first day, half gone when I was installed, I spent in the enjoyment of sun and restless water, things whose quiet majesty made the designing of murals seem distant and tiresome. But this was yes!
Oh, Candy Bear.
We know each other.
I was
Sweet,
friends
sweet
from work.
Candy
my occupation
Bear.
was big gun. This fact, while
Hang
elusive
on.
for the
Let me
moment,
get up
shared
here.
in everything that surrounded me that afternoon of my arrival, and in the utter
Oh my
change of the old
goodness.
scenes. There was an
Our
effect of
sweet, sweet
bright
candy
sun
bears
upon a
raiding
shifting
us.
sea of waves whose mysterious
Let's do this. We'll give you a proper shout out. And candy bear. Candy bear. I seen you playing your Disney game. I seen you was playing your Disney game. How was it? How was life in the Disney world? Did you have fun? I don't know what you was doing there in the end though. You were judging people's pictures or what? Not quite sure what you had going on there. We're over here on Bitterroot. Bittertoot. Oh, what was that? There's something there? Oh. It's just the door marker, I guess. There's nothing in this house. Now I feel bad. This house is a poor house. Has nothing in it. Oh. Disney Dreamlight Valley. Dreamlight Valley, that's what it is. Oh, wish this had search items for loot. That'd be kind of cool. Ah. Guy moves a little fast. Oh, can't get in there. Oh, it's a crapper slash bathtub. Check the kitchen. Check the kitchen for food. Oh, there's jeans. Oh, blue jeans. Old blue jeans. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for all the raids that have come in tonight. Appreciate you bringing your peeps over and to watch me do stupid stuff. Oh, that's somebody's base. We are on our second freshy run of the night. What's that? Sling bag. Oh, smaller. It's smaller than our stock bag. Than our starter bag. Oh, dress shoes. Dress shoes? We're not going to church. We need food. We are not finding food. Oh, it's a cool looking jacket. Is that a Green Bay jacket? Oh my gosh, it is a Green Bay jacket. Green Bay, Wisconsin. Matches my slippers I'm currently wearing. Epinephrine. Attach that to the attach this to this bag. No. That sucks. Can I put stuff in it? Okay, that's trash. That's trashy garbage. Ooh, cool ranch crunchies. Snackums. Eat all the snackies. Oh, that's that other. Oh, that's horrible. That is just terrible looking. We're gonna wear it. This is a hideous nipple hat. We are nipple men wearing our nipple hat. Why is there a dungeon cellar door there? Not to the torture dungeon. Where this guy commits all of his cannibalism and dismemberment of his captives. Weirdo. It is, isn't it? Yeah, that's the torture dungeon. Wait, oh. It's a blade of grass. It's a blade of grass. Oh, hello, Barbara. Take that, Barbara. That's because your brownie sucked last Christmas. What's that? Piggy. Thank you, Mr. Piggy. Thank you, Mr. Bacon. Kevin the pig is now going to go in our belly. Open that. We will eat our beans. And hmm. We'll have to go make a fire. Now, if I had... that was a boar, I could have made a boar bag out of it. Dang it. How big is that? It's gigantic. Oh, well, that sucks. We will go make a fire somewhere. We will cook Mr. Piggy. Excuse me, chap. Well, that was gross. We need to find a larger backpack. Oh, this is not helping. Yeah, this we will put that back in there. Canvas bag. Go load up. Mr. Linker in there. Mr. Oinks a lot. BK18. Oh, and the bones and the stuff despawned. Shit. Well, that sucks. Okay, now we gotta find sticks. And a stove. A stove that works for us. Oh, is this... I don't know if that's a usable stove. Oh, excuse me. Oh, it's a pretty pink dress. A very vibrant pink dress. Holy cow. I feel like now I've gone colorblind. Oh, Marlin. Yeah, we're definitely taking a Marlin. Screw that BK18. We want the 4570. Code block. Bleh. Okay, there's some sticks right there. Can. And we can get sticks from around here too. Okay, we're good. We are good. Only, oh, this place sucks. We're definitely taking that Mark II. If we can find a magazine. Okay, there's plenty of sticks to be had around here. Oh, that's somebody's base. Bag full of meat. Bag full of meat. Um, oh, and we get firewood? Hell yeah. There we go. That's what we want to see. We want firewood. Closing time. Remember, drink all but just one little bit. One little bit. That way we can refill it in the sink. Okay. That is a drill kit. Barking there. Ignite my fire. Oh, warm myself by the fire. How wonderful it is. Okay, back to our H.P. Lovecraft story, The Night Ocean.
Curiously impelled curves were strewn with what appeared to be rhinestones. Perhaps a watercolor might have caught the solid masses of intolerable light which lay upon the beach where the sea mingled with the sand. Although the ocean bore her own hue, it was dominated wholly and incredibly by the enormous glare. There was no other person near me, and I enjoyed the spectacle without the annoyance of any alien object upon the stage. Each of my senses was touched in a different way, but sometimes it seemed that the roar of the sea was akin to that great brightness, or as if the waves were glaring instead of the sun, each of these being so vigorous and insistent that impressions coming from them were mingled. Curiously, I saw no one bathing near my little square house during that or succeeding afternoons, although the curving shore included a wide beach even more inviting than that at the village, where the surf was dotted with random figures. I supposed that this was because of the distance, and because there had never been other houses below the town. Why this unbuilt stretch existed, I could not imagine, since many dwellings straggled along the northward coast, facing the sea with aimless eyes. I swam until the afternoon had gone, and later, having rested, walked into the little town. Darkness hid the sea from me as I entered, and I found in the dingy lights of the streets tokens of a life which was not even conscious of the great gloom-shrouded thing lying so close. There were painted women in tinsel adornments, and bored men who were no longer young, a throng of foolish marionettes perched on the lip of the ocean chasm, unseeing, unwilling to see what lay above them and about in the multitudinous grandeur of the stars and the leagues of the night ocean. I walked along that darkened sea as I went back to the bare little house, sending the beams of my flashlight out upon the naked and impenetrable void. In the absence of the moon, this light made a solid bar athwart the walls of the uneasy tide, and I felt an indescribable emotion born of the noise of the waters and the perception of my inconceivable smallness as I cast that tiny beam upon a realm immense in itself, yet only the black border of the earthly deep. That nighted deep upon which ships were moving alone in the darkness, where I could not see them, gave off the murmur of a distant, angry rabble. When I reached my high residence, I knew that I had passed no one during the mile's walk from the village, and yet there somehow lingered an impression that I had been all the while accompanied by the spirit of the lonely sea. It was, I thought, personified in a shape which was not revealed to me, but which moved quietly about beyond my range of comprehension. It was like those actors who wait behind darkened scenery in readiness for the lines which will shortly call them before our eyes to move and speak in the sudden revelation of the footlights. At last, I shook off this fancy and sought my key to enter the place, whose bare walls gave a sudden feeling of security. My cottage was entirely free of the village, as if it had wandered down the coast and was unable to return. And there I heard nothing of the disturbing clamour when I returned each night after supper. I generally stayed but a short while upon the streets of Elston, though sometimes I went into the place for the sake of the walk it provided. There were all the multitude of curio shops and falsely regal theatre fronts that clutter vacation towns, but I never went into these, and the place seemed useful only for its restaurants. It was astonishing the number of useless things people found to do. There was a succession of sun-filled days at first. I rose early and beheld the grey sky agleam with promise of sunrise. prophecy fulfilled as I stood witness. Those dawns were cold, and their colors faint
Oh,
in
yeah.
comparison to that uniform radiance of day, which gives to every hour the quality of white noon. That great light, so apparent the first day, made each succeeding day a yellow page in the book of time. I noticed that many of the beach people were displeased by the inordinate sun, whereas I sought it. After gray months of toil, the lethargy induced by a physical existence in a region governed by the simple things, the wind and light and water, had a prompt effect upon me. And since I was anxious to continue this healing process, I spent all my time outdoors in the sunlight. This induced a state at once impassive and submissive, and gave me a feeling of security against the ravenous night. As darkness is akin to death, so is light to vitality. Through the heritage of 1,000,000 years ago, when men were closer to the mother sea, and when the creatures of which we are born lay languid in the shallow, sun-pierced water, we still seek
Like
the
a better
primal
one
things
that
when we are
actually
tired,
had
steeping ourselves within their
a
lulling
temperature
security,
on it.
like those early half-mammals which had not yet ventured upon the oozy land. The monotony of the waves gave repose, and I had no other occupation than witnessing the myriad ocean moves. There is a ceaseless change in the waters. Colors and shades pass over them like the insubstantial expressions of a well-known face, and these are at once communicated to us by half-recognized senses. When the sea is restless, remembering old ships that have gone over her chasms, there comes up silently in our hearts the longing for a vanished horizon. But when she forgets, we forget also. Though we know her a lifetime, she must always hold an alien air, as if something too vast to have shape were lurking in the universe to which she is a door. The morning ocean, glimmering with a reflected mist of blue-white cloud and expanding diamond foam, has the eyes of one who ponders on strange things, and her intricately woven webs, through which dart a myriad-colored fishes, hold the air of some great idle thing which will arise presently from the hoary immemorial chasms and stride upon the land. I was content for many days, and glad that I had chosen the lonely house which sat like a small beast upon those rounded cliffs of sand. Among the pleasantly aimless amusements fostered by such a life, I took to following the edge of the tide, where the waves left a damp irregular outline rimmed with evanescent foam for long distances, and sometimes I found curious bits of shell in the chance litter of the sea. There was an astonishing lot of debris on that inward curving coast which my bare little house overlooked, and I judged that currents whose courses diverged from the village beach must reach that spot. At any rate, my pockets, when I had any, generally held vast stores of trash, most of which I threw away an hour or two after picking it up, wondering why I'd kept it. Once, however, I found a small bone whose nature I could not identify, save that it was certainly nothing out of a fish, and I kept this, along with a large metal bead whose minutely carven design was rather unusual. This latter depicted a fishy thing against a patterned background of seaweed, instead of the usual floral or geometrical designs, and was still clearly traceable, though worn with years
Mr.
of tossing
Meat
and surf. Since I had never
Pants.
seen anything like it, I judged that it represented some fashion now forgotten of a previous year at Elston, where similar fads were common. I had been there perhaps a week when the weather began a gradual change. Each stage of this progressive darkening was followed by another subtly intensified, so that in the
Okay,
end,
well,
the
we
entire
will
atmosphere
make our
surrounding
way
me had
back
shifted
over
from day to
to
evening. This was more obvious to me in a series of
the
mental
restaurant
impressions than in what I actually
and
witnessed.
fill up
For the
our
small
water
house was
bottle.
lonely under the grey skies, and there was sometimes a beating wind that came out of the ocean bearing moisture.
And we'll slap Bob.
The sun was displaced by long intervals of fogginess, layers of grey mist beyond whose unknown depth the sun lay cut off. Though it might glare with the old intensity above that enormous veil, it could not penetrate. The beach was a prisoner in a hueless vault for hours at a time, as if something of the night were welling into other hours. Although the wind was invigorating and the ocean whipped into little churning spirals of activity by the vagrant flapping, I found the water growing chill, so that I could not stay in it as long as I had done previously. And thus I fell into the habit of long walks which, when I was unable to swim, provided the exercise that I was so careful to obtain. These walks covered a greater range of sea edge than my previous wanderings, and since the beach extended in a stretch of miles beyond the
Yeah,
tallest
we
village,
want to go
I often found myself
that
wholly
way.
isolated upon an endless area of
East,
sand,
not west.
evening and
East.
close. When this occurred, I would stride hastily along the whispering sea border, following the outline so that I should not wander inland and lose my way. And sometimes, when these walks
Right?
were late,
Is that
as they
right?
grew increasingly to be,
Yeah, we
I
want to
would
go
come upon
east.
the crouching house that looked like
We
a
want to go
harbinger of the
east,
village.
down, and around.
Insecure upon the wind-gnawed cliffs, a dark blot upon the morbid hues of the ocean sunset, it was more lonely than by the full light of either orb, and seemed to my imagination like a mute, questioning face turned toward me, expectant of some action. But the place was isolated, I observed,
Aha!
and this at first pleased me.
No.
But in that brief evening
You
hour
have
when the
nothing
sun
for
left
us,
exhausted
so
latter decline and darkness
you
lumbed
suck.
on like an expanding, shapeless blot, there was an alien presence about the place. A spirit, a mood, an impression that came from the surging wind, the gigantic sky, and that sea which drooled blackening waves upon a beach ground abruptly strange. At these times, I felt an uneasiness which had no very definite cause. Although my
Tried.
solitary nature had made me long accustomed to the ancient
I
sounds
tried.
and the ancient voice of nature.
I didn't try like
These
super
misgivings,
hard or
which I
nothing,
could
but
put
I
no truer
tried.
name, did not affect me long. Yet I think now that all the while a gradual consciousness of the ocean's immense loneliness crept upon me. A loneliness that was made subtly horrible by intimations, which were never more than such, of some animation or sentience
Jasper.
preventing me from being wholly alone.
Oh,
The noisy
Jasper.
yellow streets of the town, with their curiously unreal activity, were
Why
very
must
far
you be
away,
such a crap
and when
hole
I went there
town?
for my evening meal, mistrusting the diet
Oh,
entirely of my
Jasper.
own ambiguous cooking, I took increasing and quite unreasonable care that I should return to the cottage before the late darkness, although I was often abroad until 10 or so. You will say that such action is unreasonable, that if I had feared the darkness in some childish way, I would have entirely avoided it. You will ask me why I did not leave the place, since its loneliness was depressing me. To all this, I have no reply, save that whatever unrest I felt, whatever remote disturbance there was to me in brief aspects of the darkening sun, or in the eager salt-brittle wind, or in the robe of the dark sea that lay crumpled like an enormous garment so close to me, was something which had an origin half in my own heart, which showed itself only at fleeting moments, and which had no very long effect upon me. In the recurrent days of diamond light, with sportive waves flinging blue peaks at the basking shore, the memory of dark moods seemed rather incredible, yet only an hour or two afterward I might again experience those moods and descend to a dim region of despair. Perhaps these inward emotions rarely reflect the sea's own
Bacon.
mood, for although
His
half
name
equal to the
was
sea colored by the
Bacon.
placed upon it by our minds, many of our feelings are shaped quite distinctly by
And we
external
ate him
physical
for
cues. The sea can bind
dinner.
us to her many moods, whispering to us by the subtle token of a shadow or a gleam upon the waves, and hinting in these ways of her mournfulness or rejoicing. Always she is remembering old things, and these memories, though we may not grasp them, are imparted to us,
Wow,
so
Bacon
that we
does
share her
go
gaiety or
far.
remorse. Since I was doing no work, seeing no person that I knew, I was perhaps susceptible to shades of her cryptic meaning which would have been overlooked by another. The ocean ruled my life during the whole of that late summer, demanding it as recompense for the healing she had brought me. There were drownings at the beach that year, and while I heard of these only casually, such is our indifference to a death which does not concern us, and to which we are not witness, I knew that their details were unsavory. The people who died, some of them swimmers of a skill beyond the average, were sometimes not found until many days had elapsed, and the hideous vengeance of the deep had scourged their rotten bodies. It was as if the sea had dragged them into a chasm lair and had mulled them about in the darkness until, satisfied that they were no longer of any use, she had floated them ashore in a ghastly state. No one seemed to know what had caused these deaths. Their frequency excited alarm among the timid, since the undertow at Elston was not strong, and since there were known to be no sharks at hand. Whether the bodies showed
No
marks of any
sharks.
attacks, I did not learn. But the dread of a death which moves among the waves and comes on lone people from a lightless, motionless place is a dread which men know and do not like. They must quickly find a reason for such a death, even if there are no sharks, since sharks formed only a suspected cause, and one never to my knowledge confirmed. The swimmers who continued during the rest of the season were on guard against treacherous tides, rather than against any possible sea animal. Autumn, indeed, was not a great distance off, and some people used this as an excuse for leaving the sea, where men were snared by death, and going to the security of inland fields, where one cannot even hear the ocean. So August ended, and I had been at the beach many days. There had been a threat of a storm since the 4th of the new month, and on the 6th, when I set out for a walk in the damp wind, there was a mass of formless cloud, colorless and oppressive, above the ruffled.
Oh, I knew it.
The motion of the wind, directed toward no especial goal but stirring uneasily, provided a sensation of coming animation, a hint of life in the elements which might be the
I knew if I
long-expected
didn't
storm.
take the skin,
I had eaten my luncheon at Elston, and though the heavens seemed the closing lid of a great
I would
castle,
find
I
guarded
ventured far
lime.
down the beach and away from both the town and my no longer to be seen house. As the universal grey became spotted with a carrion purple, curiously brilliant despite its sombre hue, I found that I was several miles from any possible shelter. This, however, did not seem very important, for despite the dark skies with their added glow of unknown presage, I was in a curious mood of detachment paralleling that glow, a mood which flashed through a body grown suddenly alert and sensitive to the outline of shapes and meanings that were previously dim. Obscurely, a memory came to me, suggested by the likeness of the scene to one I'd imagined when a story was read to me in
Ore. Or
that tale,
our
of which I had
Aure.
not thought for many years, concerned a woman who was loved by the dark-bearded king of an underwater realm of blurred cliffs where fish things lived, and who was taken from the golden-haired youth of her troth by a dark being crowned with a priest-like mitre, and having the features of a
There's
withered
a
angel.
well in town, though.
What had remained in the corner of my fancy was the image of
It
cliffs
is the sign of a
beneath the
well,
water
right?
against the hueless, dusky no-sky of such a realm. And this, though I had forgotten most of the story, was recalled quite unexpectedly by the same pattern of cliff and sky which I then beheld. The sight was similar to what I had imagined in a year now lost save for random, incomplete impressions. Suggestions of this story may have lingered behind certain irritating, unfinished memories, and in certain values hinted to my senses by scenes whose actual worth was bafflingly small. Frequently, in flashes of momentary perception, the conditions, more than the object, being significant, we feel that certain isolated scenes and arrangements, a feathery landscape, a woman's dress along the curve of a road by afternoon, or the solidity of a century-defying tree against the pale morning sky, hold something precious, some golden virtue that we must grasp. And yet, when such a scene or arrangement is viewed later or from another point, we find that it has lost its value and meaning for us. Perhaps this is because the thing we see
We're
does not
gonna
represent a lesser
get
quality,
eaten
but
by a
only suggests to the
cougar,
mind some very
yeah.
different thing which remains unremembered. The baffled mind, not wholly sensing the cause of its flashing appreciation, seizes on the object exciting it, and is
I
surprised when there is
forgot
nothing
about
of worth left in
that.
it. Thus it was when I beheld the purpling clouds. They held the
Oh,
stateliness
these
and
are
mystery of old monastery towers
gigantic
at twilight,
houses.
but their aspect was also that of the cliffs in the old fairy tale. Suddenly reminded of this lost image, I half expected to see, in the fine-spun, dirty foam and among the waves which were now as if they had been poured of flawed black glass, the horrid figure of that ape-faced creature, wearing a mitre old with verdigris, advancing from its kingdom in some lost gulf to which those waves were sky. I did not see any such creature from the realm of imagining, but as the chill wind veered, slitting the heavens like a rustling knife, there lay in the gloom of merging cloud and water only a grey object, like a piece of driftwood, tossing obscurely on the foam. This was a considerable distance
Need
out,
some
and since it vanished
45,
shortly,
70.
it may not have been wood, but a porpoise coming to the troubled surface. I soon found that I had stayed too long
Cat food.
contemplating the rising
Ugh.
storm and linking my early fancies with its grandeur, for an icy rain began spotting down, bringing a more uniform gloom upon a scene already too dark for the hour. Hurrying along the grey sand, I felt the impact
Oh
of cold
my
drops upon my
goodness.
back, and before many moments my clothing was soaked throughout. At first I had run, put
Banshee.
to flight by the colourless drops whose pattern hung in long linking strands from an unseen sky. But after I saw that refuge was too far to reach in anything like a dry state, I slackened my pace and
Oops.
returned home as if I had walked under clear skies. There was not much reason to hurry, although I did not idle as upon previous occasions. The constraining wet garments were cold upon me, and with the gathering darkness and the wind that rose endlessly from the ocean, I could not repress a shiver. Yet there was, beside the discomfort of the precipitous rain, an exhilaration latent in the purplish ravelled masses of cloud and the stimulated reactions of my body. In a mood half of exultant pleasure from resisting the rain, which
Well, we
streamed
found
from
a
me now and
gun.
filled my shoes and pockets, and half of strange appreciation of those morbid, dominant skies which hovered with
Now if we could
dark
find
wings
a
above the
much
shifting,
bigger
eternal
backpack.
sea, I tramped along the great corridor of Elston Beach. More rapidly than I had expected, the crouching house showed in the oblique, flapping rain, and all the weeds of the sandcliff writhed in accompaniment to the frantic wind, as if they would uproot themselves to join the far-travelling element. Sea and sky had altered not at all, and the scene was that which had accompanied me, save that there was now painted upon it the hunching roof that seemed to bend from the assailing rain. I hurried up the insecure steps and let myself into a dry room, where, unconsciously surprised that I was free of the nagging wind, I stood for a moment with water rilling from every inch of me. There are 2 windows in the front of that house, one on each side, and these face nearly straight upon the ocean, which I now saw half obscured by the combined veils of the rain and of the imminent night. From these windows I looked as I dressed myself, in a motley array of dry garments seized from convenient hangers and from a chair too laden to sit upon. I was prisoned on all sides by an unnaturally increased dusk which had filtered down at some undefined hour under cover of the storm. How long I had been on the reaches of wet grey sand, or what the real time was, I could not tell, though a moment's search produced my watch, fortunately left behind, and thus avoiding the uniform wetness of my clothing. I half guessed the hour from the dimly seen hands, which were only slightly less indecipherable than the surrounding figures. In another moment, my sight penetrated the gloom, greater in the house than beyond the bleared window, and saw that it was 6:45. There had been no one upon the beach as I came in, and naturally I expected to see no further swimmers that night. Yet when I looked again from the window, there appeared surely to be figures blotting the grime of the wet evening. I counted 3 moving about in some incomprehensible manner. Close to the house another, which may not have been a person, but a wave-ejected log, for the surf was now pounding fiercely. I was startled to no little degree, and wondered for what purpose those hardy persons stayed out in such a storm. And then I thought that perhaps, like myself, they had been caught unintentionally in the rain, and had surrendered to the watery gusts. In another moment, prompted by a certain civilized hospitality which overcame my love of solitude, I stepped to the door and emerged momentarily, at the cost of another wetting, for the rain promptly descended upon me in exultant fury, on the small porch, gesticulating toward the people. But whether they did not see me or did not understand, they made no returning signal. Dim in the evening, They stood as if half surprised, or as if they awaited some other action from me. There was in their attitude something of that cryptic blankness, signifying anything or nothing, which the house wore about itself as seen in the morbid sunset. Abruptly, there came to me a feeling that a sinister quality lurked about those unmoving figures who chose to stay in the rainy night upon a beach deserted by all people, and I closed the door with a surge of annoyance which sought all too vainly to disguise a deeper emotion of fear, a consuming fright that welled up from the shadows of my consciousness. A moment later, when I had stepped to the window, there seemed to be nothing outside but the portentous night, vaguely puzzled and even more vaguely frightened, like one who has seen no alarming thing but is apprehensive of what may be found in the dark street he is soon compelled to cross. I decided that I had very possibly seen no one, and that the murky air had deceived me. 2. The aura of isolation about the place increased that night. Though just out of sight on the northward beach, 100 houses rose in the rainy darkness, their light bleared and yellow above streets of polished glass, like goblin eyes reflected in an oily forest pool. Yet, because I could not see them, or even reach them in bad weather, since I had no car nor any way to leave the crouching house except by walking in the figure-haunted darkness, I realized quite suddenly that I was, to all intents, alone with the dreary sea that rose and subsided unseen, unkenned, in the mist, and the voice of the sea had become a hoarse groan, like that of something wounded which shifts about before trying to rise. Fighting away the prevalent gloom with a soiled lamp, for the darkness crept in at my windows and sat peering obscurely at me from the corners like a patient animal, I prepared my food, since I had no intention of going to the village. The hour seemed incredibly advanced, though it was not yet 9 o'clock when I went to bed. Darkness had come early and furtively, and throughout the remainder of my stay lingered evasively over each scene and action which I beheld. Something had settled out of the night, something forever undefined, but stirring a latent sense within me, so that I was like a beast expecting the momentary rustle of an enemy. There were hours of wind, and sheets of the downpour flapped endlessly on the meagre walls, barring it from me. Lulls came, in which I heard the mumbling sea, and I could guess that large, formless waves jostled one another in the pallid wine of the winds, and flung on the beach a spray bitter with salt. Yet in the very monotony of the restless elements I found a lethargic note, a sound that beguiled me, after a time, into slumber grey and colourless as the night. The sea continued its mad monologue, and the wind her nagging, but these were shut out by the walls of unconsciousness, and for a time the night ocean was banished from a sleeping mind. Morning brought an enfeebled
No
sun, a
ammo.
sun like that which men will see when the earth is old, if there are any men left, a sun more weary than the shrouded, moribund sky. Faint echo of its old image, Phoebus strove to pierce the ragged, ambiguous clouds as I awoke, at moments sending a wash of pale gold rippling across the northwestern interior of my house, at others waning till it was only a luminous ball, like some incredible plaything forgotten on the celestial lawn. After a while, the falling rain, which must have continued throughout the previous night, succeeded in washing away those vestiges of purple cloud which had been like the ocean cliffs in an old fairy tale. Cheated alike with the setting and rising sun, that day merged with the day before, as if the intervening storm had not ushered a long darkness into the world, but had swollen and subsided into one long afternoon. Gaining heart, the furtive sun exerted all his force in dispelling the old mist,
Talk
straight
club.
now like a dirty window, and cast it from his realm. The shallow blue day advanced as those grimy wisps retreated, and the loneliness which had encircled me welled back into a watchful place of retreat, whence it went no farther, but crouched and waited. The ancient brightness was now once more upon the sun, and the old glitter on the waves, whose playful blue shapes had flocked upon that coast ere man was born, and would rejoice unseen when he was forgotten in the sepulchre of time. Influenced by these thin assurances, like one who believes the smile of friendship on an enemy's features, I opened my door, and as it swung outward, a black spot upon the inward burst of light, I saw the beach washed clean of any track, as if no foot before mine had disturbed the smooth sand. With the quick lift of spirits that follows a period of uneasy depression, I felt, in a purely yielding fashion and without volition, that my own memory was washed clean of all the mistrust and suspicion and disease-like fear of a lifetime, just as the filth of the water's edge succumbs to a particularly high tide and is carried out of sight. There was a scent of soaked, brackish grass, like the mouldy pages of a book, commingled with a sweet odour born of the hot sunlight upon inland meadows, and these were borne into me like an exhilarating drink, seeping and tingling through my veins as if they would convey to me something of their own impalpable nature, and float me dizzily in the aimless breeze. And conspiring with these things, the sun continued to shower upon me, like the rain of yesterday, an incessant array of bright spears, as if it also wished to hide that suspected background presence which moved beyond my sight, and was betrayed only by a careless rustle on the borders of my consciousness, or by the aspect of blank figures staring out of an ocean void. That sun, a fierce ball solitary in the whirlpool of infinity, was like a horde of golden moths against my upturned face, a bubbling white grail of fire, divine and incomprehensible. It withheld from me 1,000 promised mirages, where it granted one. For the sun did actually seem to indicate realms, secure and fanciful, where if I but knew the path, I might wander in this curious exaltation. Such things come of our own natures, for life has never yielded for one moment her secrets, and it is only in our interpretation of their hinted images that we may find ecstasy or dullness, according to a deliberately
I don't
induced
want that
mood.
gun.
Yet ever and again we must succumb to her deceptions, believing for the moment that we may this time find the withheld joy. And in this way the fresh sweetness of the wind, on a morning following the haunted darkness, whose evil intimations had given me a greater uneasiness than any menace to my body, whispered to me of ancient mysteries only half linked with earth, and of pleasures that were
Cheesy
the shortest,
boofs.
because I felt that I might experience only a part of them. The sun and wind, and that scent that arose upon them, told me of festivals of gods whose senses are 1,000,000-fold more poignant than man's, and whose joys are 1,000,000-fold more subtle and prolonged. These things, they hinted, could be mine if I gave myself wholly into their bright, deceptive power, and the sun, a crouching god with naked celestial flesh, an unknown, too mighty furnace upon which I might not look, seemed almost sacred in the glow of my newly sharpened emotions. The ethereal, thunderous light it gave was something before which all things must worship astonished. The slinking leopard in his green chasmed forest must have paused briefly to consider its leaf-scattered rays, and all things nurtured by it must have cherished its
Dog
bright
food.
message on such a day.
Well,
When
we
it is
found
absent in
cat
the
food
far
and
reaches
dog
of
food.
eternity, earth will be lost and black against an illimitable void. That morning in which I shared the fire of life, and whose brief moment of pleasure is secure against the ravenous years, was astir with the beckoning of strange things whose elusive names can never be written. As I made my way toward the village, wondering how
Bad
I might cope
firefighter.
for a long-needed scrubbing by the industrious rain, I saw, tangled in a glimmer of sunlit moisture that was poured over it like a yellow vintage, a small object like a hand, some 20
Good
feet ahead of
firefighter.
me, and touched by the repetitious foam. The shock and disgust born in my startled mind when I saw that it was indeed a piece of rotten flesh overcame my new contentment and engendered a shocked suspicion that it might actually be a hand. Certainly, no fish or part of one could assume that look, and I thought I saw mushy fingers wet in decay. I turned the thing over with my foot, not wishing to touch so foul an object, and it adhered stickily to the leather shoe, as if clutching with the grasp of corruption. The thing, whose shape was nearly lost, held too much resemblance to what I feared it might be, and I pushed it into the willing grasp of a seething wave, which took it from sight with an alacrity not often shown by those ravelled edges of the sea. Perhaps I should have reported my find, yet its nature was too ambiguous to make action natural, since it had been partly eaten by some ocean-dwelling monstrousness. I did not think it identifiable enough to form evidence of an unknown but possible tragedy. The numerous drownings, of course, came into my mind, as well as other things
The
lacking
PD,
in
right?
wholesomeness, some of which remained only as possibilities. Whatever the storm-dislodged fragment may have been, and whether it were fish or some animal akin to man, I have never spoken of it until now. After all, there was no proof that it had not merely been distorted by rottenness into that shape. I approached the town, sickened by the presence of such an object amidst the apparent beauty of the clean beach, though it was horribly typical of the indifference of death in a nature which mingles rottenness with beauty, and perhaps loves the former more. In Elston I heard of no recent drowning or other mishap of the sea, and found no reference to such in the columns of the local paper, the only one I read during my stay. It is difficult to describe the mental state in which succeeding days found me, always susceptible to morbid emotions whose dark anguish might be induced by things outside myself, might spring from the abysses of my own spirit. I was ridden by a feeling which was not of fear or despair, or anything akin to these, but was rather a perception of the brief hideousness and underlying filth of life, a feeling partly a reflection of my internal nature, and partly a result of broodings induced by that gnawed rotten object, which may have been a hand. In those days my mind was a place of shadowed cliffs and dark moving figures, like the ancient unsuspected realm which the fairy tale recalled to me. I felt, in brief agonies of disillusionment, the gigantic blackness of this overwhelming universe, in which my days and the days of my race were as nothing to the shattered stars. A universe in which each action is vain, and even the emotion of grief a wasted thing. The hours I had previously spent in something of regained health, contentment, and physical well-being were given now, as if those days of the previous week were something definitely ended, to an indolence like that of a man who no longer cares to live. I was engulfed by a piteous lethargic fear of some ineluctable doom which would be, I felt, the completed hate of the peering stars and of the black enormous waves that hoped to clasp my bones within them, the vengeance of all the indifferent, horrendous majesty of the night ocean. Something of the darkness and restlessness of the sea had penetrated my heart, so that I lived in an unreasoning, unperceiving torment, a torment none the less acute because of the subtlety of its origin, and the strange, unmotivated quality of its vampiric existence. Before my eyes lay the phantasmagoria of the purpling clouds, the strange silver bauble, the recurrent stagnant foam, the loneliness of that bleak-eyed house, and the mockery of the puppet town. I no longer went to the village, for it seemed only a travesty of life, like my own soul. It stood upon a dark, enveloping sea, a sea grown slowly hateful to me, and among these images, corrupt and festering, dwelt that of an object whose human contours left ever smaller the doubt of what it once had been. These scribbled words can never tell of the hideous loneliness, something I did not even wish assuaged, so deeply was it embedded in my heart, which had insinuated
Old
itself within
County
me,
PD
mumbling
scout
of
hat.
terrible and unknown things stealthily circling nearer. It was not a madness, rather it was a too clear and naked perception of the darkness beyond this frail existence, lit by a momentary sun no more secure than ourselves, a realization of futility that few can experience and ever again touch the life about them, a knowledge that turn as I might, battle
Somebody's
as I might with all the
nasty
remaining
ass
power of my
dirty
spirit,
pants
I could
underneath the
neither win an inch
stairs.
of ground from the inimical universe, nor hold for even a moment the life entrusted to me. fearing death as I did life, burdened with a nameless dread, yet unwilling to leave the scenes evoking it. I awaited whatever consummating horror was shifting itself in the immense region beyond the walls of consciousness. Thus autumn found me, and what I had gained from the sea was lost back into it. Autumn on the beaches, a drear time betokened by no scarlet leaf nor any other accustomed sign. A frightening sea which changes not, though man changes. There was only a chilling of the waters, in which I no longer cared to enter, a further darkening of the pall-like sky, as if eternities of snow were waiting to descend upon the ghastly waves. Once that descent began, it would never cease, but would continue beneath the white and the yellow and the crimson sun, and beneath that ultimate small ruby which shall yield only to the futilities of night. The once friendly waters babbled meaningfully at me, and eyed me with a strange regard. Yet whether the darkness of the scene were a reflection of my own broodings, or whether the gloom within me were caused by what lay without, I could not have told. Upon the beach and me alike had fallen a shadow, like that of a bird which flies silently overhead, a bird whose watching eyes we do not suspect, till the image on the ground repeats the image in the sky, when we look suddenly upward to find that something has been circling above us, hitherto unseen. The day was in late September, and the town had closed the resorts where mad frivolity ruled empty, fear-haunted lives, and where addled puppets performed their summer antics. The puppets were cast aside, smeared with the painted smiles and frowns they had last assumed, and there were
Block
not 100 people left
17.
in the town. Again, the gaudy, stucco-fronted buildings lining the shore were
Knight
permitted to
Rider
crumble
9000
undisturbed
audio
by the wind.
tapes on
As the month
again?
advanced to the day of which I speak,
No.
there grew in me the light of a grey, infernal dawn, wherein I felt some dark thaumaturgy would be completed.
But we
So
are
feared such
listening
a
to
thaumaturgy
some,
less than a continuance of my horrible suspicions, less than
listening
a
to a
tool's
little
suggestion of
H.P.
something monstrous
Lovecraft.
lurking behind the great stage. It was with more speculation than actual fear that I waited unendingly for the day of horror, which seemed to
Little
be
H.P.
nearer.
Lovecraft,
The day,
even
I
though
repeat,
it's
was
not
late in
October
September,
anymore.
though whether the 22nd or 23rd I am uncertain. Such details have fled before the recollection of those uncompleted happenings, episodes with which no orderly existence should be plagued because of the damnable suggestions, and only suggestions, they
Yep.
contain.
Love
I
the
view
H.P.
the time with an
Lovecraft.
intuitive distress of spirit, a recognition too deep.
Did
in
somebody
oppressive
say waffles?
Throughout those
No.
daylight hours,
I have
was
brain
expectant
damage.
of the night, impatient perhaps, so that
Will's
the sun
back.
might cast like
Back
half-glimpsed
again.
reflection in rippled water.
Guess who's
A day
back?
whose events I recall not.
Tell your friends.
It was long since that portentous storm had cast a shadow over the beach, and I had determined, after hesitations caused by nothing tangible, to leave Elston, since the year was chilling and there was no return to my earlier contentment.
Welcome back,
When
Will.
a telegram
Oops,
came for
wrong
me,
door.
lying 2 days in the Western Union office before I was located, so little was my name known, saying that my design had been
Waffles
accepted,
on
winning
the
above all others in
brain.
the contest, I set a date for leaving.
Will's
This news,
always
which earlier in
thinking
the year would have
about
affected me
waffles.
strongly, I now received with a curious
But
apathy.
I don't blame you.
It seemed as
Waffles
unrelated to
are
the
quite
unreality about
tasty.
me, as little pertinent to me,
This
as if it were
place
directed
is
to another
gross.
person whom I did not know, and whose message had come to me through some accident. Nonetheless, it was that which forced me to complete my plans and leave the cottage by the shore. There were only 4 nights of my stay
Peanut
remaining,
butter.
and there occurred the last of those events whose meaning lies more in the darkly sinister impression surrounding them than in anything obviously threatening. Night had settled over Elston and the coast.
Big
and a
ass
pile of
club
soiled
ball
dishes
cap.
attested both to my recent meal and to my lack of industry. Darkness came as I sat with a cigarette before the seaward window, and it was a liquid which gradually filled the sky, washing in a floating moon, monstrously elevated. The flat sea bordering upon the gleaming sand, the utter absence of tree or figure or
Pancakes
light
with
beneath it,
tabs.
and the
Yes, you
regard
are
of that
correct.
high moon made the vastness of my
Oh.
surroundings abruptly
Press
clear.
fast.
There were only a few stars pricking
It's
through,
not
as if to accentuate by their
super
smallness
huge or
the
nothing,
majesty of the
but
lunar orb
it
and
is
the
a little
restless
more
shifting
space.
tide. I had stayed indoors, fearing somehow to go out before the sea on such a night of shapeless portent, but I heard it mumbling secrets of an incredible lore. Born to me on a wind out of nowhere was the breath of some strange and palpitant life, the embodiment of all I had felt and of all I had suspected,
Waffles with
stirring now in the
abs.
chasms of the sky or beneath the mute waves. In what place this mystery turned from an ancient horrible slumber I could not
Canada
tell,
juice.
but like one who stands by a figure lost in sleep, knowing that it will awake in a moment, I crouched by the windows, holding a nearly burnt-out cigarette, and faced the rising moon. Gradually, there passed into that never-stirring landscape
Canada
brilliance
tree milk.
intensified by the overhead glimmerings, and I seemed more and more under some compulsion to watch whatever might follow. The shadows were draining from the beach, and I felt that with them were all which might have been a harbour for my thoughts when the hinted thing should come. Where any of them did remain, they were ebon and blank, still lumps of darkness sprawling beneath the cruel brilliant rays. The endless tableau of the lunar orb, dead now, whatever her past was, and cold as the unhuman sepulchre she bears amid the ruin of dusty centuries older than man, and the sea, astir perhaps with some unkenned life, some forbidden sentience, confronted me with a horrible vividness. I arose and shut the window, partly because of an inward prompting, but mostly, I think, as an excuse for transferring momentarily the stream of thought. No sound came to me now, as I stood before the closed panes. Minutes or eternities were alike. I was waiting, like my own fearing heart, and the motionless scene beyond, for the token of some ineffable life. I had set the lamp upon a box in the western corner of the room, but the moon was brighter, and her bluish rays invaded places where the lamplight was faint. The ancient glow of the round, silent hall lay upon the beach as it had lain for eons, and I waited in a torment of expectancy, made doubly acute by the delay in fulfillment, and the uncertainty of what strange completion was to come.
Ooh, bandage.
Outside the
Disinfected
crouching hut, a white
bandage.
illumination suggested vague spectral forms, whose unreal, phantasmal motion seemed to taunt my blindness, just as unheard voices mocked my eager listening. For countless moments I was still, as if time and the tolling of her great bell were hushed into nothingness.
Taking a
There was nothing which
joint.
I might fear.
Puffing
The
on
moon-chiseled
it.
shadows were unnatural in no contour, and veiled nothing from my eyes. The night was silent. I knew that, despite my closed window, and all the stars were fixed mournfully in a listening heaven of dark grandeur. No motion from me then, or word now, could reveal my plight, or tell of the fear-racked brain imprisoned in flesh which dared not break the silence, for all the torture it brought. As if expectant of death, and assured that nothing could serve to banish the sole peril I confronted, I crouched, with a forgotten cigarette in my hand. The silent world gleamed beyond the cheap, dirty windows, and in one corner
Get
of the
shit
room
on,
a pair
homie.
of dirty oars, placed there before my arrival, shared the vigil of my spirit. The lamp
Oh, there's a
burned
whole bunch
endlessly,
of medical
yielding a
tents
sickle
over
light
there.
hued like a corpse's flesh. Glancing at it now and again, for the desperate distraction it gave, I saw that many bubbles unaccountably rose and vanished in the kerosene-filled base. Curiously enough, there was no heat from the wick, and suddenly I became aware that the night as a whole was neither warm nor cold, but strangely neutral, as if all physical forces were suspended, and all the laws of a calm existence disrupted. Then, with an unheard splash which sent from the silver water to the shore a line of ripples echoed in fear by my heart, a swimming thing emerged beyond the breakers. The figure may have been that of a dog, a human being, or something more strange.
What was that? Oh,
It could
maybe
not
that's
have
a
known
symbol
that I
for a
watched.
store.
Perhaps it did not care, but like a distorted fish it swam across the mirrored stars and dived beneath the surface. after a moment it came up again. And this time, since it was
Cheesy
closer, I
poofs.
saw that it was carrying something across
I
the
would like to
shoulder.
have some cheesy
I knew
poofs.
then that it could be no animal, and that it was a man, or something like a man, which came toward the land from a
It
dark
look at
region.
it look
It
at
swam
it
with
look
a
like a
horrible
man.
ease. As I watched, dread-filled and passive, with the fixed stare of one who awaits death in another, yet knows he cannot avert it, the swimmer approached the shore, though too far down the southward beach for me to discern its outlines or features. Obscurely loping, with sparks of moonlit foam
Running through
scattered
the
by its
graveyard.
it emerged and was lost among the inland dunes. Now I was possessed by a sudden recurrence of fear, which had died away in the previous moments. There was a tingling coldness all over me, though the room, whose window I dared not open now, was stuffy. I thought it would be very horrible if something were to enter a window which was not closed. Now that I could no longer see the figure, I felt that it lingered somewhere in the close shadows, or peered hideously at me from whatever window I did not watch. And so I turned my gaze, eagerly and frantically, to each successive pane, dreading that I might indeed behold an intrusive, regarding face, yet unable to keep myself from terrifying inspection. Though I watched for hours, there was no longer anything upon the beach. So the night passed, and with it began the ebbing of that strangeness. A strangeness which had surged up like an evil brew within a pot, had mounted to the very rim in a breathless
We are
moment,
type O
had paused
positive.
uncertainly there, and had subsided, taking with it whatever
Type
unknown
O
message it had borne.
positive.
Like the stars that promise the revelation of terrible and glorious memories, goad us into worship by this deception, and then impart nothing. I had come frighteningly near to the capture of an old secret which ventured close to man's haunts and lurked cautiously just beyond the edge of the known. Yet in the end I had nothing. I was given only a glimpse of the furtive thing, a glimpse made obscure by the veils of ignorance. I cannot even conceive what might have shown itself had I been too close to that swimmer who went shoreward instead of into the ocean. I do not know what might have come if the brew had passed the rim of the pot and poured outward in a swift cascade of revelation. The night ocean withheld whatever it had nurtured. I shall know nothing more. Even yet, I do not know why the ocean holds such a fascination for me. But then, perhaps none of us can solve those things. They exist in defiance of all explanation. There are men, and wise men, who do not like the sea and its lapping surf on yellow shores, and they think us strange who love the mystery of the
Party
ancient,
bell.
unending deep. Yet for me, there is a haunting and inscrutable glamour in all the ocean's moods. It is in the melancholy silver foam beneath the moon's waxen corpse. It hovers over the silent and eternal waves that beat on naked shores. It is there when all is lifeless, save for unknown shapes that glide through somber depths. And when I behold the awesome billows surging in endless strength, there comes upon me an ecstasy akin to fear, so that I must abase myself before this mightiness, that I may not hate the clotted waters and their overwhelming beauty. Vast and lonely is the ocean, and even as all things came from it, so shall they return thereto. In the shrouded depths of time none shall reign upon the earth, nor shall any motion be, save in the eternal waters. And these shall beat on dark shores and thunderous foam, though none shall remain in that dying world to watch the cold light of the enfeebled moon playing on the swirling tides and coarse-grained sand. On the deep's margin shall rest only a stagnant foam, gathering about the shells and bones of perished shapes that dwelt within the waters. Silent, flabby things will toss and roll along empty shores, their sluggish life extinct. Then all shall be dark, for at last even the white moon on the distant waves shall wink out. Nothing shall be left, neither above nor below the sombre waters. And until that last millennium, as after it, The sea will thunder and toss throughout the dismal night. If you enjoyed listening today, be sure to subscribe to the channel by hitting the red subscribe. The Descendant by H.P. Lovecraft. In London, there is a man who screams when the church bells ring. He lives all alone with his streaked cat in Gray's Inn, and people call him harmlessly mad. His room is filled with books of the tamest and most puerile kind, and hour after hour he tries to lose himself in their feeble pages. All he seeks from life is not to think. For some reason, thought is very horrible to him, and anything which stirs the imagination he flees as a plague. He is very thin and grey and wrinkled, but there are those who declare he is not nearly so old as he looks. Fear has its grisly claws upon him, and a sound will make him start with staring eyes and sweat-beaded forehead. Friends and companions he shuns, for he wishes to answer no questions. Those who once knew him as scholar and aesthete say it is very pitiful to see him now. He dropped them all years ago, and no one feels sure whether he left the country or merely sank from sight in some hidden byway. It is a decade now since he moved into Gray's Inn, and of where he had been he would say nothing, till the night young Williams bought the Necronomicon. Williams was a dreamer, and only 23, and when he moved into the ancient house he felt her strangeness and a breath of cosmic wind about the grey wizened man in the next room. He forced his friendship, where old friends dared not force theirs, and marvelled at the fright that sat upon this gaunt, haggard watcher and listener. For that the man always watched and listened no one could doubt. He watched and listened with his mind more than with his eyes and ears, and strove every moment to drown something in his ceaseless poring over gay, insipid novels. And when the church bells rang, he would stop his ears and scream, and the grey cat that dwelt with him would howl in unison, till the last peal died reverberantly away. But try as Williams would, he could not make his neighbour speak of anything profound or hidden. The old man would not live up to his aspect and manner, but would feign a smile and a light tone, and prattle feverishly and frantically of cheerful trifles, his voice every moment rising and thickening, till at last it would split in a piping and incoherent falsetto. That his learning was deep and thorough, his most trivial remarks made abundantly clear, and Williams was not surprised to hear that he had been to Harrow and Oxford. Later it developed that he was none other than Lord Norton, of whose ancient hereditary castle on the Yorkshire coast so many odd things were told. But when Williams tried to talk of the castle, and of its reputed Roman origin, he refused to admit that there was anything unusual about it. He even tittered shrilly when the subject of the supposed undercrypts, hewn out of the solid crag that frowns on the North Sea, was brought up. So matters went till that night when Williams brought home the infamous Necronomicon of the mad Arab Abdul al-Hazred. He had known of the dreaded volume since his 16th year, when his dawning love of the bizarre had led him to ask queer questions of a bent old bookseller in Shander Street, and he had always wondered why men paled when they spoke of it. The old bookseller had told him that only 5 copies were known to have survived the shocked edicts of the priests and lawgivers against it, and that all of these were locked up with frightened care by custodians who had ventured to begin a reading of the hateful black letter. But now, at last, he had not only found an accessible copy, but had made it his own at a ludicrously low figure. It was at a Jew's shop in the squalid precincts of Clare Market, where he had often bought strange things before, and he almost fancied the gnarled old Levite smiled amidst tangles of beard as the great discovery was made. The bulky leather cover with the brass clasp had been so prominently visible, and the price was so absurdly slight. The one glimpse he had had of the title was enough to send him into transports. and some of the diagrams set in the vague Latin text excited the tensest and most disquieting recollections in his brain. He felt it was highly necessary to get the ponderous thing home and begin deciphering it, and bore it out of the shop with such precipitate haste that the old Jew chuckled disturbingly behind him. But when at last it was safe in his room, he found the combination of black letter and debased idiom too much for his powers as a linguist, and reluctantly called on his strange, frightened friend for help with the twisted medieval Latin. Lord Northam was simpering inanities to his streaked cat, and started violently when the young man entered. Then he saw the volume and shuddered wildly, and fainted altogether when Williams uttered the title. It was when he regained his senses that he told his story, told his fantastic figment of madness in frantic whispers, lest his friend be not quick to burn the accursed book and give wide
Are
scattering
you
to its
kidding
enemies.
me? Okay, that's garbage.
There must, Lord Northam whispered, have been something wrong at the start, but it would never have come to a head if he had not explored too far. He was the 19th Baron of a line whose beginnings went uncomfortably far back into the past. Unbelievably far, if vague tradition could be heeded, for they were family tales of a descent from pre-Saxon times, when a certain Gnaeus Gabinius Capito, military tribune in the 3rd Augustan Legion,